Okay, guys. Okay. Give me a momento, please. Ooh. Content, that's my middle name. Obviously. Whoa! Why does it do that? Every time I don't check, it does that. Oh, there we are. Have I been resized all of a sudden? How do I shrink myself, please? Oddest job confirmed. Yeah. Okay. Sorry if my wife caught you off guard pointing at you the other day. Who did I get pointed at by? I didn't see anyone pointing at me. What? I would remember someone pointing at in the car. If it's in the car, I didn't see. I don't look inside people's cars. Where was it? Where did I get pointed at? What? I've met you before, Revenant. I don't remember getting King Street. Oh. What? Near the fucking on the way down towards Castlegate? Is that where? Or is it on the way up towards the uni? I was on King Street a few times this week, you see. How many King Streets are there in Britain? Up towards the uni. Oh. I do go there often. That direction. No, not here. What? It's supposed to be here. Loner box. It's better if it goes in Loner box live, right? Not announcements. Okay. Half of Israel has King George streets. Well, we have King streets, we have George streets. A lot of streets in Scotland have a Jamaica street. A lot of towns in Scotland have a Jamaica street. And that's because of the slave trade. Oh. Do you have a King Street in Israel? Why? As thanks to the British Empire. King David Street. Oh, that king. That's an old school king. God. He's a blast from the past. Oh, you made that up. Okay. Why is my Twitter not loading? Who are your political idols? I don't know. Like Tony Benn? Like MLK? Like Mandela? I like Chud Logic? Obama? Biden? Don't forget Biden. Young Biden was a banger. He had his moments, for sure. What about Hitler? Stop. Settlements. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, big settlement expansion. Biggest one in quite a while. Biggest since 1993. I forgot to put that one in, actually. Did you hear about the drone strike? Is this the one that everyone's arguing over whether or not they were targeting 10-year-olds or some shit? I don't know. Is that the one? Is that what we're talking about? Isn't there like a whole bunch of like videos slash debunk videos about that as well? The 4 men. Okay. Group of civilians. Okay. No, I have not seen that. I don't. Did you watch Mehdi Hassan? No, I haven't watched that. Stop. The things I've looked at are there's a Channel 4 item on the hunger situation in Shifa Hospital. There, I've been compiling a bunch of stories on Israeli strikes in declared safe zones and whether or not they are within IHL. I've been reading about IHL itself and the difference actually between IHL and war crimes, because there are quite a few things where you can break IHL but not be guilty of a war crime. That's a whole thing. Don't watch the PWF debate. I want to watch that because it might give me some prompts for things to look at. Because right now, I have. Let me show you what I have. Right now, I have just some notes on IHL, especially the war crime thing. I didn't know about this. I didn't know that for war crime, there is a required mindset as well. And it's got to do with willfulness. It's got to do with having the necessary mental state to commit a war crime, and that will include obviously purposeful attacks on civilians, but also recklessness, which is so weird because I remember people giving me shit for saying that Israeli recklessness is one of the reasons that civilians die at high rates in Gaza. It's one of the big reasons. And people were like, that's just really downplaying, recklessness. You're making it sound like they did an oopsie. No, it's not. Recklessness is actually like one of the two forms of criminal intent or state of mind for war crimes. And then what I didn't know, though, is that negligence, which comes below recklessness as a threshold, is not actually a war crime. So if it's that you didn't know but you should have known, that apparently might make you liable for IHL violations, but not war crimes. So that was interesting. I didn't know about that. Just looking at fundamental principles of IHL and looking at some of the more relevant Geneva Conventions, Hamas's state of internet when it comes to international law, like what their status is, whether they're covered or not. Long story short, they are. And then international law in terms of Israel's right to eliminate Hamas. Apparently, there's no international law that says if you're attacked, especially by what's recognized as a terror organization, that there's nothing in international law that says Israel doesn't have the right to eliminate Hamas by force as long as they do it within the laws of proportionality and all that shit. There's also the conditional right to use force to rescue hostages. I guess that would be to do with the Rafah attacks because some of them were hostage rescue missions. And then Yoav Gallant's thing about the water and then which law that comes under. Yeah, there's a few things. Haaretz report on internal B'Tselem disputes over October 7th. Nope. Oh God, you guys are the amount of. I need to remember that you're all more than one person, but I just feel like I'm being attacked by a hive mind of fucking infinite knowledge on war crimes and reports and the amount of like 20 or 30 page like hunger reports people want me to read and then the counters to those hunger reports. Oh God, fuck me. It's everywhere. All over the place. Hunger report games. True. And honestly, sometimes what I just want to do is, when you're doing your jobs, do you ever wonder what your life would be like if you just ended up doing Twitch sexual assault reviews? Because people have got so much mileage out of this story about this fucking Minecraft thing. I feel like I might get involved now. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. But why is my Twitter not loading? Bruh. You've got to make a video before the views run dry? What? I'm not going to do a video on the fucking Minecraft shit. No. I have about 8 videos lined up with Olive from when she was away, so that's all coming in soon enough. The tickling has been expanded. I know it has, but why is my fucking Twitter not opening? Oh, here it is. So apparently this person, I don't even know how old this original story is. Is it like, it doesn't matter how old it is. So this person goes to a party when she's 18, I think, 18 and a half, I don't know, with some Minecraft YouTubers who are much bigger than her. And then, freshly 18, I'm sorry, with a guy who's pushing 30, brackets 26. And he's a lot bigger than she is. And they're apparently cuddling on a couch and he's got his arm around her. There's like tickling. He doesn't know she's 18 apparently because she has a wristband that says she's 21. But apparently she told people in the room that she was 18. She might have told them when he wasn't in the room. And she basically said that she does the story where she talks about how she was not very up for what was happening with the tickling and the arm around her. And then she was crying and she was saying how she's never going to be the same person again. And she looks in the mirror and she doesn't recognize herself and all this poetic shit. And the guy says, actually, she seemed to be fine. She was enjoying it. There wasn't any objection. We didn't do anything anyway. Since I found out she was 18, stopped. That's kind of like the story. I'm like, okay. Conclusions from that. First conclusion is probably, if you're a Minecraft streamer, probably extra don't fuck about with your fans because they're they're old kids. But at the end of the day, don't actually give much of a shit. Like, it seems like nothing really happened, and it seems like this person didn't even make anything of it until very recently and went public with it, when I don't really know if what the reason was to go public with it, if she felt like there was no words that could have been had behind the scenes or no resolutions that could have been come to. Apparently it was like that whole like misunderstanding of what Me Too is actually supposed to be about, which is like a last resort rather than, because obviously mob justice is never the best way to deal with anything, let alone anything sexual and age gap related, because people on the internet are fucking insane. I feel like there is a discussion that people could have though. I think there probably is a very good discussion that people could have about power relations between people who are teenagers versus very large creators with a lot of like influence and power or whatever. There probably is, and that's kind of like, especially with content creators, with like streamers who are very interactive with their audiences, much more so than standard celebrities are. Yeah, there probably is some kind of conversation that could be had about the ethical boundaries of that shit and all that, and how to go about it properly. And it's probably the kind of thing that people are just going to learn as they do it, because there's not really any pre-existing guideline for how to deal with viewers of your stream in intimate or sexual ways. So yeah, people can probably talk about that, and that's fair, but it never is that though, right? It's like it's someone who sounds like she's stolen lines from the script of Girl Interrupted to tell this story about what seems to be basically nothing, like maybe a bit of a push in terms of the use of your position. And then on the other end, I guess you've got people who are only really interested in stories like this if the girl is lying or if the girl doesn't have a good story. I feel like there's a reason why in the real world it's an incredibly small minority of sexual assault allegations are uh, result in convictions, but also a very small number of sexual assault allegations result in even smaller number result in it turning out that the woman was lying, that the victim was lying. It's like a very rare thing in the real world, but it's strange that when you go online, it's everywhere. It's like the most common uh, viral sexual assault story is someone either telling a horribly inconsistent story or a story that even on its face is just, even if you believe everything they're saying, is just not that convincing. I don't know. Maybe that's because the way people address this stuff online is different. I don't know. But it's such an interesting example of just how the internet is so it is real life, but it's also completely different from real life. It's just not the same at all. Um, but apparently, this was her third stream doing it, and she just introduced this new variable all of a sudden, which again is not impossible. It's not impossible that people hold back on key details of their story because they feel like speaking in enough euphemism or the story like even watered down is bad enough, and they think that's all they need to do, and they don't really want to recall the worst parts of it. Um, or it could be that she got a lot of pushback for this and then wanted people to take it more seriously, and she was angry that some people who she thought would take it seriously didn't. So I don't know. Could go either way on that one. Who knows? So what?
Up. It is fucking sexual assault.
Uh-oh.
Okay? I'm not gonna apologize, say that it isn't sexual assault, that I'm not a sexual assault victim. The touching that he has admitted to many times, this touching that he admitted to not asking or getting my consent before he did, he felt up my tits on a couch with other people there. He stuck his hand up my shirt, under my bra, and felt up, fondled, whatever you want to say. He felt up my tits. Unwanted sexual touch is literally in the definition of sexual assault. It's fucking sexual assault, and I'm never gonna apologize for it. It is fucking sexual.
So this was the clip that everyone's 4.5 million views, bro. I don't know. Fuck me, bro. I hate when stuff like this becomes content. Well, that's the thing, right? That's why public denouncements of people for sexual overstepping or sexual assault or whatever the fuck you want to call this, whatever happened here, because I guess we don't. The whole point of doing that is when you've tried everything else and it hasn't worked. Because it's a messy way to do it. It's a really messy way to go about telling your story. She had a 21 and up badge. Yeah, she did, but she's also saying that she told it wasn't a badge, it was a wristband, right? Harley's saying she wasn't. That's not true. Oh, okay. Fucking. So what's the story then? I thought the guy didn't know that she was 18 or I don't know, fucking. Because wasn't someone saying, like, wasn't one of the people who was defending this person said that she should have been ID'd by him? Fuck me. How would you fucking ID someone who you're hanging out with over drinks? It's fuck me. Her friend had the ban, so he assumed. Oh. Wishful thinking. Interesting. Not that I think does that I don't even know if that like the difference between 18 and 21, like maybe. Especially if you're 18 in America, it's not legal for you to be drinking and shit. Yeah, okay. Huh. They're both idiots. Don't tickle people you just met. It depends. What's wrong with tickling someone you just met? Like what? After a few hours, you might go on really well with someone and then feel like it's okay to tickle them. What? I feel like if you were a big creator, you'd maybe be a bit more careful. I suppose. I don't know. Man. Fuck knows. It's such a. It's just such a nothing story. Fuck me. Hmm. I didn't know that. I didn't know tickling was fucking taboo on the first meetup. I don't know that. Huh. Is it? I don't even fuck. George is getting some backlash. Yeah. What's the backlash? I don't know anything about these people. Who the fuck plays Minecraft? Who makes this guy's at 10 million subs? Holy shit. This dude. So his latest video on YouTube, oh, he doesn't actually put up that much. 2 years. So he's mostly just a streamer. Twitch. $5 million followers. So you've been streaming serious conversation. Ads are off. Oh yeah, this is the one where he did his whole "here's what happened" bit. So he doesn't even keep his videos up. What does he do? Okay. And this other person, what's her name? Katie Bugs. I guess this is where this came from. Final thoughts. The first one was a lot more emotional. Oh, the final thoughts one only has 38k views as opposed to 171. Oh no, it's going backwards. Okay. She has a lot of followers. Why the fuck is she so quiet? She went from 8k to 170k. Jesus.
This bit's kind of awkward, isn't it? Me just waiting till everyone gets here. Taking longer than usual. This is really awkward.
Okay. Why don't you have put like a waiting screen? Is she like a new streamer or I feel like she's been doing this for a while. 2 months ago?
Hey, is everyone here now? Hopefully. Maybe.
I don't
Yes.
think she got to 200K in 2 months. Wait, how do you find out? What's the site for Twitch stats? Why do I care? Why are we getting involved? Okay, let's see. KT Bugs with 2 Zs. 2,460 average viewers. But this is since wait. Why can't I go further back? Does she not actually stream this much? Okay, let's see. More? Last year? So she usually gets, she's like a 500, 300 viewer on the decline. And then the big one, the big story. Okay. Okay. I see. Followers count. So she's people unfollow from Twitch a lot, I feel like. I feel like every time I look up a Twitch person, they're always losing followers. Apart from me, because I don't have enough to lose. 200,000 down to 201, 208. Okay. Okay. Streams. All fairly short. Okay. Okay.
Yes. I guess it is time. Hi everyone. This is the stream I promised. I apologize that it's so just late and not, you know what I mean?
She's still quiet. Oh my god.
It's
Okay.
the stream I promised that I would do. My final thoughts on everything, you know, just everything that I need to get out before I can even begin to heal anything. So here it is. I apologize that it is later, I'm pretty sure, than I said. I've been really sick, and I was hoping that I could wait to do this so I could be of right mind to and wait until I got better, but I've just been getting worse. Wise,
Hi,
so
Katie.
I
How are you
figured I would
doing
just do
today?
it now because I'm obviously not going to be getting better anytime soon. So, here it is. Like I said, this is the stream. It's just my final thoughts on everything. If you're looking at this stream, for me to like expose and drop new drama or just anything to talk about, it's not that kind of stream. And I apologize if you think it
Love
is
you,
going to be. It's
KTSM
just
less than 3.
everything I need to say, from my voice, coming from me. I also apologize. I will be, you know, stopping, stuttering. I can't control the emotions I show during this. I didn't even write anything to say. I've written down, you know, the things I want to talk about, but it's not something I can just sit and read, which is hard for me because it's hard to just voice how I'm thinking, what I'm thinking. So I do ask that you guys be patient with me. And this isn't edited, so I can't, you know, go back or cut out the pauses that I make. So
Love
again, I
you,
apologize.
Bugs,
This is
Katie,
gonna be
heart,
all over
Katie,
the place
heart.
and probably not make any sense. But I'm doing it anyway.
What is this? What about Gaza? Well, I know some of you are new to the stream, even though I guess some of you actually aren't, because I know your names. Usually before starting the actual content, I will watch stuff just to ease in, or as people start to join the stream, I'll just watch a few random things and then start the content. This is what I always do. What are you talking about?
Okay. I guess. I also want to thank everyone
Love you, KT.
that is even just here. Even if you're here for the absolute wrong reasons and you hate me, hate my guts, I want to thank you anyway for being here to hear me. Because there's a lot of people right now that are even just only watching clips from things I've said and refuse to watch the full thing. Or there's
Why does this person sound so much like Grace Thorpe? That might be because you're sexist. Does she sound like Grace Thorpe? Maybe? I don't know.
a lot of people that only want to watch his videos on it, especially because of the latest video using clips from my stream. They really don't feel it's necessary to watch or read any of my stuff. And it's hard. I feel like I don't have a voice in my own story, if that makes sense. So I really want to thank you guys for at least being here, hearing me out. Again, I'm sorry if I like say things the wrong way and just use the wrong wording or go back. It's just crazy right now. Everything's crazy. But I thank you guys for being here.
Okay.
Anyways, the one biggest thing that I want to clear up, it is fucking sexual assault. Okay?
Oh, right in
I'm not
there.
gonna apologize, say that it isn't sexual assault, that I'm not a sexual assault victim. The touching that he has admitted to many times, this touching that he admitted to not asking or getting my consent before he did, he felt up my tits on a couch with other people there. He stuck his hand up my shirt, under my bra, and felt up, fondled, whatever you want to say. He felt up my tits. Unwanted sexual touch is literally in the definition of sexual assault. It's fucking sexual assault, and I'm never gonna apologize for saying it is, okay? It isn't fake allegations. It's not fake allegations. I'm not a liar. Quite literally, the thing that I was talking about is my sexual assault. And that's the one thing he confirmed. He can sit there and confirm that he did it. And I'm still sat here getting called a liar, getting called a fake victim, getting called, what was it? A slut and a prude at the same time. And quite frankly, it's fucking ridiculous.
Okay.
I'm not gonna stand down. Luckily, I'm not scared to say it anymore. That's it. It's sexual assault. He felt up my tits. This touching that he's talking about, that's what it is, okay?
Okay, Soldier Boy, I'm gonna time you out. I don't know why. Wait, where are you? Why are you not in my... Oh, you're in the live chat, not the top chat. Okay. Jesus Christ. Chill. Take a... Why can't I give you an hour? Take 24 hours. Okay. Jesus.
No, I'm not upset that he tickled me. I'm not saying that he assaulted me because he tickled me or because he was close to me. No, I'm upset because I was on a couch, 18 years old, drunk, on a couch with other people in the room, and he sticks up his hand and starts feeling my tits. That was my fucking story. No, he didn't ask if I wanted it. But somehow, you know, he had enough energy to ask the question, are you ticklish? Which I responded with no. I'm not fucking ticklish. And that's what led to him feeling up my tits. He will never understand that feeling when I realized this wasn't just a bunch of people hanging out on a couch together, a bunch of friends hanging out, when it was inherently a sexual thing. And that instead of just a bunch of friends on a couch together, I was being wanted for my body. No, he would have never felt my uncomfort because he was too busy feeling something else that night.
I'm sorry. The way people word these things are so... Oh, God. There's something that... The thing that makes me go towards performance is the fact that it sounds like it should be in a fucking movie. Oh God. The way that it sounds so scripted like that. That she's almost like more interested in like the drama of it than... Okay.
The amount of misinformation that is spreading is one of the biggest reasons. I feel like I just don't even really have anything to say anymore because, I mean, I was reading my own story on Twitter and I was reading it and I didn't even know it was my story they were talking about until they said my name because of how skewed everything's gotten. It's like this huge game of telephone where each time it gets a little bit more off, but no one's acknowledging that they could have heard wrong, and they're yelling what they heard as loud as possible. Okay, people saying I'm trying to ruin a man's career because he tickled me, or like, or especially he did not rape me either. Like, it's so important to hear what I'm saying. People getting their info from TikTok comment sections, like, it is insane. I really do encourage everyone to watch my response on it. Like, either read my response on Twitter or watch the original video. I don't fucking care if you can't stand the fact that I'm crying. At least, if you're gonna say something, if you're gonna hate me, that's fine. Watch my full video and then.
Did she mention the she didn't mention the tit groping. I hate that word so much. I don't think she mentioned anything approximating that in the last one. She didn't even make a euphemism to it. She's just okay. I don't know.
Used to, like, it's just there's a lot.
So she's doing the thing that would probably work in real life, but not on the internet where people can see the videos. Like, you can't. This reminds me of Lav. It reminds me of Lav with the attempted gaslighting, probably because it is something that worked in real life, but not realizing that it's not going to work when you are recorded and on the internet and like on the public record forever. Oh God.
But there is something I'm fully owning up to and clearing up right now. The screenshot my recent response on Twitter, this is the only kind of like response thing I'm gonna give. I will acknowledge that was a complete miscommunication. There's a screenshot I said was from his friend that wasn't there for the assault, mentioned our ages and acknowledged, you know, the situation was weird. It's a real screenshot. What I got wrong and what was miscommunicated was who it was from. It was actually from, instead of the guy who left or wasn't there for the assault, it was from the girl who wasn't there for the assault.
She'll be looking at her monitor and not. She might have like bullet points, and yes, it's not unusual for a streamer to look at their monitor when they're talking instead of the camera, right? Like when I'm talking to you guys, I usually talk at I can see the chat and I can see my OBS, I can see my face, or I can see here when I'm seeing the other stuff, I can see notes. I don't always look like this to talk at you guys, do I? Why are you all freaking out at the fact that she's looking away from the camera when this is what streamers do all the fucking time? It's not actually very often when a streamer will just look right there, you down into your fucking soul, and have a good stare while they're telling you things. Would you prefer that? Would you prefer that I just gave you a good fucking... gave you a good little checking out before I tell you what's what about international politics and history and the Soviet Union? What? Oh, now it's weird, is it? So on the one hand, it's like, oh, why the fuck is this woman not looking at the camera? They're looking at the different. Why is she doing that? And then I try to explain to you that streamers do this all the time, and as an example, I look at the camera like, oh my God, Loaderbox. Why are you looking at me like, what, Loaderbox? Ooh, Loaderbox. Never seen the side of you before when you're looking at the camera. Make up your fucking mind. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Make up your fucking minds. Jesus.
Which I acknowledge is frustrating that I got that wrong, and I didn't realize I got it wrong until after I posted it a long time after. And obviously when I don't come out and say, oh, I got that wrong, when he's the one to come out and say she got that wrong, it makes that into the biggest deal. I got a message from the girl that actually sent the text and was like, it was a while after I already posted my response, and was like, you kind of mixed up who the text was from, but I'm sure it won't be a big deal because it was only one of the minor things you said. And everything else you said in that response was way more important. Which obviously we've seen that was not the case. But I do acknowledge and own up to the fact I completely was wrong about that. But again, I'm saying even though it wasn't from his friend, it was yet another person in the hotel room that acknowledged the weirdness. Yes, it wasn't from that guy in the hotel room, it was from the girl in the hotel room. Like, I still think the screenshot, it's not a fake screenshot as well. It's a real screenshot. I still think it adds to the fact of, you know, people acknowledged it. Also, the fact that I said I was freshly 18, which is something a lot of people are mad about, when in reality, I was 18 and 5 months old. My bad. What I meant to say in that original stream where I said I was freshly 18, I said I was freshly 18 and just out of high school. What I meant to say was I was 18 and freshly out of high school.
Okay.
I just put it in front of the wrong thing, and I do acknowledge that. But once again, I feel like the idea is still the same, whether it's freshly 18 or freshly out of high school, because I had just graduated.
You know what would be so fucked? And I'll tell you guys something right now, okay? Listen carefully. You know what's really fucked is the idea that it's not 100% impossible. It's not impossible that what she's saying actually happened, but she just told it in a bad way because she's young. And she didn't want to reveal every single detail because she actually maybe didn't want to destroy the guy's career, or she was ashamed, and it's only taken her the third time because she learned the hard way that people don't take you seriously unless you actually specify what happened. And now she's had a few inconsistencies, which, hey, are not even that unusual for essay victims to have. Like, inconsistencies are normal in traumatic situations. It's kind of fucked to think that like there's like a more than 0% chance, albeit I don't think it's much more, that what she's saying now is actually the true story, and but she's just kind of fucked the presentation of it so bad, which again is why you're not really, if you have other recourse, that's kind of why going public with this is the worst idea unless you have no other choice. But
graduated a few weeks earlier. The idea is still there. It's still there. And these are the things, I'm sorry, I do get frustrated with that because people are mad at me saying that I'm a liar because of these things instead of acknowledging the fact that he fucking admitted to doing what he did to me. Like, and we're worried about the fact that—
Well, I don't know if he admitted to the tit grabbing. That's a little bit
that I said I was freshly 18 when I meant to say I was freshly out of high school. It's just I'm again, and I shouldn't be getting frustrated, but
hey, Judy,
it's just upsetting
we all
seeing
love you.
him admit to it, and that not being enough. And for the people saying he was drunk too, so he didn't consent. I didn't.
Okay, forget everything I said. The fact that she's like, so she starts with the one story, then he admits to it, but then she exaggerates the story and then says that's the thing he's admitted to. That sounds kind of manipulative, no? That, in terms of probability, that is pretty suspect. Gosh.
Fucking feel up his tits? What did he not consent to? I would like to make it clear, there was no reciprocation in any sexual act. The sexual act that happened was not reciprocated. The only thing he could have not consented to was him putting his own hand on my tits. I didn't touch him after that. I didn't touch him sexually before that. There was nothing for him to consent to sexually. I understand that could be an argument, not for this situation. The hypocrisy that has surrounded this situation is fucking insane. I'll get into just the blaming of me. That is insane. Shit. But the hypocrisy of I just can't do anything in this situation. I mean, I came out about it publicly, and I was called an attention-seeking slut. So then I'm like, fine, I privated all my things so I can receive.
Who said that? It wasn't one of you guys. Who could have said that? I don't even know if he said that. I'm just putting some feelers out.
Followers, receive clout. You know, I couldn't grow from this. I've privated everything, so I can't gain that. And then I'm told I'm hiding from everything and that I should go public. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I cry on my stream because I'm scared and I'm talking about my assault. I cry, and then I'm told I'm embarrassing, that I'm doing it for attention, that I'm a pick-me, that I'm dramatic. But if I sat there and I didn't cry, I know I would have been called a liar, soulless, heartless, you know, a sociopath. You can't do anything right in these situations, and it's fucking insane. For people saying take legal action, do you know the odds of winning an assault case? Like, there's a reason. 1 out of 3 girls are assaulted in their lives. Okay, there's a reason so many of them don't come out about this. The system, you would like to believe that it's always for you. The amount of fucking injustice that happens with our system is insane. It's absolutely insane. And you sit here and see someone come out about their story, and your immediate thing is, well, take it up with the law? Like, that will serve any justice.
I thought it was 1 in 5. What, for conviction rates? No, it's like less than 1 in 10, isn't it? It's really low. I don't know if it changes much if you have a bunch of witnesses in the room, because if he's groping her and there are witnesses in the room, like how many? More than 2, 3, 4, 5? I don't know.
So, fuck you.
Whoa.
People, even just the hypocrisy of people not being able to watch my video, me coming out about my assault, but being able to hear it from his mouth. But they don't want to watch mine because I'm too dramatic and because I'm crying too much. But they'll watch his. I think it's insane. The amount of people telling me how I felt that night. The amount of people telling me how I felt. Or the amount of people believing from his mouth how I felt, instead of just fucking hearing me say how I felt. It's insane. It's insane. And the fact that if I have inconsistencies in my story, which I do, and I'm not gonna say I don't, I'm like remembering the night of my assault, and I'm sorry, but the thing that I really remembered is the assault. I didn't remember, you know, like if a person who wasn't there for the assault left at a certain time. I remembered my assault. I will acknowledge that there are inconsistencies. But when I have inconsistencies in my story and I address them and I acknowledge it, my whole story's out. It's in the trash, and I'm seen as a liar for inconsistencies. But when he has an inconsistency, or when, you know, even the 21 wristband thing saying I had a band that said I was, you know, when he has an inconsistency and I prove it wrong, have video footage of it, it's still used against me to this day. His inconsistencies are taken as the holy fucking grail and as the truth, even when proved wrong. And when I have an inconsistency.
But why are people keep on asking what her accent is? Her accent is American. Does she have a weird accent? This sounds like an American person. What?
My whole fucking everything I've said is gone. It's just the way I've been treated is fucking insane. And I'm not afraid to say it's fucking insane. Because I do acknowledge I have inconsistencies, you know.
No American speaks like that.
But it is. Anyways.
Huh?
And I also understand the idea that we have different point of views. Obviously, we're gonna have different point of views of that night. Otherwise, what happened wouldn't have happened. I don't understand believing the one point of view over the other. And again, even the fact that we have different point of views. The one thing we agree on, is the fact that he touched me and didn't ask if I was okay with it. That's what I came out about, and that's what he agreed with. I mean, I don't know. Oh, and again, the fact of him saying I painted him in a bad light. I'm talking about my assault. I'm not gonna paint it in a fucking rainbows and sunshine light. Him saying I used word choices that painted him bad, but then he says stuff like, oh, we cuddled before. Cuddling can be taken, and I watched it be taken and ran with. He says we cuddled, and people are like, you can't get mad at what he did to you because you were lying on top of him and all up on him before it happened. I wasn't. We were on a couch, sitting up. We were all on a couch. Everything and anything you could consider cuddling, I saw that as a friendly, like, drunk, what you do with your friends. I was doing it with my best friend that was right next to me as well, you know? And again, I believed any touches were more initiated by him, but again, that's just hearsay. Again, but just using words like that, it can be taken and ran with. It wasn't anything sexual, and I believe it was pretty tame. You know, I didn't, again, believe that it was an invitation for anything sexual or that it would lead to anything sexual, especially it being in front of a bunch of people. For the people saying I'm an attention seeker, I think genuinely when people come out about these kind of things, is insane that people believe that. Anyone who has genuinely came out about a true story that has happened to them, they know that this attention is the worst attention you could possibly ever get. I've lost the love for something that I've spent so long on because of all of this. You know, it is everything that I've worked for since I was 16. On this account, you know, under this name, everything that I've worked for is overshadowed by this. When you look up my name, this is what it is. I'm fucking defined by this now, you know, and there's no coming back from that. Why would I want that? And it's my trauma and what I've been through has become drama and clickbait and just another discussion topic to argue with each other on Twitter. Why would I want any of this? I will tell you guys why I came out about it later, but this is not the attention anyone would want. And if someone does want attention like this, they're fucking insane. And this isn't me undermining any of the support I've gotten. I love you guys, and
Well, if you're hoping to get out of this, I don't know if she tried to pursue any other kind of recourse before this, so has anyone even spoken about that? I know there's this whole speculation that she got kind of gassed up to do it by other people, but I don't really know what the evidence is for that, so, We're just watching at this point.
Of the people that have shown me support. I'll never be able to thank you guys enough, but even the good support that I've gotten in this situation.
Did you see her best friend crying, the guy? No? Is there a guy crying about this? Maybe I'll watch that. Can someone send me that?
You know, the people that are strictly, before I privated, following me just because of this. It's not even the kind of following that I want, you know? People following me because I'm a victim. People following me because of this situation. It just further defines me, you know? Of course, I love the support, and that isn't me not acknowledging how
YOLO Swag, thanks for the $4.99. Don't want to interrupt, but it looks like the Security Council resolution passed. Oh, thanks. That's really interesting. The American one. I thought it got pushed the fuck back. I appreciate that, but we are busy right now. Sorry. We'll look into it later. We're busy now. Mafti, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. I feel like a bit bad for her because it sounded like she thinks she was sexually assaulted, but it honestly sounds like she doesn't understand non-verbal consent. Yeah.
How grateful I am. But again, obviously the bad attention's bad, but even the good attention, it's not even what I would
Who
want.
knows?
I've always wanted, to connect with more people and to, my content to be known more, but I don't want it to become more well known because I was assaulted.
Yeah, the problem is though, is like you can just be kind of sitting there, yeah. Because nonverbal consent isn't as simple as people think it is. That's why people struggle with it. That's why people overstep boundaries without realizing they've done it. But yeah. You'll want to play this in the background of the next video of her friend crying about things. Huh? You want to play this over the, what, the guy crying or her? Does this work?
And I hope you guys can also understand that. So both sides of the attention I'm getting, it's just, again, it's nothing I would ever want. And again, why would I come out about this? For more clout? I don't want to fucking do content. What am I gonna do with the clout?
No,
I don't know what my future holds, but I don't want a career
it works
in
for this too,
content
sure.
or anything like that. Yeah. Again, I want to talk about the good response. I really.
No, wait, come on. I know there are drama
everybody
frogs
that
in
has
here.
reached out.
Are there people? There are possibly people here who know how long it took between the event happening and this coming out. How old is she now? Is she like 19 and this only happened a few months ago? Or is she like 21 and 7 months? Can't really speculate about 7 or 8 months.
Such a double-edged, because as much as I'm glad so many people are connecting with me and, feeling better about themselves, it hurts seeing how many people can relate. It hurts hearing the stories people are coming out with. It's great, and I love the response that people feel safe to come out about their stories. It hurts how many there are. And it just further, it further sets in my mind that I would do this again.
He stopped DMing her when she told him she was 18. Interesting. All right.
No matter how many fucking names I'm called, even if I have to disappear from the internet, I would do it all again. Seeing how many people it has
I'm in stream chat, by the way, on Discord if you want to send me the guy crying.
helped, and the space that it's created for other content creators to come out about their stories. I mean, even DMs I've gotten, people who aren't ready to come out publicly, but from bigger content creators, bigger than me, smaller than me, and you guys sending me letters, sending me messages. Again, it breaks my heart knowing you guys have went through that, but it also is like, I want to create this space that people feel safe to talk about that. The bad response has been a lot. Even the fact of fucking reporters messaging me asking for my fucking take on it all or my comment on it. Actually fucking choke. Are you joking? It's insane. I mean, watching the position I'm in right now, watching thousands of people comment on your sexual assault story, people fight each other over it. People use it as a talking point on a YouTube video or a podcast, it being made into clickbait. It's insane.
Wait, who would do that? Who's doing that? It's not that clickbait. 11K views and nothing. It actually performed less well than most of the rest of these ones. I think that's a good sign. No one gives a fuck about these stupid Minecraft communities.
Watching my experience that means so much to me get dumbed down and simplified in just a few words or in a few sentences, so it's more digestible and more consumable for people. It's insane. I will be talking about, as for his response, I don't have much to say. To me, it's very clear what's going on, but I know it may not be for a lot of people. Because I'm now cleared from the...
Does anyone have the guy? Okay, this is... Can't find the OG. Oh, it's XQC watching
tickled,
it.
18-year-old.
Who the fuck is this kid, bro? What? Oh no. Oh god. This guy's freshly 18. Okay, this guy cannot consent to... This guy couldn't consent to a fucking handshake. Holy shit.
Short not found, tickled, 18-year-old drunk girl's tummy, and this is a reaction.
My friend,
guys, who is this guy?
or anybody else as a scapegoat for your fucking sexual abuse is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting.
Chat.
Why is he doing the... Is he an XQC viewer? Is this what happens when Zoomers watch XQC too much? He's English. And he's doing that French Canadian, my friend, it's fucking disgusting. Has he actually been, he's been brain rotted? What percentage of this kid's waking life has he been watching XQC? The fuck? Would you hear this?
Drunk girl's tummy, and this is a reaction.
My friend,
guys, who is this guy?
or anybody else as a scapegoat for your fucking sexual abuse is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting.
Chat, you want to know what? You know, earlier I said the word catering and preaching to the choir. Okay, I said preaching to the choir, and I said catering, right? You want to know what that looks like, chat? Guys, I'm not gonna say anything. I'll just play this. This is what it looks like.
Chat.
My friends or anybody else as a scapegoat for your fucking sexual abuse is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. Okay, my friend cried in my fucking arms about this, and you're on stream denying it all, denying the fucking hurt that you caused to her. You are disgusting fucking people. You and all of your abuse sympathizer friends, you are all fucking horrible. Seriously, you are so wrong.
Oh no, wait, this is what I need the emo music for apparently. Is this, alright, okay. Is this,
you want to know
how it goes?
You know, earlier I said the word catering and preaching to the choir. Okay, I said preaching to the choir, and I said catering, right? You want to know what that looks like, chat?
SQC doing the intro.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'll just play this. This is what it looks like.
My friends or anybody else as a scapegoat for your fucking sexual abuse is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. Okay, my friend cried in my fucking arms about this, and you're on stream denying it all.
I see it.
Denying the fucking hurt that you caused to her. You are disgusting fucking people. You and all of your abuse sympathizer friends, you are all fucking horrible. Seriously, you are so wrong. You're trying to displace this fucking sexual assault onto anyone but yourselves. You are a 26-year-old man, 27 now, trying to fucking put the blame on 18-year-olds that you don't fucking know. What the fuck is wrong? My friend.
Also, chat.
Okay, that was funny. All right, nice one.
Guys,
good one, chat.
It's not a bad take, but it might take some reflection on your part. Okay, here's another actual decent take that somehow these days is nuclear. Okay, these motherfuckers need to stop saying this weird oh my God, this person's 18. How dare you? They're so young. Oh my God, dude. You're grooming an 18-year-old. Oh my God, fucking kill me. Kill me already. Like, what the dude, grooming an 18-year-old? What the fuck? A year is this, man? What the fuck is going on, dude? That's not even how that works. Like, holy, how is the question mark?
Chat stole it from Tiny. Oh, did they? All right.
Oh my God, I'm gonna single you out. Tell me why you wrote question mark, you little bitch ass. Do it. Tell me why you wrote question mark. Do it. I want to know. What is question mark about that? I have to know. You must tell me.
Okay. Okay. I don't actually know what XTC was saying there. I never really know what he's saying. I just kind of enjoy the noises. Okay. Well, that was a mess. Is this it? Can you speak German? No. My friend. Why is an English person doing that? It doesn't make any sense. Disgusting. Is that a thing? Is there such a thing as people who watch so much XQC that they start doing the mannerisms? Down to adding extra vowels onto the end of fucking words. What? That's unreal. That's very weird. My friend. Is this it?
Fucking sexual abuse is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting, okay? My friend cried in my
the
fucking
fucking
arms
noise
about
break.
this, and you were on stream denying it all, denying the fucking hurt that you caused to her. You are disgusting fucking people. You and all of your abuse sympathizer friends, you are all fucking horrible. Seriously, you are so wrong. You're trying to displace this fucking
I'm sorry, it's so fitting that he turns and there's the fucking acne as well, just to add to the stereotype. I'm sorry, that's so mean.
Place this fucking sexual assault onto anyone but yourselves. You are a 26-year-old man, 27 now,
it's an ensemble.
trying to fucking put the blame on 18-year-olds that you don't fucking know. What the fuck is wrong?
Wow.
As a scapegoat.
Okay. What a fucking statement. Oh. Oh. If you want to convince people that the age of consent should be higher, okay, is just show them an 18-year-old boy getting angry about things. If you want to really convince people that people who are 18 or 19 or whatever are not ready to, and I think 18 is fine for age of consent, but if you want to convince people that it should be higher, the best argument for it is just show them some videos of 18-year-old men getting emotional. And you'll be like, whoa. That is not ready for mainstream society. That person's not ready for the real world yet. Oh God. Anyway. Whew. Is there any picked ruins near you? I don't know. We have stone circles, but I don't know if they're Pictish or not. Did you see the UN resolution? Let's look at it now. Is this the American one? Does this mean that Russia and China voted for it? Or what ceasefire is this? Which one is this? Oh, it's not America's one. Okay. But America, okay. Security Council resolution calls for Gaza ceasefire. The UN Security Council has passed a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza after the US refrained from vetoing the measure in a change from its previous position. The text also demands the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. Security Council has been this sounds like the wording of the Algerian one. Security Council has been an impasse since the war began in October, failing to agree on a ceasefire call. The move by the US signals growing divergence between it and its ally Israel over Israel's offensive in Gaza. Washington has criticized Israel over the escalating death toll in Gaza, where more than 32,000 people, mainly women and children, have been killed by Israel's bombardment, according to the territory's Hamas-run health ministry. The US has also pressed Israel to do more to get aid delivered to Gaza, where it says the entire population is suffering severe levels of acute food insecurity. The UN has accused Israel of obstructing aid. Israel has blamed the UN, accusing it of failing to carry out distributions. The war broke out on 7th of October after Hamas, the Palestinian Islamist group which governs Gaza, carried out an unprecedented attack on Israel, killing about 1,200 people. What are the terms of the ceasefire, though? Who put this one forward? I thought the US just put one forward that failed. What's the new one? That didn't tell me shit about it. Hang on. Due to vote 2 hours ago. Let's see what Sky's saying about it. Hang on. Fuck off. T-shirt that says, I got a big dick. Okay, no thank you. Passed a resolution that demands a ceasefire in Gaza for the rest of Ramadan. So is it a temporary one? Began on 10th of March, finishing 9th of April, meaning the council is calling for a 2-week ceasefire, though the draft said the pause in fighting should lead to a permanent sustainable... See, this sounds like the wording of the American one. Just to give you... Okay, so again, both of these articles are completely contradictory in what they're implying, at least. So if you look at... here's what I covered from the UN Security Council one. It's effectively that... Oh, I thought I'd saved a lot more tabs than this. Then I forget to save the rest of it. Basically, when Algeria... Ceasefire, Israel... When Algeria put forward a ceasefire that was vetoed by the United States and Israel, or by the United States, and abstained on by the UK, it ordered an immediate ceasefire. The problem that people had with this one was that it was seen as unconditional, which it just meant Israel leave, and that's it. Israel leave Gaza, and then is what it is. I guess Hamas rebuilds, they keep power, all that shit. Like with Hamas leaders saying that they're going to try again, it didn't seem like the kind of thing that had any kind of feasible long-term solution baked into it, and that's why the US voted against it. But the US put one forward as well just recently, like 3 days ago. Which was also rejected, this time by Algeria, Russia, and China. So first of all, there's a few things that are worth addressing. When Algeria or China or Russia or whoever puts a ceasefire proposal forward to the UN Security Council, every country will vote in favor of it, just about. Couple of abstentions, and then America will veto. And then everyone will say, oh, it's the rest of the world versus America and Israel. But when America puts forward their ceasefire proposal, same thing happened. Every country, just about every country, votes in favor of it, some abstentions, and China, Russia, and Algeria veto it. So it's not really that the rest of the world is picking a side in terms of these ceasefire proposals. It's that they're going with whoever is proposing any kind of ceasefire. It seems to be that the specifics, the big crux of the disagreement at the UN over ceasefire resolutions was just between the United States, Russia, Algeria, and China. Because it seems to be like all the other countries just vote with whoever is putting a ceasefire forward, which makes sense because they don't want to upset the big world powers. The American one, and the significance of the differences here is whilst the Algerian one said immediate ceasefire, the American one said immediate and sustained. And based on a couple of interpretations I read on this, it seems to be that the substance of them saying immediate and sustained is them saying that it needs to be a ceasefire that that doesn't have to be permanent, but also considers the security issues faced by Israel as well. So when they say immediate and sustained, the broad the specific implication they're making here is that they think sustained means with Hamas gone. Because when they say immediate and sustained, they mean a ceasefire that can be sustained that doesn't just leave Israel and Gaza in the same position that they were in just before October 7th. That's what they don't want. And also the US resolution was a bit different because it was the first ever resolution that went forward to the Security Council that involved a condemnation of Hamas, which again, I don't know what that means practically, but anyway. That seems to be the big difference. And I think immediate and sustained, I think that makes more sense because if you went by the Algeria one just sounds like they're saying for Israel to leave unconditionally, just leave Gaza, that's their ceasefire, and whatever happens with Hamas afterwards happens, which is not a very feasible, sustained ceasefire because we know that Hamas spokespersons have gone onto the news in English-speaking media and said that they want to do October 7th again and again and again and again and again. So it's like, I don't really know what the point in that is to just have a unilateral, like an immediate, like unconditional ceasefire if it's just going to get broken as soon as Hamas has the chance to. The other problem is with ceasefires is that they always work in Hamas's favor. Because if there's a ceasefire, and this has happened in the past, is if there's a ceasefire and Israel leaves, then one thing that can technically break a ceasefire in a way is if Hamas expands their tunnel network, like beyond the buffer zone. That's one example of something they could do. But the problem is that when Israel bombs that tunnel network, then there's no way you can spin that. The whole world is going to say Israel broke the ceasefire because Israel's the one dropping the bombs. And dropping the bombs is going to hit the press in a much harder way intrinsically than building a tunnel. So that's kind of where the crux of the difference comes from. But this new one, I don't really know. Also, Algeria and Russia and China's reason for voting against this was also because they felt like immediate and sustained allowed for the incursion into Rafah to still take place. It was a green light for them to do Rafah. But I don't understand where that comes from. The resolution itself wasn't out. Like the actual wording of the entire resolution wasn't there when I saw it, but their problem in effect was that it meant that the war wasn't completely over, like that whole sustained thing, because they didn't like it that there were conditions attached to it being a ceasefire. But yeah. But this thing here demands a release of all hostages. But I think they both do, no? I think the US one demanded the release of hostages too. But this one, I don't really know where this one's come from. So let's have a look. The Muslim Holy Month began on 10th of March and is set to finish on 9th of April. So the pause is implied to be 2 weeks, but they're saying that the pause should lead to a permanent sustainable. See, this again was the US one as well. The US one was saying immediate and sustained because they wanted the short-term ceasefire to lead to a long-term one, which in their eyes meant Hamas handing power over to a third party to administer and rebuild Gaza. That's what they wanted. Whether you agree with that or not, different story, but that's what they wanted anyway. The US abstained, with the 14 other council members, including Russia, China, and the UK, voting in favor. The UK voted in favor, okay? The resolution also demanded the immediate, unconditional release of all hostages, emphasizes the urgent need to expand the flow of humanitarian assistance to and reinforce the protection of civilians in the entire Gaza Strip, and reiterates its demand for the lifting of all barriers to the provision of humanitarian assistance at scale. Again, what's the difference between this one and the one that got vetoed? Israel's Channel 12 reported after the vote that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu cancelled a planned visit to Washington by a delegation as the US did not veto the proposal. Bro. On Friday, Russia and China vetoed a US-sponsored resolution that would have supported an immediate and sustained ceasefire in the Israeli-Hamas conflict. The Council had adopted 2 resolutions on the worsening humanitarian situation in Gaza since the start of the war, but Friday's proposal marked the first time the US has backed a resolution containing the word ceasefire, reflecting a toughening of the Biden administration's stance towards Israel. The US had vetoed 3 previous resolutions demanding a ceasefire in Gaza, the most recent a measure backed by the 22-nation Arab group of the UN on 20th of February. This was also one that was pushed forward whilst the hostage negotiations were actually happening, which I think is really dumb. I don't think, calling for an immediate unconditional ceasefire whilst there's a hostage negotiation going on, I don't really know how that was supposed to work, because the whole point of a hostage negotiation is it happens whilst you're putting pressure on your opponent, militarily, to hand them over. But I don't know. Fuck off. All right. After today's vote, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said on social media that the resolution must be implemented, adding failure would be unforgivable. More than 32,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed during the fighting, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. The agency does not differentiate between civilians and combatants in its count, but says women and children make up 2/3 of the dead. Gaza also faces a dire humanitarian emergency, and a UN-backed report published last week said famine is imminent. In northern Gaza, and the escalation of war could push half of the territory's 2.3 million people into the brink of starvation, to the brink. So are either of them going to say who tabled this resolution? If it was the US one got vetoed. So what? I'm not seeing a significant difference yet. Apart from that, did the US one, did this one actually mention hostages? I think it might not have. Tied to the release of hostages. Oh, so they wanted an immediate ceasefire, but I think part of the sustained thing would involve hostages. So it wasn't just it wasn't just saying immediate unconditional. Condemns acts of terrorism, demands that Hamas and other armed groups immediately grant humanitarian access to remaining hostages. Okay. Qatar's ambassador says her delegation will continue its facilitating efforts to free all hostages. Okay. So I think they were still anticipating that the hostage release would actually be negotiated, not just based on a Security Council resolution. Which maybe makes sense. I wonder what's going to happen now then. US abstained, significant break. Anything new here? For the month of Ramadan, okay, so that's kind of clear. Demanded the release of hostages by Hamas. Did not make the ceasefire dependent on hostage release, okay. Interesting. All 14 members vote in favor, apart from the US, which abstained. Before the vote, Netanyahu threatened to cancel a visit to DC. Okay, this is all just similar stuff. US abstention marks a rift with Netanyahu government, moving frustration. Defiant insistence that Israeli forces will go ahead with the attack in Rafah. temporary ceasefire during the remainder of the Muslim holy month. It adds it should lead to a lasting, sustainable one. In a late amendment demanded by the US, the word lasting was substituted for permanent to Russian objections. A Russian effort to restore the word permanent was defeated by 11 votes to 3. Okay. Oh, so so this was negotiated by the Security Council then. It just seems like they found a compromise. They found a middle ground. Didn't the US proposal allow for Israel to go forward with its Rafah invasion? I don't think so, because I don't know, because I heard Russia say that, but I don't know what's actually in the call that implies that or says that. But the problem is a lot of the wording of these resolutions are, they have a bunch of interpretation attached to them that it's not always easy to find. Like I had to look pretty hard to find the difference between Algeria's immediate ceasefire and America's immediate and sustained ceasefire, but they're actually really different. So I don't know. I don't know why they said that how immediate and sustained ceasefire also implies that they can go and attack Rafah. I don't understand that. It did because Israel said they would do it regardless of USA support. So, okay, thank you, Jamie. Thank you for confirming that it didn't then. If you're saying that the ceasefire did not, implied that Rafah was okay because Israel said they would do it anyway, then that doesn't matter. That means that the Security Council resolution could have actually specifically said, don't invade Rafah because that's implied by immediate and sustained ceasefire. Yeah, so thanks for admitting to me that you're just falling for the fucking Russian propaganda line. Well done. Unless you can show me something different. If that's all you have, then that's nothing. Because where are people saying that this ceasefire resolution said that it was okay to go into Rafah? Because I seem to remember Blinken at this time saying that going into Rafah is not the way. 22nd of March, this is like 3 days ago. Blinken, where did he say that? This is him 2 days ago. Is this remarks to the press? Is it here? He said, not the way. Rafah. As we've said, though, a major military ground operation in Rafah is not the way to do it. Talked about Rafah. And this was around the same time as the ceasefire resolution, 22nd of March. 22nd of March. Anyway, Security Council resolution means, for the sake of brevity, we'll just say it means binding. Technically, it doesn't have to, but I think it basically does. So we'll see how impactful that is. Has Israel given a response? I don't think they have, because the most recent article is 29 minutes ago. Well. It depends on the chapter. Yeah, I know. That's why I said for the sake of brevity. Did you hear that AOC is now using the G word as well? Yeah, I saw that. This is on Global
Today,
News.
this council provided a glimmer of hope amongst a sea of unimaginable suffering. Today, this council called for urgent steps to immediately allow safe, unhindered, and expanded humanitarian access, and to create the conditions for a sustainable cessation of hostilities. I'll note that this is the first time this council has used this language we believe is critical to scaling up aid and underscoring the tough steps ahead as we work together to achieve a lasting peace. Colleagues, today this Council made clear that addressing the humanitarian crisis in Gaza needs to remain at the forefront of our agenda. Today this Council made clear that all hostages must be released immediately and unconditionally, and that humanitarian groups must be able to access hostages, including for medical visits. Today, this Council made clear that all parties must respect international humanitarian law. Today, this Council made clear that civilian and humanitarian facilities, including hospitals, medical facilities, schools, places of worship, and UN facilities, as well as humanitarian personnel and medical personnel, must be protected. And I'll note that the resolution does not support any steps that would leave Hamas in power, which in turn would undermine the prospects for a two-state solution, where Gaza and the West Bank are reunited under a single governance structure, under a revamped and revitalized Palestinian Authority. We must, colleagues, we must work towards a future where Israelis and Palestinians live side by side in peace. This is the only way forward. Ultimately, while we are encouraged that the Council spoke out on this humanitarian crisis, we're deeply disappointed, appalled actually, that once again, the Council was not able to condemn Hamas's horrific terrorist attack on October 7th. And I can't understand why some Council members are standing in the way and why they refuse to condemn these evils unequivocally. Why is it so hard to condemn Hamas for slaughtering young people at a concert, for burning families alive, for the reports of widespread sexual violence? Why? I will never understand why some Council members have remained silent in the face of such evil. But colleagues, we also believe this Council must continue to put its support behind
really set me off, but we're just trying here. Okay.
The resumption of humanitarian pauses. Israel has made clear that it's committed to reaching another agreement.
See, what's interesting here is that Israel doesn't want this ceasefire. It's pretty obvious. I don't know if Hamas wants it either. If it's got the UN talking about a revitalized PA, Palestinian Authority in Gaza, I don't even know if the Palestinians like the thought of that. The people in general. We'll see.
This is now entirely up to Hamas. Hamas must agree to additional pauses. That is how we can get additional aid in and save lives and additional hostages out immediately.
Lonerbox, are we ever going to get the hostages that the Houthis took back? What, the ones who were taking drugs with that kid for some reason? No, they like it there. They hate America. That's what happened, right? They took them, they kidnapped them, and then they told them they hate America, and then the hostages were like, oh, we do too. We'll just stay here then. I don't know. Is there any updates? If I Google, where are the Galaxy Leader hostages? This was 10 days ago, 11 days ago. The Gaza conflict's forgotten shipping crew. I can't believe this, bro. We still don't know where they are. No indication that the Houthis are open to releasing them until the hostilities end. Maybe we'll get them now. Who knows?
Today, this Council spoke out, but we know that only progress on the ground can turn these words into action. So the United States will continue to work with the UN, with humanitarian groups, and countries in the region to get more humanitarian aid into Gaza, to secure the release of hostages, and to work towards a lasting peace.
There are over 2 million Palestinians in desperate need of such aid on the Palestinian side. This inhumane and criminal Israeli siege, this use of humanitarian aid necessary for the survival of the population as method of war has to end, and it has to end now. Mr. President, on 4th of November, the deputy head of the Israeli civil administration stated from inside Gaza, and I quote, whoever returns here, if they return here after, will find scorched earth, no houses, no agriculture, no nothing. They have no future. End of quotation. This is just one statement among far too many, demonstrating in shocking terms that what we are dealing with is an attempt at the destruction of our people and their displacement forever from their land. This is Israel's goal, its true objective. No future for Palestinians in Palestine. That is why it is bombing everyone and everything. That is why it targets homes, hospitals, schools, bakeries, agricultural fields, water and sanitation networks, so that sustenance of life becomes impossible, and it has become impossible.
Just a week ago, Jaish al-Adl carried out a terror attack in Iran in which 11 Iranian police officers were killed. Within one day, the Security Council released a statement condemning the act of terror. It took the Security Council one day to express their condolences and sympathy with the families of the victims. It's true, terrorism must be condemned even if the attacks are perpetrated against police officers of a rogue regime and the world's leading sponsor of global terror. Mr. President, 77 days ago, Hamas intentionally murdered, raped, and mutilated 1,300 Israelis and took 250 hostages, and this Council still has yet to issue a single statement condemning Hamas and their atrocities.
Okay. So this one that just passed doesn't have the condemning Hamas that America put forward. So someone pushed to take it out, or it's just a completely new one, even though it's quite similar to the old one. Who knows? They're still hung up on the condemning Hamas discourse. It probably matters if the Security Council is going to condemn every other terror attack, but who's vetoing the condemning Hamas? I don't know if there was a vote on that. I don't know if anyone voted on that, but I know that the Algerian, Russia, Chinese supported one that just doesn't include it. It's just not included there. So, I don't know. Yeah, Russia, China, and Algeria vetoed the condemning Hamas one, yes. And they also, that one got abstained on by Guyana. Yeah. Do you condemn Hamas? Yeah. Condemn them before breakfast today. Guyana has a Security Council seat. Hang on. Who is on the security? Let's see. There are a bunch of permanent members and then a few. The permanent members are China, France, Russia, UK, US. Non-permanent members are Algeria, Ecuador, Guyana, Japan, Malta, Mozambique, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, South Korea, Switzerland. It's a pretty interesting cocktail of nations there. I wonder why these ones in particular, that why Malta's there. Slovenia mentioned. Hey, we got the one Slovene in chat. Don't they rotate? Oh, they might rotate. Okay, gotcha. But again, the only ones that really matter here in terms of the ceasefire dispute are China, Russia, and the US, because all these guys just vote with whatever the fuck these guys put forward in relation to a ceasefire, apart from Algeria in that one case. Non-permanent members don't have a veto. Didn't Algeria veto the... Or did they abstain? They can vote yes or abstain, can't they? Oh, okay, so they didn't veto it. Okay, wait, US, UNSC ceasefire vote. They can vote yes or no. Oh, okay, so they voted no but didn't veto. Gotcha. Okay, okay. Okay. Interesting. What's with the claim that ISIS is supported by Israel? Don't know. I don't even know if we need to contend with it because it's too fringe to take seriously, isn't it? What's it based on? Is it based on anything? How's the UK election looking? Probably fine. Probably fine. I know BB cancelled the delegation to DC. We covered that one. Okay, well done. I need to go to the bathroom and then I'm gonna put some things on to watch, I think. Be right back. Okay. Just so you guys know, I have a channel to shout out to you guys because I'm probably going to be appearing on it quite soon. It's called PV Spotlight. I think once I get a couple of my relevant American politics segments uploaded, which should be today or tomorrow, hopefully, they're going to go up on here. And what this does is it just gathers like some of the best moments from, or relevant moments from PV people. So there's like Destiny Erudite and Jeremiah Johnson on Trump. There's a Xanderhall video on Ben Shapiro. Lots of Bridges segments. Hunter Avalone's on there. Fucking Dylan Burns. Lots of Dylan content on here. IRI's on here. Josiah's on here. Pondering Politics. He's gone really big, yeah. But there you go. Go have a look at that. Hope you remember us all when you're famous. Obviously. Okay. I didn't know that the fucking Dave Rubin segment went up here as well. Apparently they spoke about Israel. I didn't know that. I didn't know they also spoke about Israel because I had to fucking rage quit this. Let's see. Also, we need to see the loner bump. 1.44k subscribers. Where are we? Still 1.44k. Hey, where are the hey, where's the loner bump? What the fuck? Let's get at least 1.45. Shit. Need a bit more of an effort there. The fuck? 1.45. Yes. We gave them the loner bump. I'll subscribe. Yeah, easy. Not really seeing the 6 though. It's like 10 subs to get from 5 to 6, isn't it? There we go. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay, there we go.
From a progressive standpoint, where do you stand on this situation? Are you calling for the ceasefire, or do you want to see, is it the exact same thing? Are these freedom fighters? Where do you stand on this?
So the way that I see it is that I think Israel has a right to want to stop Hamas, especially with the terroristic actions that they've taken. With that being said, I wish that they learned the lessons that the United States learned when it came to battling Al-Qaeda and ISIS, right? We battled Al-Qaeda, we basically bombed a bunch of places. We didn't institute any order or structure.
One of the segments here is called Dave Rubin Loves Collective Punishment.
Or help people in those areas basically live a more stable life. And what happened, there was a power vacuum left, and then ISIS came. And then when we were battling ISIS, that's like defeating them, and it's still ongoing, but the way that we were basically able to reduce it drastically is that we became a lot more precise. We decided to like focus on specifically the leaders, toppling down that structure.
Is Al-Qaeda still relevant? Barely. Then they had some presence in Yemen for a while that I didn't know about. People are spamming fucking emotes of me looking at the camera now. Well done. Thanks, Discord.
Not just like necessarily a mass bombing campaign, at least to the level that we did with Al-Qaeda.
Are you claiming that's what Israel's doing?
It seems like, and I know it's a small area, so I know it becomes more complicated, but it seems like a lot of civilian infrastructure and people have been basically killed in the process of trying to take down Hamas. So at least from what
do you know that Hamas puts their weapons in mosques and
did you know
in
schools,
yes,
and
nurseries and hospitals,
which is why, at least from what I've seen, a specialized task force in these areas would make more sense than just bombing it, because then you're also, one, killing civilians.
Oh no. Is she making the special forces argument? Oh no. She's taking the jank pill. Oh no. These guys. Where is it? These guys. Did you know that the IDF having its HQ in the city's downtown is such a stupid fucking argument? Because last I checked, when the IDF have decided to go into Gaza, or even when the IDF were fighting on October 7th, was they separated themselves from the civilians. They were like, civilians go flee that way, IDF go to the front. They evacuated the south, and that's why by like day 2, 3, and 4, 2005, it was the IDF fighting with Hamas at the border. That's not what Hamas does. Like, I don't know why you would try to use this one retarded fucking factoid to try and make it seem like there's any kind of symmetry in the way that these two forces engage with their civilian population in regards to war. It's so dumb. Like, stop trying to do that. Yeah, this is fucking. This is special forces. This is how they catch bad guys. This is how they catch suspects. Just yank him over the fucking falafel stand. And that wouldn't be the case if Israel was invaded. Gabrielle, do you think if Israel was invaded, the IDF's method, and they have actually had occupied territories of theirs been invaded before, so they've been invaded before. We can easily look to historical examples. Do you think if the IDF gets invaded, their general strategy is going to be to tunnel underneath Tel Aviv and then just appear every now and then near civilian buildings and apartment blocks or in schools or anything else, fire some rockets, then go back under the tunnel? Is that how the IDF would fight if they've been invaded? Which time has Israel been invaded when they've done that? Did they do that in the 48 war? No. Did they do that in the 6-Day War? No. Did they do that in the Golan Heights and Sinai when they were horribly unprepared? No. Because they don't. Exactly. So thank you for coming back to the regular position, which is that one side uses civilian infrastructure, the other one typically doesn't. Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming back to the average position, because the IDF doesn't need to do that. Just because you can't do, just because like your only means of survival is doing like things that are criminal, that doesn't mean you should do it. That's not actually. There is a measure in international law, if you wanted your little get out of jail card that you could try to use if someone doesn't know what they're talking about. Where is it? Where's the IHL notes that I took yesterday? Fuck. Here. There is a principle of IHL, which is the principle of necessity, which means that there are certain circumstances where you can actually do things that would otherwise be considered criminal if you are in a situation that is grave and immediate, I think it is. But there's a condition that you can't invoke it if you've contributed to that situation of necessity. But there is actually Article 25 of the International Laws Commission, Articles of State Responsibility, is there are situations where if you are in a very, like in the most grave and desperate situation, where you actually can invoke the principle of necessity and do things that would otherwise be criminal. Article 25. Yeah. Necessity may not be invoked by a state as a ground for precluding the wrongfulness of an act not in conformity with an international obligation of that state, unless the act is the only way for the state to safeguard an essential interest against a grave and imminent peril. So, like, if a country is going to get, this is like the whole idea, if a country is getting invaded and they're just about to get completely destroyed, they've got no way of fighting against it unless they, like, I guess, nuke the country that's doing it. I guess that would be an example of necessity. I don't know. Does not necessarily impair an essential interest of the state towards which the obligation exists, but you can't invoke a state of necessity if you've contributed to the situation of necessity, which October 7th would count as. So, yeah. That would be like, if people don't understand how the state of necessity works, then Hamas could try to use that to defend themselves, but no. Yeah.
And then what happens? Those civilians, especially the children, they grow up and they don't know the complexities of everything that's happening. All they know is, hey, Israel bombed my school, they bombed my hospital, and they killed my mom and dad that were there at that time, or my teacher, or whatever family member. So then they grow up to be radicalized.
If your sister was raped and your mom was beheaded, and they also had your other sister in a tunnel, and that was a half mile from your house, how tolerant would you be to the people that did that?
Ooh, society has to be better than the individual. Just because an individual person might want to go to the ends of the earth and break every law and every obligation in existence to get their loved one back, that does not give the state an obligation to act like that. That's why we don't let the victims of violent crime, like the relatives of a victim of violent crime, do the prosecution and come up with a sentence. That would be fucking insane.
I wouldn't want to kill innocent people in an effort to get revenge. Like I would not, like even if I went through like all these like horrible things, I would never be okay.
They drop leaflets before they bomb.
Yeah,
They say,
I'm not
"Leave this
okay
area."
with being like, hey,
text
you know
them, they
what?
call.
You fucked up my family, so in order to get revenge, I'm okay if you kill this random innocent family. I will no, like that just purports a cycle of violence. I don't want more people to be harmed. Yeah, like
they voted Hamas in 2006. Most of the people, the vast majority of people in Gaza have not voted for Hamas. You can say they support them, but the voting thing is just like, God. Dave is not. I don't think Pixie's giving the best arguments here, to be fair, but Dave is not doing that much better, I would say.
What is it? Around 50% of the population of like Palestine/Gaza are children. Like they don't really have a say in what's going on. You're a child. So I think there are like levels of nuance in this that we haven't really completely explored because rightfully so, or understandably so, I should say, we're blinded by like this hatred of like, oh, revenge, and that's we have to be careful with that. That's what I want to say.
Let me give you one point to consider, and I'll stand by this.
I'm getting too old for this shit.
Hamas, terrorist organization, Israel, right to defend itself, right to exist. That's number one. Number two, feel horrible for the babies and the children in Gaza, in Palestine, feel horrible. They do nothing to deserve this. But their parents voted for Hamas, or basically approved for Hamas. So Hamas is basically the one terrorizing them. The third thing,
you know that about 30,000. Sorry, just real quick. You know about 30,000 civilians entered Israel that day. So Hamas sent in a couple thousand soldiers. So these are
30,000. Where the fuck did he get that number from? It's like 1,500, wasn't it? 1,500? What? Has he confused that with it was a total of 3,000. I guess Dave just added a 0 in because he's really stupid. I don't know. Fucking Dave, holy shit. Someone's gonna call that one out. That's a very... Hang on. How many people attacked on October 7th? I thought it was like 3,000. Just over half of whom were Hamas and other militant groups, and the rest were civilians, I thought. The marauders, as Benny Morris calls them, the Arab marauders. All I can see is death tolls. Why the fuck am I only getting... There's no way.
Also, when people think it's a terrorist act, it was an army. They had an army of about 100,000 soldiers. They sent in several...
No, even the IDF doesn't say they have 100,000 soldiers. They say 30,000 across the entire strip. Why am I not getting the number? Bro, where is he getting these numbers from? What the fuck is he? Who's prompting him? Someone's got to call this out. There's no way. Fucking Erin. Erin's like the far left one. She should know this. Come on. Come on, dude.
4,000 soldiers, but then about 30,000 regular Gazans, moms, dads, shop owners, they went in to loot and burn everything down and everything else. So in many ways, there are no innocent people there. You saw the...
You don't think children are innocent?
No. The child that happens to live there, but the death of that child is blamed on Hamas, who uses those children as civilian shields. If Hamas wanted to fight like men, fight like men.
Yeah,
but they surround themselves in kindergartens and in mosques and things of that nature. But by the way, the Israelis don't have to care about them. There's only one country...
I mean, they do, Dave. On the one hand, you just said they do with the leaflets, but now you're saying they don't have to. Should they not drop leaflets? Okay.
The world that is asked to care about the people that are trying to kill them, and that's Israel.
I'm sorry,
That's
but I
not
think
only
every
one
single
country.
person should care about children overall. I don't think I'm going to stop
No,
caring
I know.
about a
So
child
again, if,
just
your
because
if,
they
your
live in a
if
different
your
country.
sister got
I'm still
beheaded
gonna
and your
care.
mom got raped, we'd see what your
Yeah,
response
you know,
would
if that
be.
happens, I still
Yeah,
wouldn't
100K is closer to how many people are in Hezbollah. Yeah, not Hamas ever. Yeah.
want the death of an innocent child. I still wouldn't want
Nobody
that.
wants the death of an innocent
Well, you're saying that
child.
there's no responsibility or they shouldn't care about those children. So yeah, you're
I don't
okay
think-
with the death of them because you shouldn't care about them, and that's bad.
How do you define proportionate force, right? Like how do you actually?
To be fair, she is actually. I don't know if Pixie has spent that much time looking at Israel Palestine. Like, I think she's handling that quite well. With the just Dave Rubin has just given her so many things that you can turn back on him. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna talk about proportionality. Oh no.
Like there's really truth is the first casualty of war. That's a saying that I heard very early on, and I think from both sides they can both feel fully justified in what it is that they're doing. But what is the true proportionate force? Like that's all I could, really contribute to.
You
this
know, we
part of
killed a
the
lot of Nazis in World War II, and then that stopped Nazism.
Yeah, we didn't
Yeah,
go.
Nazis, not kids and civilians and
Well,
moms.
that's
we didn't.
actually not,
Oh no, Heron, they did. They firebombed cities. Oh shit. We literally had to bring in the fucking Geneva Convention and all these, and the entire UN and shit. A big motivation for all these laws was because of how horrible everyone was in World War II. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
not
Have you
true.
heard
Did
of
you remember the
Dresden?
bombing of Dresden? We've killed
Yeah, I'm not
hundreds of thousands of
defending
civilians.
that
The British
either.
did.
I'm
Yeah,
not defending
yeah.
that either, though. Don't you agree that the bombing of Dresden was bad?
Let me get your guys' thoughts on a
It
couple
helped
of
end
things.
World
What
War
should they
II.
do with all the kids that have been dying in Yemen?
What do you mean? We should try to help, give aid and help children
What
when they're
about
suffering.
all the kids in Syria?
Yeah, absolutely. When
What
it
about
comes
Sudan?
to yeah, I care about
Yeah, of
children.
course.
But why doesn't
globally.
anybody talk about that since you care about the kids
Because
so much?
right now the United States is arming and funding Israel, and I think that's why people have a better. We have influence over that as American citizens.
You
I don't
don't
have
think
any
that we were
influence.
arming anybody in
No, we
Syria
were, but that's not
or
good.
Yemen?
I don't defend that either. Yeah.
Okay. But why don't you see people advocating and campaigning and rioting, gays for Yemen?
I think
Or gays for
30,000.
Syria.
I think
Why don't you see
30,000
that?
people dead will make people.
What's that?
30,000 people.
It's like 600,000 dead in Syria. These are not good. I know the Geneva Convention is older than World War II, but I'm pretty sure it was negotiated and actually put into place. Like the Geneva Convention that we recognize now was negotiated after World War II, right? As a result of World War II. No? Or was that just the first one? Hang on.
Dead.
What about
where are you getting
300,000
that?
people dead or 2 million people dead?
I think if you're
Because that's the amount of people that have died,
died
in Yemen,
of
or in
starvation
Syria.
and famine, right? Yeah.
What's that?
So a lot of them are starvation and famine. Others.
I guess
have
the
to do
point
with
that I'm
violence
making
and
here
whatnot.
is everyone wants to single out what's happening in Israel and Gaza. 30,000 in the greater context of things pales into comparison what's happened with literally a million people in Yemen or in Syria. Horrible.
2 million. Oh, these guys don't. Yeah, these guys are not good. These guys are pretty retarded. Yeah. Fuck.
Atrocities. Sudan, half countries in Africa, you hear nothing. You don't hear a peep. Zero. You don't even know about the numbers. But when Israel wants to defend themselves after literally being attacked, all of a sudden they're the bad guys. They're the genocider guys. Pretty horrible at genocide because the population has basically increased 5x in the last few years. Here's another question. The rape. The rape thing is weird to me, especially as women. Forget about the Jewish and the Arabs and the Muslims. The rape. Why don't you hear stories about Israeli IDF members raping the women? Why do you only hear the rape on the...
There's lots of documented instances of the IDF and other imprisoned Palestinian people being sexually abused in prisons and jails in Israel.
You hear that?
Yeah.
But you don't hear it currently. By the way, that's in any jail around the world, by the way. The rape. Okay, drop the soap. There's the joke. I'm saying in the act of war, you don't hear. I hear zero of these stories come out.
Well, all
about them raping the women.
There really aren't. I mean, there are even the UN report that did the sexual violence thing. The sexual violence thing for Palestinian prisoners is a thing. It's just not like, I don't think there have been many documented instances of rapes, but there have been documented instances of like forced nudity and like unnecessary strip searching and shit like that, and like humiliation and that is a thing that even the UN documented that. So, and the same report that spoke about sexual violence on October 7th. Of course.
But I hear tons of stories. So I hear believe all women.
She said SA, yeah.
Women's. Where are you united on the rape stuff? Do you not feel bad for the rape victims?
Of course I do.
Of course.
Yeah, of course
Rape
I
is
do.
horrible. Like,
Okay.
I think...
Except for when it happens to Israeli women, though.
No, it's horrible for anybody
Interesting.
who's a victim of it. Like, I think this goes back to your earlier question. Oh, why are people talking about this versus that? Well, yeah, a lot of it just comes down to, like, what's in the news. People will talk about what they see in the news more often. It's not necessarily a matter of, like, oh, I actually have less moral care or whatever. It's just the fact of the matter is when you see something talked about a lot, you end up talking about it.
Well, here's my point. You talk about what's in the news. Why is it in the news so much? There's been a civil war in Yemen. Google how many people have died in Syria or Yemen. It's Arabs killing each other, Arabs and Muslims, babies dying, starvation. It's the worst thing in the world. Dave can tell you all about this. It's not even in the news. You don't even know about it. But God forbid, Israel wants to defend their country from a terrorist organization calling for their death. It's all over the news. But that's my point. It's an inconvenient truth that all these deaths, all these murders, Arabs killing other Arabs, Muslims killing other Arabs, you don't even know about it. But God forbid Israel defends itself. It's all over the news. That's my point, Pixie.
Do you think that it's possible that Israel could have killed less than 30,000 people?
Well, first off, you're taking Hamas's numbers, so you're taking a terrorist organization.
Well, even Israel says that the numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry are the best that we have. Even Israel says that. They don't trust the breakdown. They don't trust the age, gender, whatever breakdown, but they do trust the raw numbers more or less. Like I don't think they were massively off. Hang on, let me find it. Where is that Israeli thing I saw saying that? Here? I need to just bookmark fucking everything for you guys, but Israel they don't agree on the breakdown. That's true. Of civilians versus Hamas, of old, young, of men, women. They don't agree with the health ministry on that, I don't think. But I think they more or less agree on the numbers of total dead, roughly. What is he saying here? The Ministry of Health. When's this from? What website is this actually? It's a Hebrew one. The army checked and found that the reports of the dead in the Ministry of Health in Gaza are reliable. Sources told in intelligence told senior officers reports about dead. Trust the Ministry of Health in Gaza more than the IDF because the IDF does not have direct access to information regarding the civilians it has killed. They are not always accurate, the Ministry of Health, but this is the best. I thought this was normal. I thought it was normal to say this. Oh.
You're talking about the Gaza Health Ministry? Yeah, it's Hamas run, but the Gaza Health Ministry is cited internally by the U.S.
If you're about to say UN, I'm going to tell you right now,
by the US
they have zero credibility in the UN.
The U.S. State Department internally cites the Gaza Health Ministry because their numbers have repeatedly been consistent with what other independent human rights orgs report, as well as the UN, sure.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you a question, since you're defending them so much. If you had the opportunity...
I'm not defending Hamas.
Clearly, you're...
Come on, how fucking retarded are these guys? By saying the health ministry numbers, like... Jesus.
You could take a nice little vacation to Gaza or Israel. Where would you go? You don't even have to.
It's so scripted because they've obviously been prepared for the kind of leftists that they see on their fucking TikToks, on their conservative TikTok compilations. And they just can't get away from that script. Oh, God.
Wear a headscarf.
I don't want to really go to either of those places,
Really?
to be honest. Yeah.
Tell me why. Tell me why they're the same.
Gaza right now is being bombarded with bombs
Prior
and
to the bombing,
violent
how about
onslaught.
that? Prior to October 7th, where
I
would you
wouldn't
have
have been
rather
allowed
gone?
in because of the economic blockade that Israel and Egypt enforce
You wouldn't be allowed in where?
into Gaza because
Let's
of the,
say they
because
said
of
they
the
would have made an
blockade-
exception for
because
you.
of the blockade enforced by Israel and Egypt. Yeah.
And
Well,
why
she
would
could actually just make this much easier by saying she'd rather go to Israel. Like, obviously, than Gaza, yeah. That doesn't really prove anyone's point either way.
you go to Israel?
I have no interest in going to Israel.
So it's the same thing.
I never said it was the same.
Gaza
You asked
run
me
under
where I'd rather
Hamas.
go, and I say I don't have any interest in going to Gaza or Israel.
Dave, I mean, where do you want to go
Yeah,
with this?
she's whatever. But hopefully you'll be the future of a progressive movement. Because that would be, there's something, you got some of the pieces. You'll be all right.
What? Dave, I feel like every time I watch one of these like whatever podcasts or whatever, or like, I feel like these conservative commentators all seem to love Pixie. I don't understand why. What is she doing for them that's like... Because she's still pretty far left. Is it just because she's not a communist? I don't think it's because she's blonde and white, you fucking retard. I think it's because she's not a communist. And she disowns one or two things that these guys have never been able to fathom a left-leaning person disowning. Hey, I don't fucking know. Jesus. Like, she probably started by saying Israel's right to want to go to war to take out Hamas. And they're like, wait a minute. Whoa, what? What the? Like, that's probably how it started. I don't fucking know. Jesus. Hello, Seth.
All right. Hello. Okay, so you know how there's people saying that like the IDF never really claimed any numbers in Gaza?
Oh, did they say that?
Some people have been saying that in the chat.
No, they said they've
so-
killed like fucking 12 or 13,000, no?
Okay,
Hamas.
yeah, but they also claimed that for every 2 civilian deaths, they've killed 1 Hamas fighter. The IDF also said that. So if you're gonna do the calculation, the IDF said both of these, they've killed 12,000 Hamas, and they've said only 2 civilian deaths for every 1 Hamas killed. The numbers are more than the Gaza Health Ministry.
Yeah, they would be, wouldn't they? It'd be 12,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be like 24, what, 36,000?
Yeah, and these like, so you either take a number that the IDF is giving you an estimate for, which is higher than the Gaza Health Ministry, and then you complain about the Gaza Health Ministry not being reliable.
No,
Like-
Subroy, it's not fucking 24,000. Yeah, well done. Okay, they figured it out. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry.
Fucking basic math, guys. Basic math. 12,000 Hamas, 24,000 people. Come on. Whatever.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
know.
but yeah,
That's actually,
so-
yeah, you can use that as well, yeah.
So, like, you can't say Israel has never claimed any numbers in Gaza for, like, total deaths because they've released several statements regarding both civilian and, what's it called? But here, the argument now, it's estimates, right? It's not, what's it called? A number, but it's still a number from Israel. An estimate is still a number. Like, are estimates usually far off from the actual number? Are they far off to the point where like several thousand are off?
No, I mean, I think the only time for a particular event, the health ministry they said like they've still kept in their numbers 471 dead from the Al Ali explosion. That's the only one that I think you can probably discount because that number is probably just not that high. But
most people use the Gaza Health Ministries because they've been reliable on their numbers previously, right?
yeah, because
Like,
they can count a body, but the people think the thing people
breakdown
don't
is
trust is the
unreliable.
distribution of women, children,
Yeah.
and combatants and non-combatants. Obviously, they don't say if
I don't trust
they've got a
that either
combatant,
because it makes no sense. Because from their like breakdown, every single Palestinian man that died has been Hamas, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't trust their breakdown either. Uh, I really don't understand how every single Palestinian man killed in this could possibly be Hamas. There's no way.
Mhm.
It just logically doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, it doesn't make, yeah. You're either Hamas or you're a woman and
Also,
child, yeah.
Zeal, you're a massive idiot, bro. You said Israel didn't give numbers. I gave you why they gave numbers, and now you're complaining that it's an estimate. Fuck off.
Uh-oh.
Actually annoying, bro. I hate Israelis so goddamn much.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm Israeli. I can say that.
True. Okay.
Anything
else?
Yeah, no, that's it. I just wanted to give you the numbers because you were looking for it, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Try you.
All right, take care. Okay. He's got the eye pass. True. Oh, God. Hmm. Is there still Minecraft drama? Let's see where it is now. What's the story now?
Do you know what I mean? So it's like,
Who's
you
he
know,
talking
how
to?
receiving about his shitty relationship habits.
He's watching this 2-hour thing about. Okay, whatever. Bro, he's got the fucking
Any of your
dono
best
bars getting pushed there, though. What's wrong with you guys? I got $5 in this one. I got $5 in super chats in this shithole. The drama community is something else, guys. God, I need to branch out. Okay. I'm trying to think how I want to do this next bit about the war crimes and the hunger stuff, because I did do some notes about IHL and instances where I feel like the case for what Israel's doing wrong. I feel like a lot of the best evidence that people give is examples of violations of IHL that may or may not constitute war crimes, but they probably more likely wouldn't. Because a lot of it is giving them warnings that are only like 10 minutes long before bombing a safe zone, for example, or other things are just striking targets with and not giving any, like striking safe zones, but not giving any indication that they gave a warning at all. That's another thing as well. Like the actual grid map that they made in South Gaza. Maybe I could look at that because I have some articles on that. Like the BBC in November took a list of strikes in South Gaza that were in areas of safety. It's because he's being sued by Dark Viper. Yeah, true. I'm getting sued by Bad Empanada though, and I have been getting sued by him for 2 years. Any day now, I'm gonna need all the support. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. Loner Box Appeasement Fund. True, based. Jokers and Spades, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And John T. Carrot, thanks for the tier 1 sub for 10 months now. My God, 10 months. That's so long. Like the war crimes stream, you cowards. True, that's good advice. Doesn't cost you anything. What do they consider safe? Well, this is when they would mark a safe zone and then strike it. And I think what we're getting from the BBC in this story is that they're saying that we don't discount the possibility that there were subsequent different instructions, but the BBC has not found any evidence for this. And this is generally what they're saying. And the IDF responded to this article as well, but they haven't provided evidence for warnings given in particular places that were marked safe. So they instruct people to go to a place, and in some cases they just bomb them anyway. But I think what the IDF's explanation here is that they're saying the BBC provided specific locations and dates to the IDF for each of the strikes highlighted in the article. We asked if these locations had been struck by IDF forces and whether warnings had been given prior to these attacks. In its response, the IDF said it cannot provide any further information regarding these specific locations. It said that it had called on civilians in Gaza to move south for their safety, but will continue striking terrorist targets in all parts of Gaza. It added, in accordance with international law, the IDF takes precautionary measures in order to avoid damage to the civilian population. These measures include warnings before strikes in cases where it is possible to do so. But whether or not it constitutes a war crime, if they're being disproportionate or if they're instructing people to move to a place and then bombing that place, it might be you would still need a level of intent to engage in like reckless activity, but I don't know how. I still need to flesh out more about how that goes. Because you say the instructions to move are not promises of safety. I thought that was true for moving to the south of Gaza. I didn't think it was true for specific areas, like these marked safe zones. I didn't think these were. I didn't think these marked safe zones were exclusive with a guarantee of safety. I thought they were a guarantee of safety in those areas, because they literally told people if you were here, they said move here, right? And sometimes that warning was only 10 minutes. It was like 10 minutes after sending the warning, they would bomb it, even though reception in Gaza can be quite slow. But apparently there are quite a few instances where they just didn't warn at all, which might mean that people were instructed to move to an area, not warned about that area being struck, and then that area gets struck. But I don't know if proportionality can still cover that, because if the strike was proportional, then it might not matter legally, but it might be a testament against the effort that they make when it comes to warnings. Because I think they've got, how many examples do they have here? Rafah, Khan Yunis, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, they had 6 examples here, and this was by November 23rd, of places that were people were instructed to move to, and then they were struck, but there's no evidence of any alternate warning being made between the two facts. So I don't know. I might watch this. I might see if I can get some prompts from the Destiny and Playing with Fire debate, though. Because if they cover a thing, I just want to see what talking points need to be addressed, so I can know what I'm looking for. But I think what I'll do here is I want to take this article down, because I don't feel like this one gets mentioned enough, because it's, regardless of the legality, I think it does go a little bit against their stance of, hang on. The flower massacre debacle. Oh no, not that. Playing with Fire is so dumb. No, I don't care if the arguments are bad. It just gives me something to look into. For some reason, when I'm watching a debate, I just feel a lot more energetic about looking into particular things. So we'll do it that way. We'll do it my way. Whoop. All right. Let me see. How much of the flower massacre is known for certain now? Don't know. Okay. Article on strikes in areas of safety. Lists 6 locations. Gaza, 17th, 18th, 25th. All bombed allegedly after being designated as safe. caveat. Generally caveated with... What the fuck? IDF response. Whoa, shit. Okay, that's all I need for that article. Okay. Do you want me to show you guys a song while I get my apple? It's one that I was working on fixing one of the drums up on last time. But it's been all put together now, and it's basically fixed. I knew it would be fixed with this one, with this little change. Where is it? Where is it? Is this it? R2. Let me check. Okay. Where do you get clients for mixing? I don't get clients for mixing. I used to through word of mouth, just in town and all that shit, but now I just do my own stuff, and this one's one of my own that I did with a friend, obviously. It's not me, I'm not the only person singing on it, but it's basically all there. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna play this in the background while I go and do my shit. Okay, go have a look. Tell me what you think, guys. Give me your comments. Alright.
You, yes, you, puzzle piece that never found its place. Getting lost, lost in the dreams that make you sorry to wake up. There you are, waiting, longing for that something not too sure. Staying home, safe in parts of me to fill your empty space. No, don't stop, don't turn. You are only lost if you look back. You are only lost if you look back.
Okay. 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 Use Ableton. Fuck no. No. Where do you release your songs? Haven't done it yet. Do you like Massive Attack? No, I don't really know it that well. I use Pro Tools. How many songs in your Patreon? There are quite a lot. There's lots of there are a lot of backing tracks as well from my original video essays that I made myself. They're all there. Okay. Okay. Thanks, though. I'm glad you guys liked it. Okay. I want to see how this debate went, because apparently it was kind of went all over the shop. Okay. Been looking for your songs everywhere. All right. Well, yeah, a bunch of them are there. Okay. That was me singing below. There's like two voices in that one. I'm the low one. I'm not the fucking high one, you idiot. Jesus. Good memes, good memes. All right. Let's see how this one went. See if we can pick up any interesting topics to look into. Because I think this was mostly about conduct, wasn't it? In the war conduct.
On this topic, are you just starting from scratch? I'm assuming that's the case, or
I have
you have
no idea whatsoever.
Okay, let me kind of outline it. So, I think you and I pretty much agree on almost everything, if not everything, when it comes to October 7th or pre-October 7th. So, we are going to agree on the fact that October 7th was a terrorist attack, not an act of resistance. We're going to agree that prior to October 7th, it wasn't like an open-air prison. We're going to agree on the fact there's a unique issue with Palestinian citizens, which tends to be when they move to other countries, it causes violence. There's a specific issue of radicalization. So we're going to agree on a lot of things when it comes to that. What the disagreement I think is going to largely lay on is post-October 7th, specifically with Israel's conduct during the war. So do you mind if I just ask you two clarifying questions? I already know the answer to these, I think, but I want the audience to kind of understand.
Yeah, go for it.
So do you believe that Israel has committed war crimes during this war?
It's certainly possible. I don't know if I've seen any where I'm like, absolutely yes, but I mean, it's
Sorry, I was muted. This debate's like 3 hours long, is it? Okay.
It's definitely possible, yeah.
What kind of evidence would you need to go from it's definitely possible to yes, it seems like that's the case?
Well, to go from it's definitely possible to yes, it seems like that's the case, or it's definitely possible to this absolutely happened?
No, because I think that's going to be very hard for me to get you there to like, yeah, this is most likely what happened. This is the most likely explanation is that there's war crimes being committed.
I mean, it depends on the war crime, but like I think an overwhelming amount of circumstantial evidence that seems really hard to explain, absent some fuck up, like something to that. But it's going to depend on the particular type of thing we're talking about.
What if you saw a video of a war crime and then you had statements from the IDF and the Israeli leadership denying it and lying about that? Would that kind of move you in that direction?
When you say video of a war crime, what do you mean by that?
Something that being done that's a war crime. So, for example, executing a innocent civilian.
Are you talking about like a surrendered person who's like?
Yeah, like someone who's waving a white flag or someone who's surrendered, anything along the lines of that.
I mean, the question for the determination of a war crime, the question would be is, do the soldiers have reason to believe that this person is completely surrendered and they're just killing him for no reason or because it's a civilian, or do they have another reason to believe why it's not like trustworthy, basically?
Right, but what if you saw evidence that, for example, shows you the most likely explanation is they don't have a valid reason for doing it?
It would depend on what the most likely explanation is. The problem is, let me explain the other side of this real quick. When you're talking about what a war crime is, there's a mens rea component to a war crime that requires you to be acting with a level of intentionality to kill a person without proper justification. The problem is that people think that war crime is any time a civilian is killed and that justification ends up not materializing, or any time a civilian is killed and it doesn't seem like there was a good reason to do it. It's a retrospective analysis that civilians do, rather than the prospective analysis that the law would call for, or what the particular war crime would call for. So for instance, I think a really good example, I haven't super dug into this, but my understanding is there were 3 hostages that came out waving white flags.
Just so we know, the mens rea for war crime, just to be clear, is I think it's generally seen as willfulness, and that can either include purposeful attacks on civilians, like very clear mens rea, like a murder almost, but also recklessness and targeting, like conscious disregard for harm to civilians or civilian objects. It does include objects as well, though. Whereas it doesn't count if it's negligence. Negligence would be a violation of IHL, but not a war crime, even if it's the same act. But yeah. And I think I got this from the Just Security. Yeah. Okay. Ah!
That were shot and killed by the IDF. I didn't watch the videos of that or anything, but if it was the case that multiple Hamas members in the past had like waved white flags or had appeared to be surrendering and then either tried to suicide bomb or attack the IDF afterwards, that if they see 3 other people waving white flags and they shoot kill those people, well, tragic and horrible and maybe potentially avoidable, that wouldn't necessarily amount to a war crime, because it's not like they're shooting and killing people who are surrendering with the intent of doing that. It's because they thought there was another military threat that was present in that point in time. But I don't know what's been leaked in terms of like intelligence or what's been leaked in terms of particular circumstances. But I'm sure there are circumstances where I could look at something and I could be like, it seems really hard to explain what's happening here, where it seems hard to believe there's a compelling military reason for what's going on here. But
okay, yeah, we'll get to it when we get to it. I'll show you some videos. So the second clarifying question is: do you think Israel is doing collective punishment on the Palestinians living in Gaza?
I don't know what the international definition is. I don't know.
I think the complete siege thing, a bunch of articles I read on that, even ones that were a bit more neutral or like a lot more sympathetic to Israel, I feel like the strongest case for a clear and cut violation, I don't know if it counts as a war crime yet, but a clear violation would be the water supply thing, because I think it's Article 54 of the Geneva Convention that calls for the protection of objects indispensable to the survival of the population, which protects water and food. It doesn't protect fuel and electricity, because obviously those are more dual use than water. But yeah, the even if it is only 9% of their water supply, it still counts as rendering useless objects to removing or rendering useless objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population, such as foodstuffs, agricultural areas for the production of foodstuffs, crops, livestock, drinking water installations, supplies, and irrigation works. Yeah. For the specific purpose of denying them for their sustenance value for the civilian population or to the adverse party, whatever the motive, whether in order to starve out civilians or cause them to move away, or for any other motive. It seems quite broad there, which is why they stopped. As far as I know, with the water supply, they cut the pipes off on October 9th, 3 of them. They reopened two of them. They reopened 2 of them by the end of October. I don't really know what happened to the 3rd pipe. I think it might be going into the north, but I don't know for sure what happened to the 3rd pipe because I haven't seen any news on it. All right.
And what collective punishment counts as.
Yeah, I can pull it up actually. I have it written
Sure,
down
go for
here. The definition is
Unless, if anyone wants to challenge me and say that this doesn't cover Article 54 of the Geneva Convention, somehow doesn't allow, leaves a loophole for them to shut off the water to Gaza. But I don't know if I've seen objects shall not be made object of reprisals. If not as sustenance, then in direct support of military action, provided, however, that in no event shall actions against these objects be taken, which may be expected to leave the civilian population with such inadequate food or water as to cause starvation or force its movement. No, they don't apply. They're used by an adverse party. If it's sustenance solely for the armed forces. Okay. 9% could be argued to be not sufficient enough to starve. But it depends on particular areas, though, right? Because if you say it's 9% of Gaza, but it might be a large percentage of a particular area, right? Because it's saying here, shall not be made the object of reprisals, which that doesn't have to do with starvation. I'll move this one over here, though.
So it's a war crime according to Article 3 of 1949 Geneva Convention. Collective punishment specifically means that everyone is punished for something, whether they offended or not.
I would need to see the application in law because that definition is so broad. That means that basically every single military action ever would be collective punishment. Like, is it collective punishment when Russia blows up an energy power plant in Ukraine? I don't think that would count as collective punishment. Or is it collective punishment if you blockade like an enemy's naval fleet or something that might also be like shipping? I don't know if that would amount to collective punishment.
So under normal wars, it would need to be deliberate. So for example, Russia and Ukraine, it would need to be deliberate. Like, hey, we were doing this as a way to punish civilians. With Israel, there's a little bit of a different thing because they're considered an occupying power. So by that, they're actually the bar is set a bit lower, especially when it applies to blocking humanitarian aid. Again, we'll get to it when we get to it. I just kind of wanted to flesh out your position on that. So, yeah, I mean, if we take the definition I gave you, let's just go off of that. Would that, in your opinion, that's something that you think Israel's doing or not doing, or
what you just said? But there just has to be something more. If I
can prove intent,
possibly. I think I'd really have to see this in practice. I haven't done specific reading on collective punishment though, so this is not a thing that I'm super able to dole out. Yeah.
God, you motherfucker! I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to think right now. Because if collective punishment is what you just read, then literally every single sanction, every single tariff, almost every single military action to some extent could be collective punishment, right? For instance, our sanctions on Iran or our sanctions on Iraq for Saddam Hussein and stuff, did that count as collective punishment?
I don't think it would.
Why not? Because you're hurting the whole society. You're hurting the whole population by doing that.
Right, but I think that actually, that's a good point. I would have to look in what exactly is the bar? How much punishment does it need to be? What if you just refuse trading with a country? Would that be collective punishment? But I think the difference there would be the fact that I don't think it's the U.S.'s intent, or at least it's not proven the U.S.'s intent is to punish civilians. I think the U.S.'s intent seems to be just punishing the Iranian government, even though we can say that's BS because they are punishing that. There's no intent there. Versus with this thing, I'm going to show you evidence after evidence of intent. Hey, the goal is actually to punish the people living in Gaza for the crimes of Hamas.
Okay.
That would be, I think, the difference is the intent part. But okay, so let's just go through this one by one. And if you want to like stop me at any point and ask questions or whatever, we can. It's not like super form or anything like that. So let's start with war crimes and specifically collective punishment. Collective punishment is a war crime. So the way that I would argue that collective punishment is taking place is through blocking humanitarian aid and doing a siege. Two separate things that are also somewhat related. So by blocking basic necessities necessary for the survival of Gaza's 2.2 million residents, nearly half of whom are children, Israel punishing all of Gaza's civilians for Hamas attacks. Now, the second thing I would need to prove is intent, right? This is just a statement. So I think that here's another little fun fact. Before the war, over 500 trucks a day of humanitarian aid were getting in. Now it's less than 100 a day. What's really interesting, though, this kind of jumped out at me when I was doing my research. Before the ICJ ruling, it was about 157 a day. And then like right after the ICJ ruling, it dropped closer to 50 a day. So it seems like even though the ICJ said like, hey, one of the things you have to do is you have to allow all the humanitarian aid did, it seems like Israel did the exact opposite and allowed less aid in. So how do we first determine the facts? How do we establish that what I'm saying is true? Well, I think that you and I agree that third-party sources are the best. We shouldn't take what Hamas says at face value. We shouldn't take what the Israel government says at face value. We need to look at reputable third-party sources. So I'll just run through some of these. UN's leading expert in right to food, Michael
Well, wait, do you want to go through any of these like one at a time, or?
Yeah, the 500 trucks thing, remember, it was 500 trucks for everything. Unless I don't think I've seen anything contradicting this graph yet, this website, which is that it's 500 trucks a day when you get all of this stuff combined, including construction materials, human food products, construction. And obviously after October 7th, a lot of these just stopped completely, but it's mostly whether human food products and medicine changes. I think for human food products before October 7th, there was like 2,657 a month in the month of August. September, it was 2,199. October was quite bad. October was 789 a month, food trucks. But then you got to November 23, and it's back up to 2,000 or 1,737, so not quite. Then December, you're 2,216. Then by 2024, I think if they got January here, yeah, you're back up to almost 3,000. So, but it looks like less. It's the 500 trucks a day isn't 500 food trucks a day. It's 500 trucks of everything that went into Gaza, including a lot of construction material and other such things that were not like humanitarian aid. But yeah.
Yeah, we can if you want. I was just going to run through them to kind of, because the point I'm trying to make is that this is like...
Truck is my favorite unit of measurement. Hey, good one, yeah.
Multiple human rights organizations are saying this happening.
Well,
if you want to go through them one at a time, that I'm totally cool with doing that.
Yeah.
Or I can just run through them, and then you can circle back to the ones that you want to challenge me on.
Okay, I'll start writing them down. I've got food truck meme. Okay, keep going.
So the UN's leading expert in right to food, Israel, said that Israel is intentionally starving Palestinians and should be held accountable for a war crime. He also said Israel is intentionally obliterating small-scale fishing vessels, greenhouses, and orchards in Gaza with the goal of denying people access to food. So that second sentence is pretty powerful. If they're intentionally bombing fishing vessels and greenhouses and orchards and production of food, there's no way you could justify that besides the fact that they are trying to deny them food, unless, of course, it's accidental bombing. But again, his opinion, who's the UN leading expert on this, is that it's intentional. And I have a source for that. Then we have the World Food Program, said that just 10% of needed food supplies have entered Gaza since the start of the war. Now, that in and of itself doesn't prove anything. It just kind of paints the overarching picture of how little supplies are getting in and how it's not enough for the population. Okay, so then we go to something a little bit more conclusive. Refugees International said despite Israel's claim to be facilitating humanitarian aid, research analysis by them shows that Israeli conduct has consistently and groundlessly impeded aid operations within Gaza, blocked legitimate relief operations, and resisted implementing measures that would generally enhance the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Now, one important thing to keep in mind here is
Thanks, Average John, for
because
5
Israel
subs.
is considered the occupying power, whether you agree with that assessment or not, that's just kind of how it is considered by the international community. If they are the occupying power, which it seems like pretty clearly that they are, just them not doing everything they can, like just kind of being, let's just say, totally like, whatever, I don't give a fuck, would still be blocking.
I missed the beginning of this. Is Alex pro-Palestinian? He seems to be saying that Israel is committing war crimes, not letting enough aid in. Yeah, he's going through a few things.
Humanitarian aid and collective punishment, because they're the
collective
occupying
punishment,
power,
yeah.
so the standard's a little bit different. Okay, so now we go to Doctors Without Borders. International President Christos said millions of civilians in Gaza faced collective punishment, his words, not mine, due to Israel's blockade on fuel and medicine. And I can get into more of that if you want. The IPC said acute hunger and malnutrition have already far exceeded the threshold.
They get stuck on this for the entire debate, by the way. That's good, though, because I want to know what topics people are hinging upon for this kind of thing. So I want to... Yeah, so I just want to know, see if I can get some prompts for things I want to go and look into further.
For famine in northern Gaza, and IPC warns of major acceleration of death and malnutrition. Again, that one doesn't show intent, but it shows that the picture that acute hunger is getting really, really bad here, in case someone was to question that. Famine is imminent in North Gaza, where 70% of the population are already suffering with catastrophic levels of hunger. This is according to a UN-backed report. As the U.S. top diplomat accused Israel of doing starvation as a weapon of war. So we have here about 5 third-party sources or so, and I'm sure there's a lot more, but I just picked the ones that seem to be the most readable, basically saying like, hey, Israel is deliberately, it's either at best not doing what's within their power to make sure the food gets in, but more commonly, Israel is deliberately blocking the food aid. Now, if it is true that Israel is blocking the humanitarian aid, then they are by default guilty of collective punishment, and then by default, they're guilty of a war crime.
Okay. All right. Are we ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'm interested in this because I hear the claim that Israel is blocking aid. I hear this a lot, and I've gotten linked some things, and I try to figure out what that means.
Can you speed up the video? I can, well... I mean, it's just an incomplete sentence. I can sell you a speed up of the video.
But I haven't seen any good positive claim of that ever being put forth. So before I start on sources that seem to counter that, do you have like a single thing that is demonstrating that like aid is being actively blocked or denied by Israel? Is there any, like, what is the article that you're...
This would be good to know, because even the European politicians have said that they've done this. Let's see if anything comes up. Well, today, didn't they just today say that they're not going to approve UNRWA aid? Even though that's a problem, actually. Let's see. There might be more to look into here, because... Palestinians seem to say that UNRWA are the most reliable distributors of aid in the Strip. Let me find this. We asked those in shelters about the identity of the organizers in charge. The majority of the respondents said it was UNRWA. Which main body or bodies oversee the provision of assistance at your place of residence or shelter? So, big problem is just today, Israel, or 18 hours ago, Israel said they're no longer going to approve UNRWA aid to North Gaza. We'll put that one in as well. That might be worth its own little segment or section. The latest polls contradict this. What, from PSR? That was a poll from this month, wasn't it? Is there a new one? Okay, can you show me it, please? DMs, Sundowner. That's insane. All right, okay, March 24th. No longer approving UNRWA food aid to northern Gaza. Head of agency says military authorities told UN that convoys will no longer be approved amid man-made famine. The United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees said on Sunday that Israel has definitively barred it from making aid deliveries in northern Gaza, where the threat of famine is highest. Despite the tragedy unfolding under our watch, the Israeli authorities informed the UN they will no longer approve any UNRWA food, says Philip Lazzarini. This is outrageous, makes it intentional to obstruct life-saving assistance during a man-made famine. Did not immediately respond. Okay. It followed 2 denials in writing for convoy deliveries to the north. Seems to have followed, I'll say, agency would be UNRWA, right? Because it's here. Seems to have followed convoy deliveries. No reason for the decision was given. Dire humanitarian conditions. UN-backed food security assessment warned that famine was projected to hit the north of Gaza by May unless there was urgent intervention. Not been able to deliver food to the north since 29th of January. UNRWA apparently unable to deliver food to the north since Jan 29th. The decision to block its food convoys pushes... called the agency a front for Hamas. Okay. Also rejected a UN request to send a team to Al-Shifa. Team to Al-Shifa. Okay. Well, that one. Could be alarming given polls from earlier in the month indicating that 62% of Gazans cited UNRWA as the main body overseeing provision assistance in their area. Okay. But apparently there's a new poll. Which is where? It's not in stream chat. Why is there a tag in memes? What? Uh-oh. I don't see. Apparently there's a new poll saying that it's not as high as 62%. Israel claims that UNRWA went over 6 weeks without requesting convoys. Can you show me that? Where's that saying? That wasn't in the Guardian article, was it? I'll link it in stream chat. Thank you. Diligent.
Me too, that we can read through that.
Yeah, there's many articles.
Give me the strongest one.
Okay, I don't know if this is the strongest one, but I'll just cite this because I have it written down in my notes. So let me pull this up. You want to do like a share screen type of thing?
Oh no, just link me and we can read through it.
Okay, I will. How do you want me to send to you? Private chat?
Or Discord.
Okay, I'll just send to you in private chat because it's easier for me. Let me know if you get this.
Oh, the chat on the side?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we're starting off with a media article. I'm not sure if this is going to have what I want, but I'll read. Okay. Israel is deliberately starving Palestinians.
Can you share the screen, please, so people can see it?
I'm not going to be able to on... I can't. Because I'm, like, looking...
This is a Twitter tweet. Okay. Okay, let's see. Who are these guys? Coordination of government activities in the territories. This is an Israeli organization. Who the fuck are these guys? This is the government. Okay. Oh well, we'll put it there. Org. Kogat claims made no requests for 6 weeks and only started making requests in late March. Okay. Counterclaim. Gotcha. Okay. That's not spelled right.
Looking at it over on... It's 2 different computers that I have, so that's really hard for me to do. You can
Do you
bring it up
mind
yours if you want.
Yeah, let's do that so the chat can see it.
Uh-huh.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay, Israel is deliberately starving Palestinians, UN rights experts say, or UN rights expert says. Exclusive, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food, Michael Fakhri, says denial of food is a war crime and constitutes a situation of genocide. Israel is intentionally starving Palestinians and should be held accountable.
I forgot my fucking
for war
water.
crimes
Shit.
and genocide, according to the UN's leading expert on the right to food.
I can hear it.
Hunger
Don't
and
worry.
severe malnutrition are widespread in the Gaza Strip, where about 2.2 million Palestinians are facing severe shortages resulting from Israel destroying food supplies and severely restricting the flow of food, medicines, and other humanitarian supplies. Aid trucks and Palestinians waiting for humanitarian relief have come under Israeli fire. There is no reason to intentionally block the passage of humanitarian aid or intentionally obliterate small-scale fishing vessels, greenhouses, and orchards, right? Orchards in Gaza, other than to deny people access to food. So for a first thing here, this second statement is just wrong. There can be military reasons why you would attack certain vessels, greenhouses, and orchards. So this is kind of a huge red flag that this
I had a huge glass of water. I didn't know where I'd put it. Fuck.
guy is making a factually, legally, everything incorrect statement, but that's fine. Maybe this isn't.
But that would be only if there's Hamas there.
Or military weapons there, or if they've got reason to believe. This statement is just incorrect. It's utterly incorrect.
But we don't know if it's incorrect.
It is incorrect.
Is this from the same poll? This is a later poll, 20th of March. They did another one. Wait, what? No. This is from 5th to 10th. Yeah. 5th to 10th. What part am I looking for here? This is the same poll I took from. It's here. See that? Is the process of aid distribution to displaced people currently in shelters fair or discriminatory on political grounds? So they did say UNRWA was the second most discriminatory. Okay, I should put that in as well. But that UNRWA's process was discriminatory on political grounds. 56 for government, 58 for other orgs, 90% for local Palestinian groups.
Correct. He's saying that there's no reason to obliterate these things other than to deny people access to food. That's a factually incorrect statement. There is no way that we can.
I think that's him giving his opinion right there. I mean, we can quibble over that, but I think that's.
Hold on. No, wait. No. This is not stated as an opinion. He said there is no reason to obliterate greenhouses and orchards in Gaza other than to deny people access to food. That's the statement. That statement is wrong.
Okay, I'll just even grant you that, and that statement is wrong.
Okay. Doesn't disqualify the rest of what he says. We're just saying that statement in and of itself is wrong. Okay. Now, for some evidence of this. Okay. Aid entering Gaza dropped to 98 daily truckloads in February, down from a pre-conflict average of 500 to 600.
What the fuck is this scrolling going on?
Are these truckloads, is this exclusively food, or is this
Is this like a
types
shared
of
screen? Oh,
aid,
it's a
or
shared
is this
screen.
Like what?
Oh, he's discovering the 500 trucks problem. I thought he knew that. Okay.
I think it includes.
I know the UN Council proposed to pass a ceasefire resolution. We covered it, you dickhead. Where were you?
It's food, water, medicine. That's essentially the brunt of it.
Could it include?
Oh, not for the 500 though.
Well, let's see if it says it. Maybe it says it.
Could include what?
Are they going to find out?
Well, for instance, could it include like construction materials, for instance?
Oh, he knows. He's
I
just
think in
asking
theory it could, but I think the vast majority of it, from what I read, is largely food. But then also you got clean water, because right now there's massive water crisis there where people are drinking from the sea, and also medicine.
Okay, well, because that's important, because like, let's say theoretically, what if it was the case that a ton of building supplies used to go in, and now in the war they're not bringing in building supplies because nobody's even building anything, but maybe like the amount of food that's going in is actually increased. If that was possible without knowing what is in these trucks, then it would be silly not to break down like what's actually going in.
Would that really be the case you would make? Because I think that seems a little absurd.
Really? How much food is in one truckload of food?
Probably several tons.
How much food does the average Gazan need? How many trucks a day of food needs to go in for people to be fed?
Well, it seems like it's closer to 500.
Really?
At the very least, I can't give you an exact number on this, but at the very least.
Real quick. I'm not expecting an exact number. I'm just showing you don't even have a ballpark. So for you to say that it would be absurd to assume 98 trucks.
Oh, a double rifter now. It's like
okay.
Double rifters in there. Look at the audience overlap. Huge. Saying 70 trucks for food before October 7th. I thought it was 80, but okay.
I didn't say I don't have a ballpark. I said it's probably around 500. That's a ballpark.
You think they need 500 to 600 trucks of food today to survive, and now that's cut by 80%. You think that's the case?
It seems like before the war, about 500 or 600 was getting in, and it seems like maybe that wasn't even enough. But so the minimum would be 500 a day, 80 a day. So dropping that by 5x is definitely not sufficient. And the evidence for that would be the fact that that you see people literally starving. They're eating wild flowers.
Well, careful. If you go that far, the evidence all contradicts you. Because if we were to assume that it's actually a huge lack of food and people are starving, you would see way more than like 2 stories on it. You would start to see thousands.
Are there people starving? That would answer your question if they're getting enough trucks. I don't think it would. It would, because there could be enough trucks technically making it through the border crossings, but not enough trucks getting distributed in certain areas. But yeah,
tens of thousands.
That wouldn't answer the entire question.
It's like what happens in Yemen.
You do see a whole bunch of
stories. But that's a
on
difficult
No, you
question.
don't.
I don't know.
Yeah, I've followed it. No, you don't.
I can find you dozens of stories.
Yeah,
for
I
this.
know what you're saying. Dozens of stories on like the same people with cerebral palsy and stuff. But I'm saying that you would see hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of people starving.
Is the UN cerebral palsy? Is Amnesty International cerebral palsy? Like these are pretty well reputable.
If you want, show me an Amnesty International or UN report that talks about how many people have starved to death. I don't think you're going to find that. But if you think there is one, I'd be curious seeing it. But
why does it need to be starved to death? Why can't it just be people who are starving to death?
Well, it's hard for me to imagine that your food intake is cut by 80% and nobody is like starved if this has happened for 4 or 5 months.
Avi apparently has a tweet on the amount of trucks required. Okay, let's see. Why is the Twitter so fucking slow today? Why? Stop doing this.
No, I'm sure there are plenty of people that starved. But wait, are you just disagreeing with the basic premise?
No, wait, hold on, wait. I'm just saying. I was just saying that you wanted to use a future piece of evidence, saying, well, look at the people eating flowers. And I'm saying, well, if you go to the future evidence, if we go even further down the line, because we haven't even established your truck thing yet, I'm saying go further down the line, it doesn't seem to be the argument, or it doesn't seem like we can establish that people are starving if nobody's actually starving.
People only starving if if they starve to death, yeah, because obviously I think the first deaths that come in famines are you would die of disease. More people would die of disease before people die of actual starvation. It takes months to die of starvation, or it can do.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the case.
Did you see this article? It's pretty fucking infuriating. Jewish settlers set their sights on the Gaza beachfront. Oh, no, 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 no. 78 years old, grandmother of Israel's settler movement, who says she already has a list of 500 families ready to move to Gaza immediately. I have friends in Tel Aviv, she says, so they say. Don't forget to keep for me a plot near the coast in Gaza. Because it's beautiful, beautiful coast, beautiful. Is it fucking Donald Trump's grandmother? What the fuck? The plots on the coast are already booked. Fuck me. Who's this? Hello.
Hello. Just wanted to tell you that lady you just read about.
Yeah.
Unironically, she's probably one of the only people in Israel that's more evil than Ben-Gvir and Smotrich.
Okay. Is this her here? Is this her here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's her. She lives next to a village of one of my friends.
Right.
And Smotrich lives in the same settlement, and she is fucking evil, dude. Like she has this weird ideological perspective where it's her whole. It's like a crusade for her to ethnically cleanse Palestinians from the West Bank.
Jesus.
She's insane. Like she's actually like I don't even think Ben-Gvir would say the shit she said.
And she lives in the West Bank settlement.
I believe
okay.
so. Yes, she lives near Adumim, I think, a place called something Adumim.
Kedumim, yeah.
Kedumim or something like that. Yeah.
What the fuck? The world is wide, she says. Africa is big. Canada is big. The world will absorb the people of Gaza. How do we do it? We encourage it. Palestinians in Gaza, the good ones, will be enabled. I'm not saying forced. I say enabled because they want to go. You can call it ethnic cleansing. I repeat again, normal Arabs do not want to live in Gaza. If you're going to call it ethnic cleansing, if you're going to call it apartheid, you choose your definition. I choose the way to protect the state of Israel. My God.
Yeah, no, she basically views it like a fucking holy crusade, dog. It's insane.
Wow.
She is, yeah, no, seriously. Like, when I say there's more evil people that could replace Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, I'm not joking. It's just like they have even more fringe groups. Like, if you think the support for Ben-Gvir and Smotrich is small in the country, they still got like 15 seats collectively, which is still a big fucking number. It's more than any of the Arab parties, right? Because like I think the Arab parties get around like collectively maybe 8 seats, and we're like 20% of the population. So you can't say not a lot of people vote for these people. So. But people like this would probably not have as much support as Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, because they're like actually bonkers, like insane. Well, obviously Ben-Gvir and them are bonkers, but she's like a whole other level.
It's not even the big. The concern isn't even for me necessarily how popular they are. It's more just whether or not there's going to be the political will to stop them if they try to do it. Right now, it seems like people are getting the shit beat out of them for trying to go near the border. But
I think I sent you a video of like another video that people haven't like been posting around of like what's it called? Israeli settlers. I remember her voice because she sounded like a fucking cartoon character when she was screaming at the IDF soldiers. Like that they're helping Hamas by beating them up or something.
Right, this we saw this the Instagram story where the person gets literally just thrown off of the wall.
Yeah. It's like don't open the audio because she sounds annoying as fuck.
It's a bit loud, yeah. But where's the throw? I want to see the throw.
I remember.
The throw's right at the beginning.
I don't think you can catch the throw.
No, you see the throw. I saw the throw. Someone gets fucking ragdolled off the wall at the beginning.
Yeah. But yeah,
there,
like
this person. Look at them go. Fuck me. There's another one. Jesus.
But yeah, they're not exactly, being nice to them as people claim.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like there was probably like one video where they're. It depends on which IDF soldiers. Like it depends also on the IDF soldiers if they're fucking tolerant. If they're reservists, for example, they're probably not gonna overstep their boundaries. If they're younger, they're gonna be more aggressive. There's a lot of factors for how IDF soldiers act the way they do.
You could probably get like a meme of someone could overlay them dropping rings when they land, like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh my
Very no nonsense policing.
Yeah, no, they really don't give a fuck. But yeah, but still, this is like still like very, very minor behavior like towards people or like Israeli civilians. That like the police is like 10 times more aggressive to civilians than the IDF.
Yeah. Doesn't surprise me. Okay, I know David
Anyway.
wants to get in, but I can't be. I want to watch this fucking video. Jesus Christ. All right, we'll give
Yeah,
him a minute, all right? Okay, 1 minute, David. What are you saying?
Testing. Okay. So the quick things that I feel like with the situation of the hunger. Shoot, my brain just lost some of it. But what I was gonna say is like, it also really depends on like where, in which areas, because it was saying that the majority of people were saying that they're getting food from UNRWA, but the south is going to be extremely different from the north, especially when so few trucks have been able to pass through the north.
Yeah.
So, especially with Israel having local leaders, quote unquote, but they're kind of a little bit shit in the north for like the food distribution. That's why, like, I wouldn't necessarily go off based off that one poll of UNRWA, like what % are getting their food from UNRWA, of how much the blocking of UNRWA is affecting the north versus like them planning on doing other things. Because I know that the doc is coming, I think this month.
But it's not just the situation in the north, right? The south has 1.5 million people in a city that normally only has 200,000 in it, right? And if you get rid of their biggest distributor of aid without anyone there to immediately fill the gap, that could pose an issue, right?
I don't think that was a claim. I think the claim was no more to the north. They're not allowing shipments to the north.
They're not allowing UNRWA shipments. Hang on, let me see what they said. Maybe no longer approving. Oh yeah, for northern Gaza. So UNRWA still get to go into the south.
Yeah, that's the
Wouldn't the
claim.
funding
I think
affect their performance in the south as well?
if they're not able to bring the shipments to the north,
No,
I don't know if that'll really
because
affect.
people are cutting funding to UNRWA. Wouldn't that affect?
Oh, well,
their,
that's old already, the funding. But I'm saying for the new claim about Israel is no longer accepting UNRWA in the north, compared with also the fact that they haven't requested in the last 6 weeks to the north until recently. That's what I'm wondering.
They probably don't have
And then
channels to
I feel like
distribute in the
Oh,
north.
we got
That's why they're not
we got
requesting.
mixed messaging on that though, because like they could have been, they could have actually not asked, or they could have been actually asking for distribution routes, right? Like I don't know, because why would they
that's
distribute
also
when they
possible.
can't distribute in the north? Yeah.
They thought it was a useless thing trying to even ask. So that's also a possibility. And then once I know that Israel started doing the things, and then had that problem with the flour problem, and then they had the
We're calling it a flower problem now. Okay. Wow.
Yes.
We're calling the flower massacre a flower
And-
problem.
Okay.
Trying to be modern.
And then after they opened up a new route in the north. I forget what it was called, but it was along the border. I think there was like a new strip of route that was made where recently, like the north has started to get alleviated with some of the aid, plus the aid. What is it called? The airdrops as well, which are less effective, but still effective when the situation is shit's creek. So anything coming in is going to help somewhat. So I feel like those are the main things that are in contention. And then another thing that's, I guess you haven't caught Avi's thing yet, but the question is like, what is needed for like survival? And then when you can count as well local production loss as well. So there's survival, malnutrition, and then like severe malnutrition, and like what levels are needed to prevent all of these. And then, yeah, that's about all I really have for now. That's just the things to think about.
isn't there a huge problem right now where people are like stealing some aid and selling it for crazy prices?
I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
that would
that's
be
been
part of the
happening
whole
all over.
gang warfare in the north as well, especially. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also like what I've seen from videos and like some people have reported is there's people in the north that steal aid and then go sell it in Rafah as well.
Okay. Is there
So,
any? Are there any percentages for how many trucks are getting commandeered? They're just completely stolen. I haven't seen any numbers for how many trucks this is happening to.
Getting stolen, it's probably like an anecdotal amount where like it's like not even bothered to be counted in an empirical sense.
Yeah, because well,
But-
imagine if you're
Well,
a truck
I
driver
mean,
and your
that's
truck
not
gets
true.
stolen, you would say, and then they could write that down and say, okay, well, 60 trucks went in
That's
today,
assuming-
and like 3 of them got fucking jacked. Like, I don't know. You'd think there would be
Yeah.
some kind of article talking about a sum total. but-
Assuming the
I
truck
don't think
driver
it's negligible.
survives, or like if they don't kill the truck driver, like are we assuming they never kill the truck driver?
That's somewhat.
I mean, even the
you're
truck
gonna know
driver's
if
dead,
you're.
you'll know that the truck didn't get through.
You're gonna know if your truck's missing, right? Like,
Yeah, obviously.
you can't lose a truck. They're so big.
Maybe they're still like investigating that.
Yeah, I'd like to see
Possibly,
that,
but
unless, or
what I was
maybe
gonna
it's
say
already
is
out. I
that-
just haven't seen it.
With the flower, I'll say massacre just for the sake of it. But with the flower massacre, I know that a bunch of trucks were stopped there, and I don't know if they even ever made it through. So it's definitely not a non-negligible amount that are being looted, whether it's from Hamas or from local Palestinians. And then, like, I don't know even if necessarily it's just a gang problem where things are getting resold. I think even if your family gets a little bit extra aid, and they get a little bit more, they're going to want to sell that off in order to make sure that their family's eating first.
So
That
there's
if
a-
other aid, you know.
Another problem is so basically the prices are like depending where you are in Gaza Strip are different as like crazy different. For example, I think I've seen videos of a guy buying flour in Rafah.
Fucking Pedro. It's
Him
called
buying
supply and
flour
demand.
costed him, I don't know, like 500 shekels in Rafah, and someone was like trying to charge him 10,000 shekels for it in the north of Gaza. Like it's, which is like, you know, 10,000 shekels you can like get 2 people out of Gaza at the Rafah border.
Yeah.
So, actually, no, it's $10,000. My bad. Never mind.
Hmm. Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
No,
Nah,
I'm gonna
I'm done for
go
now.
back to this.
So yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Take care, guys. Bye bye.
Case. Now, maybe that's a longer process than I'm aware of or whatever, but yeah, that I'm just saying that the evidence down there doesn't seem to support that idea.
Yeah, so first of all, it is a longer process, like you said. They're not eating 0% of food, they're just eating way less. There's a whole bunch of evidence that confirms this. The fact that you see massive increase in malnutrition, the fact that you see people literally scavenging and eating like dog food and shit like that. But I'm just curious, are you disagreeing with the premise that people in Gaza are not getting enough food? Like, do you completely dismiss that premise?
I'm not even, hold on. First of all, that's not a premise. That would be a conclusion, okay?
Do you disagree with that conclusion? Sure.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen strong evidence to support that conclusion, or the evidence seems mixed at best. But the first thing that we were looking at right now was it seems like right now we've got trucks that we're entering. It was 500 to 600 trucks a day pre-conflict, or at least in February, and that's dropped to 98 trucks a day. But when I'm looking at like the graph of, or I'm looking at the data source down here, it says this data includes commercial and aid trucks, daily average calculated for working days. I don't know then, does this include a bunch of like construction or other heavy supplies that aren't related to food that are no longer going in because there's like a war? That's why I'm not sure. But I also don't know the answer to how many tons of food need to go into the Gaza Strip per day. I don't know the answer. I don't know how many tons of food a population needs to survive. I don't know the answer to that mathematically. But it sounds like you don't either, which is why I'm questioning when you say my hypothetical or my question is absurd, that maybe in 100 trucks, you could get even more food than you did with the 500 or 600 trucks, because maybe the vast majority of the food in the 500 or 600 trucks, or the vast majority of storage is like construction materials. I just don't know the answer to that. Not sure.
Do you actually believe that that's the case? From what I've seen, acute malnutrition has gone up by 16x since the start of the war.
By 16x by the start of the war. I
Since
don't
the
think
start of
that's,
the war.
I don't know if that's possible, because I feel like that would mean that the acute malnutrition would have had to have been under 100 divided by 16 that means that it was only 6% beforehand. Because if it increased, if the acute malnutrition was 10% of the population, it can increase 16 or 17 times because that would be over 100% of the population. So that number immediately sounds incorrect to me. I thought the malnutrition instances in the Gaza Strip were around like 20 to 40%. So the most it could increase would be like 3x or 4x, but anything more than that would be fantastical.
Yeah, so like if you want like sources and stuff like that for that, I just didn't think this was going to be disputed for claim.
Well, no, wait, hold on. First of all, when it comes to Israel-Palestine, wait, hold on. When it comes to Israel,
This is my channel again? What the fuck? Oh, hello.
Oh, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Kind of little brain fogged right now, but that's not all that uncommon. So we're streaming right now, just so I know, right?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, won't use any slurs, which normally I would just be saying like really, really horrible racist stuff left and right. No. Just kidding. Anyway, what's up, dude?
Yeah, I'm all right. Just chugging away. How are you?
Yeah, like I said, mostly good. Just I have been taking this like sleep medication that is not doing me good. So just I'm kind of just like ridiculously brain fogged for so let's talk about this because I'm gonna do just a lot of listening here because I'm just pretty dysfunctional like conversationally right now. I had gotten in touch with you just I don't know if you said anything to your listeners, but basically like I recall in your video on the Nakba, I think that you kind of used a lot of points from Zionist historians in order to make your case because that is for some more convincing than other sources that that are kind of like more in like the Elon Poppy kind of vein and stuff. So there's this kind of massive video that I've been working on, and I am pretty sure that I'd like to have just this like short section where I'm talking about because this person who I'm kind of addressing this video to just completely is of the mind that accusations of colonization and what's the word and apartheid are just anti-Semitic. And I might throw in kind of the qualifier that like, okay, if these exact words are not used, like if you have qualms with those words specifically, then and still functionally these like this is basically apartheid or these things are sorry again the brain fog the like basically like there's no doubting that something close to those words are going on. But yeah, so I was getting in touch with you because I was hoping that maybe you had a few Zionist or like, just respected historians that lean in that direction who have, just like more or less who stand behind those here help me out here, help me talk, because
Those premises,
again,
those conclusions or those premises or those descriptions, like
yeah, exactly.
So you want Zionist or Zionist sympathetic historians who have good reputations basically saying that confirming the opinions that are often given that you'll often find just from more like left-leaning sources, right? Like colonialism,
Yeah,
apartheid. Okay.
yeah, I know that like when it comes to Benny Morris, that like I don't have my notes in front of me, and also just again the I'll say it for the last time, the brain fog kind of makes me like if we were having this conversation another time, I'd be kind of probably be able to remember more clearly the notes that I've already taken. I know that there are some points where Benny Morris comes either has more or less said these things, and I know he's gone back on. Anyway, you know what? I'll just shut up, and I think you get me, and I'll just listen to you from now on, because I'm sure your audience is going to enjoy that way more than listening to me kind of babble with this kind of like brain state that I'm in right now.
Okay, so I'll give you one. I'll just give you like. Do you have? I'll give you a PDF of righteous victims. That'll be a good start, and I'll give you page numbers. So if people, so the problem with calling Zionism colonial is there's not really a dispute over whether or not Zionists, even before the British were involved, were colonial. Of course they were. The problem is that people, when they say colonial, people don't really know whether you mean colonial as in buying up land to establish a presence and to maybe prepare for some kind of like statehood or something, or if they mean colonial in the sense of imperialism. There's a difference between these terms. So when people say imperialism, they try to push the idea that the state of Israel was basically set up by the British or maybe the Americans or whatever other Western powers who basically just helped a bunch of European Jews ethnically cleanse Palestine and make it a Jewish state. That's not really what happened. Like, it was not as simple as that. Because usually with imperialism, you have a mother state directing the colonialism, right? Like, they get a group of settlers or a group of people to go to a particular land to build up a presence, to possibly evict and remove locals from particular areas, and to basically just plunder that area for Western imperial wealth. But that's not what happens with Israel. What happened with Israel was it was colonialism, like without the imperial part. So I'll give you a quote here. Does that make sense so far?
Yes, it does. Also, I just want to throw this in real quick. Aside from colonialism and apartheid, one other thing that you can add to it is just ethnic cleansing and, like forced displacement, stuff like that. I know that Benny Morris has made many statements kind of supporting that, but also I know that he makes the case that, like, well, this was necessary, and but that's another thing that if you have any other respected historians who lean that way that you can cite for that particular thing, that would be great too. So anyway, go on.
So I'll give you the page number for this one, page 3839. Here he's basically saying the Jews were not, this is him talking about pre-1917, this is like 1800s. So he's saying these Jews were not colonists in the usual sense of sons or agents of an imperial mother country projecting its power beyond the seas and exploiting third world natural resources. But the settlements of the first Aliyah were still colonial, with white Europeans living amid and employing a mass of relatively impoverished natives. Things changed somewhat with the second Aliyah. Many of these newcomers possessed a mixture of socialist and nationalist values, and they eventually succeeded in setting up a separate Jewish economy based wholly on Jewish labor. But the second Aliyah's collective settlements, the kibbutzim, the first kibbutz Degania was established in 1909, existed alongside the burgeoning first Aliyah moshavot, which were based on private property and exploitation of cheap native labor. The settlers, especially in the moshavot, and the natives quickly developed normal colonial relations based on stereotyped images and behavior patterns, exploitation and mutual dependence, contempt, racism, hatred, and fear. So There's a bit more, yeah. Like as long as you include the nuance of them not being colonial in the same sense of like Britain going into South Africa or Britain going into Rhodesia or German going into Namibia. It's not like that, but like it was a bunch of internationally funded, generally not that well off Jewish people buying up land, kind of just like as a disparate international community, not like a nation trying to plunder some like third world country, right? Do you get that?
Yeah, I get that.
But they still called them settlements. They still called each other settlers, the Yishuv, like, and they still were colonial, and they still called themselves colonial. But yeah, just not like the problem is when people say settler colonial, because when people say settler colonial, they're usually implying imperial. The language gets a bit tricky with that. But yeah.
So, do you yourself disagree with the referring to it as settler colonial, or
Yep.
are you just kind of like you do? Okay.
Yeah, only because when people say settler colonial, they mean imperial. Like they were settlers and they were colonial, but when people say settler colonial, they say it because they mean imperial, and they also say it because they mean the people should fucking leave, right? Like, yeah. So I don't buy into that. The problem is that like the use of a word matters more than what the word actually means itself, and settler colonial is just like a tainted word to me, so I just don't use it.
Right. Okay. I'll have to. I mean, I definitely well, a lot of people who I mean, I guess like so you disagree with because
I would call the West Bank settler colonial because there is actually a state kind of behind that, right? Like the state of Israel basically signs off on and endorses and supports the colonialism of the West Bank. So I'll call that settler colonial.
Yeah, that would be pretty difficult to argue against. I guess I'd have to look like just because to tell you the truth, I guess I when it comes to say like the people that I've been reading within the past and listening to interviews with in the past few months, as I've kind of been getting to know the situation better and better. I guess people like, I mean, definitely like Rashid Khalidi. I always kind of mess up that guy's name. Did I get it right? He am I incorrect in saying that he kind of looks at the entire Israeli project as a settler colonial project?
I mean, that's the title of his book, so I'd assume so.
Oh yeah, you're right. Hey, good point.
Yeah.
So like, so you disagree with his use of it on the same grounds that you're saying right now?
Yeah, I think also, where's the page where he mentions? There's a page where he also tries to like, he almost tries to support it in a way that I just don't think is very correct. Let me see. There's a. I don't discount this book completely. There are just a couple of things in it that I think are factually kind of erroneous. Let me see. Fuck, where was it? Oh. Crucial military support. Here, when he's talking about 1948, he says that once the state of Israel was established, he's talking about the United States and the Soviet Union. And he says, once the state of Israel was established, they both recognized it and offered crucial military support, which was instrumental in its victory. Like, this sentence is just wrong. The United States didn't offer Israel any military support in 1948. Like, there were American Jews who raised funds for it, but not like the United States. Like, I didn't get that. But that's kind of like, that does kind of give you the more settler colonial kind of thing implied, that there's like a big mother nation supporting them and doing it. But
right.
Yeah, that's this sentence I think is just, it's either misleading or just wrong. Yeah.
Okay. Well, interesting. Yeah, I don't believe I've come across it's possible that I like skimmed over that. I don't know the section that you're reading from right now off the top of my head. It's possible that I skimmed over that without like really thinking about it, but I will say that I have not encountered that claim anywhere else in my reading. So you know,
I mean, you'll
I
see
guess
the
like,
odd like second thought says it was the British who gave them military support to do 1948. Yeah, people will give all. Yeah, I think people just kind of infer it though, right?
no,
I
you
think
know,
I heard Voss say
I
that the UN helped them with it military, but yeah, that's the problem. Is that when people say settler colonial, is they feel like they need to fill in certain blanks with big international military support. Whereas in 1948, the people supporting Israel militarily were like they bought arms from Czechoslovakia like through the Soviets. So yeah, it's like, yeah.
Right. No, I will amend that to that. What I meant was I have heard the claims that the British did help out, but I have not heard any other claims that the United States were a part of all of that. So,
Right.
yeah. So, I mean, I like I want to just like kind of throw this one thing out there. Like all of this is like really good to hear. I like it, I don't know how much what you're saying is going to be reflected in the video because maybe I didn't make it clear. But in the context of the video, these are really just going to be more kind of like sound bites, sort of like. But that doesn't mean that I kind of don't, you know, that I don't want to hear the what you have to share right now. I'm just like letting you know.
Yeah.
You know, so that like when you actually like see the video, like there's no expectation of like, why didn't Vadim go into like a 5-minute tangent on these things? But anyhow, yeah, so go on. What else would you kind of add to the mix here?
Yeah, just to be also just to be clear, Britain, as far as Britain helping the Zionists, they did for a time, but by the late 30s, they weren't really helping them that much at all. They actually turned against them more or less in the late 30s.
That's what
and in
I've heard,
48,
yeah.
the British were not helping either. Actually, the British fought with Zionists. And occasionally, I think there was the odd British hand going in the Jews' favor, but then also like the British fought with Zionists as well in the 48 war. They fought with the Irgun, the terrorist group outside of Jaffa. So yeah, I don't know. But if we're talking about what else do you want to talk about? Like, it depends on what, because it sounds like you're kind of countering just classic right wing or typical pro-Israeli talking points, right? So,
yeah, I mean, basically, this person that I'm addressing, like I said, there's they completely like, you know, they very often will say that accusations of apartheid, of colonialization, of ethnic cleansing, like a whole bunch of like the major things that people often that I think very credibly accuse Israel of engaging in. They just like immediately dismiss it as anti-Semitic. They call these people Jew haters, and you know, and it's like I think I kind of like maybe alluded to this, but it's like I mean, my take is that those words are completely appropriate. But that I could sort of entertain if like somebody said like, you know, was making the what's the word, the argument like okay, like apartheid means a very specific thing and that's not what's going on here. Like if they admitted that like gross human rights violations were occurring and that those human rights violations are egregious and unacceptable, then I like am okay with. I'm not okay with it, but like I'm just more sympathetic to that argument, and I think it's more sane. This person, I think like this is someone who I would say, and I don't kind of like want to say exactly who it is because you know it's just kind of tied to my video and I want the elements of that video to be like, you know, kind of secret until it comes out. But basically what I'm saying is that I look at this person as being someone who is very maybe not brainwashed, but just in kind of like a cult, more or less, like has a lot of beliefs that are cult-like, or I mean, this person is just very much in a bubble. So I guess my point is that, like, I am taking a few of these points within a certain part of the video, and I am offering like sources that maybe they would say that they would have a hard time believing, because the fact that, like, I mean, I like with a lot of these things, I'm kind of referring to just the overall large amount of human rights groups, and like when it comes to apartheid, who the agreement seems to be that is the case among, like, the overwhelming majority of leading human rights groups on the face of the earth right now. I'm sure you know that. But so at the end of it, I want to say something like, for each of these things that I'm hitting, something to the effect of, even Zionist friendly historians like Betty Morris, yada, yada, yada. I mean, I'm not going to say that sentence in itself. That sounds like kind of like not quite right, but you get it. Even these people agree in order to agree XYZ, in order to just kind of I mean, you understand kind of
so for the
what?
apartheid thing, Benny Morris says that he doesn't think Israel's an apartheid state. He just thinks that they're practicing an apartheid regime in the West Bank.
Right.
That's what he refers to it as. He's quite specific. But yeah, he signed
Right.
an open letter with like 1,500 people in 2023 saying that Israel operates a regime of apartheid, but they meant specifically the West Bank, or at least he did. Yeah.
Right. I did know that. I did
Okay.
know that. I guess I kind of like have my Benny Morris, because really what I'm looking for here is just like, I'm not looking for a shitload. I'm just looking for any other people that I can like where there might be like a really compelling example of what I'm talking about here that I
you won't
was
get
not aware of.
you won't get many Israeli historians who are pro-Zionist calling it ethnic cleansing in 48. I don't think you'll get many of
Yeah.
those.
Right.
I don't think Benny calls it that.
I think there
But
is a place where he did call it ethnic cleansing, but then he may have like walked it back. I don't have my notes in front of me right now, but I could be wrong. But I thought that I remembered seeing that and thinking like that it was the reason why I think I'm correct about that is because when I saw it, I was like, whoa, that's really something else for him in particular to say that. And it wasn't just there was a qualifier there. Anyway, go on. What were you going to say?
I mean, he might have. I don't know if he'd,
Here,
because I feel like if
I'll
he
search.
was using that term, he probably would have said something like that there are some historical circumstances where it's justified, is probably what he would have said. He probably would have cited like fucking Greece and Turkey, or the partition of India, or Germans in the fucking Eastern Europe. Yeah, he probably would have said something like that. But if you want, it depends. Again, it depends on what you're pushing back on. Because when I cite Benny Morris for 48, it's against like right wing Israelis who say things like, they'll say like the Zionists never spoke about removing Arabs from the land before the war. They never spoke about it. Like obviously they did. They spoke about it all the fucking time, especially in the mid 30s onwards. Or if someone's saying something like the best example of what happened to Arabs was actually that they were ordered to leave when Jews were asking them to stay. Well, that's not the best example at all. Like most of them left either because of fear, or because of the direct assault on where they were living, or because of direct expulsions. Like that was like those are the main reasons for people leaving. So, but yeah, it just depends on what exactly you're responding to.
Okay, here's something I have a lot of loose stuff, so I haven't looked this over. This may not be the example that I was talking about, but this was actually just something that I that I took from Wikipedia. It says when Shavit, I don't know how to pronounce.
Yeah, I know what
a
you're
lot of
talking
these.
about. You're talking about saying that the choice is between ethnic cleansing and being killed or whatever, or genocide. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and he says I prefer ethnic cleansing, the annihilation of your people. I prefer ethnic. Do you know what I'm talking about
Yeah,
here?
yeah, yeah. He thinks thinks the expulsions were justified for like either security or for like war context, basically. Yeah, that's what he thinks. Yeah.
Right, but then at the end of it, he says that he prefers the term ethnic cleansing, making it sound like he is okay with that term being used for what for that expulsion.
Yeah, but I think again, it depends, because he would also say that very few of those villages in 1948 were directly expelled. Most of them were people fleeing the war. So if you're even going to apply ethnic cleansing in the way that he's considering it, in the way that the Israelis are actually like going to a village and telling the people to leave, that would apply to like 50 something out of 400 towns and villages, right? So yeah, he would probably say that. He would, I think, so I would imagine if he's saying like which places in 48 were actually ethnically cleansed, he'd probably say like Lida and Ramla or Deir Yassin or something like that, right? But not the
Okay.
whole 700,000.
All right. Okay. Let me make a note right here. So if I bring him up in this context, then do you think that the fair thing to say that something in some cases, well, no, that's probably like, that sounds kind of clumsy. Let me ask you if
He would say that they like if even if you want to narrow down ethnic cleansing to just mean going to a town or village and telling the people who live there to leave and firing gunshots over their heads to get them to move, then Benny Morris's own analysis says that happened in at least like 50 odd towns and villages, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't account for all of them, but it accounts for, and they also did bar their return afterwards. So yeah, there's
So just like in your mind, if I were to say this, you use this example, the kind of fair way would be to say like even historian Benny Morris concedes that in many cases, like tell me what you like how you would frame it in such a way that is honest to his like actual beliefs of the matter.
Well, it seems to be that he believes people fled and got displaced during that war for a number of, like, a variety of reasons, all of which happened in the context of war. But even by his own analysis, and I'll give you the source for it here, at least 50 of those towns and villages were direct expulsions by his own categorization. Including the biggest one, which was Lida and Ramla, where Ben Gurion literally gave a little hand wave and said, expel these people, like 50 something thousand of them. So you could look into that one. It's a good example, because if you look into the story of Lida and Ramla, you'll get an example of the actual leader of the Zionist movement basically okaying one, and a future prime minister signing the order. So I think this is page 429. If you look up that expulsion, you'll get a good example of a direct one.
Cool.
And also at the beginning of that link I just sent you, the most recent one, if you go to page fucking XIV, like before the beginning of the book.
Where are you talking about?
The link I just sent you in DMs.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And that one, XIV, that he actually has like a list of every town and village that was expelled in the war, that was displaced in the war. And the ones that have an E next to them are when he's saying that direct expulsion by Jewish forces was the primary reason for them leaving. And about 50 odd of them are those ones.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I kind of when I came to you, I did kind of did occur to me that there very well may not be many other cases, other historians that have made statements that I, was thinking that, just kind of seeing if you knew of any who did. So it makes sense that none other come to mind. I may not even kind of include this section because, like, I don't know, it may not be very it may not be kind of like as compelling an argument as I was thinking it might be. But I guess I just before I go, I'm just curious. I'm sure you have like insights into this. So like I know like Benny Morris is someone who I'm like kind of continuing to get to know his kind of not just so much his current takes, because I think I understand them at this point. But one thing that's interesting to me that I'm not sure if I completely understand to the extent that I'd like basically, like, I know that around the second intifada he had a somewhat of a change of heart, and that was like around the time I understand that he just really made it known that yes, he did kind of look at these as at the around 1948 and years around then at that stuff as being not ethnic cleansing, but that displacement occurred and yada yada. There were a series of things that he sorry for the pauses here, that he believed occurred that many other Jewish historians did not, but he kind of like made it much more clear that he believed that that all these things were necessary in order to ensure that Jews and the Israeli state was established. That was just the importance of that occurring justified everything that took place. But like basically, can you speak to like do you think that there was a real change in his thinking at that time, or do you think that it just like kind of
I don't know.
like
I've heard people say this, that he used to say that the expulsions of 48, because he's always said that the rapes and the massacres and obviously all that was not justified. I don't think he's ever changed a position on that. As for the expulsions and the barring of refugees, I don't know if he's ever actually said that they shouldn't have happened, that they were actually like that they were the wrong thing. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if he's ever advocated for like the right of return for Palestinians ever before the 2000s. I thought, and I could be wrong because I don't know that much about his politics before 2000s, I thought his political positions used to be that he had more optimism for peace, that he thought that Palestinians and Israelis could come to a two-state solution that they could agree upon through a negotiation. And I think from the 2000s onward, he decided that Palestinian rejectionism was there to stay, that they would never accept a two-state solution. I thought that was Morris's change of heart. I didn't know if it was like he had changed his heart on 1948.
I've definitely read that. I guess what what I'm bringing up now is just like I've heard allusions to there being just like a huge sea change in his overall like outlook on things, and so I thought perhaps that it was more far-reaching than just that, because definitely what you just mentioned, yes, I've absolutely like read that.
Because this wiki is making it sound like he used to believe that the Nakba was a premeditated expulsion policy, but his books don't say that, so that can't be true.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, I've also, I'm also going on what certain other historians have said about him. I take what Norman Finkelstein has said with a little bit of a grain of salt because, well, I mean, I watched the Destiny
yeah.
debate, and I mean, I know that that definitely Morris takes a great deal of disagrees quite a bit with Norman Finkelstein's outlook on it, but I don't know. I mean, I feel like I've listened to Elon Poppy and Rashid Khalidi kind of make comments of that sort, just kind of like saying that, like, yeah, well, there was a huge change with him, and it just, I don't know. I guess.
Yeah, I think he got politically like blackpilled on the peace process, and then obviously a lot less sympathetic to, I suppose, the Palestinian political cause, because he thinks it's like they're just never going to accept two states, or they're never going to accept a peaceful solution that allows Israel to exist. I think that's where he changed. But yeah, as far as there's people try to say that because he's a bit more, the problem is that people like Benny Morris tend to write, like, when they're writing their history, they're not trying to sell, or at least it doesn't look like they are trying to sell a political message in their history. Like, he's just saying what happened. And what he'll say is, he'll go through the birth of the refugee problem, for example, and he'll say Zionists were very captivated by the idea of transfer, especially around the 30s. Actually, before the 30s, they used to speak about it here and here and here. But when it got to the war, they didn't put out a political blueprint for expelling Arabs. That happened as more like, some of it was ad hoc decision making. Some of it was a kind of carte blanche feeling given from Plan Dalit. Some of it was like people just fleeing in general. So some of it was kind of like an unwritten thing where they would be occupying a certain area and they would just treat the Arabs really badly and not give a shit if they left as a result. So there would be all those things. But the problem is people will just take one part of that entire summary of the Zionist attitude towards transfer, and him saying something like transfer was inevitable, or the Zionists were captivated by it. And then they'll use that quote to draw the broader conclusion, which is that they were planning it all along, even before the war. And that's why there's a problem. And it's kind of like if a writer might say something like, well, the Israeli side is correct on this, they're wrong on this. The Palestinian side's correct on this, they're wrong on this. And then someone who, a secondary source, takes that piece and just cites the parts where the Israeli side was wrong and the Palestinian side was right, and then they make that the conclusion that they draw, then that's kind of where the issue is, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what people like Finkelstein do to Morris. Like, they're quote snipers. Yeah. The problem with Morris is that he's not very good at articulating in quick enough sound bites why that context thing is happening. I feel like he could have responded to the Finkelstein thing with like, transfer was inevitable and inbuilt. I feel like you could do a quick response to that, but he just didn't have a very good formulated one. So it could look kind of shit on his end. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, cool. I thanks for going over all this with me. I have one other question for you, and I hope I'm not like it's not kind of a question that would, like, I don't know, that you wouldn't want to answer for. Just, I don't know.
Okay.
Not wanting to alienate fucking Destiny, but I guess my question is so, like, after that debate, right?
Mm-hmm.
I did think it was like kind of like the Finkelstein clips, the memes where he was just like totally like taking the piss out of Steven. Like, they were funny for me. They were like pretty hilarious. However, there was an aspect of it that, like, I guess, what am I trying to say here? I did think it was overall kind of lame that it, like, basically, oh God, the fucking brain fog. Maybe I should have brought this up with you at a time when I was not like in this kind of like retard mode.
Whoa. It was a bit lame that it was a bit lame that something.
Yeah. Sorry for the R slur. I usually don't
It's
go
fine.
there. Anyhow, so the point is that like yeah, I mean, definitely Destiny did do far better within the debate than those clips would. I guess what I'm saying is that it was kind of lame for people to kind of throw those out. Like the fact that those memes kind of were the overwhelming majority of what people had to say more or less about the debate. Like, it makes sense because people are always going to use like kind of just like sound bites like that. But yeah, like I did not think that Destiny did, like, I mean, at least in terms of representing his side, I personally didn't think that he did a terrible job by any means, even though that I totally fucking disagree with him on a million things that he said. And I think some of the things that he said are really horrible. I can still kind of like remove myself from just give him like credit where credit's due. I mean, the guy's a good debater in general. He's not, he's very rarely going to like just truly suck as a debater. But my point is this, is that in spite of that, I guess I was just like wondering, do you think that he deserved to be there? Like, I can understand that Lex Friedman would want to choose him purely just to get views. And I don't even think that that's a bad thing, because the thing is that this is a tremendously important conversation for people to be having. So having someone who gets eyes on a like an event like that there's something there's like worth to that in itself.
Yeah.
But my question to you is if that was not a factor, do you think that he quote deserved to be there? Do you think that like the a debate like that would be better served by having someone who has the the knowledge and experience and like history that all the three others did? What's your take on that?
I don't know if there's a big problem with that, because then someone else could say, why is Benny an actual historian there with a political analyst and a poli-sci pop historian, right? Because you could say that as well, because like Finkelstein and Rubani they don't go through and do primary research on like through Israeli or British or American or whatever archives like the way Morris does. So you can even say there's a rift there as well. But again, I wouldn't make that objection, because obviously they're both pretty big commentators on the whole thing and have been for a while. The thing what you're saying about Destiny in particular, because he's not even like, he's only been talking about this stuff for a few months. The problem is that would be a much better criticism or question to ask if it were not the case that it didn't seem like he got anything factually wrong. There might have been one or two things that could have been pushed back on a bit more easily than at least Norman, the other guy, was giving. But I think the fact that like all the critics have only been able to show and gloat over clips of Finkelstein just throwing insults rather than actually calling out any arguments or catching out any incorrect statements, that shows that there aren't any. Because if there were, they'd be all over the internet, right? So
I mean, like on Twitter and shit, like, I mean, that's just not a place where people usually, like, I mean, it's not completely uncommon for people to actually say things of substance and kind of to have like usually it takes threads, significantly long threads to kind of go through that. But I mean,
there have been cases in the past, like with the there were a lot of like factual disputes or factual errors that were brought up by that what was his name, Omar Badar guy, who saw Destiny saying a few things that were either incorrect or just kind of like poorly worded or misleading, and that was like a big popular thing. But with the Finkelstein thing, it seems like there's nothing. It just seems to be like the people who No, I think gotcha moments and people being factually wrong can spread on Twitter like wildfire. It's obviously much more convincing than just someone throwing insults, but I don't know. I guess it just shows you that people who I feel like people who say that they hate debate bros actually love debate bros as long as they're on their side. They loved Finkelstein doing wavy hand gestures and interrupting and making personal insults and appealing to authority and spending half the time inflating his own credentials rather than actually making arguments themselves. People love that, yeah, as long as it's on their side. So,
well, that's kind of what I was getting at with the with like, you know, just not, you know, I was not crazy about the fact that that was kind of like the last or just like the biggest takeaway that most people had from the, you know, the whole thing. And it's like when I say that, like, I thought that the clips were pretty hilarious. I mean, like, yeah, it's hard not to find them fun. Like, I mean, that's the sort of thing where I think I would find funny if you know, if the shoe was on the other foot and Destiny was doing the same. But just like, yeah, no, overall, I guess I should make it clear that I'm more in your camp, that like, you know, like, in spite of finding those things funny, like I wish, yeah, I think I've already said.
Yeah,
what
they
I
were.
had to
Yeah,
say,
they were
sorry.
very funny. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But it was also funny
but-
that people saw them as kind of like big wins. Yeah, but again, like the question is, I think it's valid, but I think the problem is that it turned out to be the right decision because it seems to be that Muin Rabbani, Benny Morris, and Destiny, all three of them acted like the one who acted unprofessionally in that debate was Finkelstein. The other three were fine. They were conversing. They were addressing each other's claims. They were engaging with each other's arguments. They were counter arguing. Yeah, they were actually doing what you're supposed to do in those conversations, whereas Finkelstein was just posturing basically the whole time. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Rabbani
definitely-
actually because he I feel like he got let down by his debate partner.
Yeah. Finkelstein, I mean, I felt like there were some times where he was like trying to hold Benny Morris's feet to the fire on certain remarks that he had made that I just never really felt were like sufficiently like replied to, but that being said, I definitely agree with you. I mean, Finkelstein was not served by, I feel like almost like Finkelstein, is it Finkelstein or Finkelstein? Does it matter? Like,
No
like
idea.
do people say, okay, guess it doesn't matter. I guess my my thought was that he went into it with a preconception that Stephen was going to be less professional than he was, and that he had to kind of like be on the offense. So he was just like and you know, definitely like Finkelstein does have a history of doing that shit, definitely. But I felt like Finkelstein did it more than any other talk that or a debate that I've seen him do. And yeah, overall, I do wish that he had not done that shit because it does undermine any good points that he made.
I mean, that's what he lost his academic tenure for, wasn't it? Wasn't that for he couldn't stop throwing personal insults at people he was arguing with? I think that was one of the reasons he lost his tenure, wasn't it? Yeah.
I don't know anything about that, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. I mean, the guy is kind of a dipshit in in a whole series of ways. Anyway, look, thanks for having this convo with me again. And I guess I'll just say this real quickly. I don't want to go into this because it's like, well, one, it's been a while, and I feel like it's difficult to kind of like pick up where we left off with the whole, you know, we were discussing the New York Times sexual violence article, and in light of yeah, but I wanted to say real quickly that I may do this, I may not. Like basically, like my videos are often very difficult to make because I put a great deal of like not just like humor into them, but also like a lot of like fancy editing
Mhm.
or stuff like that. So often my videos take a while to make, but I think that there's a chance that I may make a video that discusses all of the stuff that we were talking about. Plus, like I kind of did a lot of more research into that, and I like not just from things like the Intercept articles and whatnot, but I found more things, and I may end up making a very dry, like basically like a video that is very unlike what I've made in the past. That is just purely just trying to make an informational case without any like fancy editing and like probably with a minimum of humor, just because I feel like laying out that case is like I don't have the time to make it like a big production, but yet at the same time I'd like to see someone do exactly that, make a video on all that. So I guess what I'm saying is that maybe if I do end up making that video at some point in the future, when that's made, we could have that discussion then and kind of see like but yeah, but I should get going, and thanks for going over all this with me. And do you like, how long are your streams?
They're
Because we always have
between 4 and 8 hours, I guess. Yeah.
okay. In the future, maybe it would be better for us to like have these conversations like towards, because I always figure you're in Europe, and therefore you're like I need to talk to you in the like afternoon, because it's just like yeah, my sleep issues are like really fucking severe, and I'm just like not going to be like I'm going to be like more just far better to talk to in the evening. So I'll keep that in mind.
Okay.
Maybe we can next time we talk, hopefully I'll be like a little more on point then. But yeah, dude, thanks for talking with me, and thanks for all you do.
All good. Yeah, thanks for coming on. I'll speak to you soon, all right?
Yeah, later, dude.
Okay,
Bye.
bye-bye. Okay. Whoa. Let's have a look at this debate. Luna, you're too nice. Why? What's wrong with being nice? It's nice to be nice. If someone's being nice to me, if someone's not being nice to me, I'll go fucking mental. But like, if someone's nice to me, what am I gonna do?
Palestine, everything is a disputed claim. That's why I dig into all of the primary sourcing on all of this instead of doing anything. But also, but that doesn't necessarily mean, hold on, we haven't even established if I'm right or if you're right or if you're wrong on anything. I was just asking a very basic question here, because this is how a lot of tricks are played. My very basic question is, what's in these trucks?
Oh, no.
And how much food do they need to survive? Well, I think those are pretty fundamental basic questions. Maybe the article itself might actually detail that. I don't know.
Because we're dying of boredom. Listen, you guys want to direct the stream, okay? That's a service that I am willing to provide for a reasonable fee, okay? That's what I say. You want videos sped up? You want me to kick people? Just fucking... I need an incentive here. Come on.
No, I'm just asking because I see that it says here commercial supplies are included. That might have dramatically been cut after the war started, because you don't want to ship in commercial stuff that they're using to, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, right. But so do you acknowledge that just because I can't give you an exact number doesn't dismiss the claim? I mean, I've seen
it doesn't dismiss the claim. But if the claim, this would be my question.
It's like when people talk about the Holocaust. It's like, how many exact number of Jews died? It's like, well, I think it's about 6 million. What? You can't give me an exact number? It's
oh no. Okay. Okay.
It's like just a weird, I think, like
It's super not weird. In fact, it's so normal. What you're doing is weird, right? You said
Wait,
you
so
did.
the-
Hold on,
if
wait.
we were
You said you do a lot of like exercise stuff, right? Hold on. Let's say I were to say I want to measure your calories. I want to measure your calories based on how much money you put on your credit card last month. Would that be a good way to measure calories?
You want to do what exactly?
If I wanted to measure your caloric intake based on the dollar
excuse
amount
me.
that you spent on your credit card last month, would that make any sense at all?
This is a slightly convoluted way of explaining the problem.
No, I don't see how that's analogous.
Because why would I be measuring trucks?
Let me get.
Well, no, hold on, wait. You said you don't understand. I'm explaining the analogy. And then you go, I'm saying daily truckloads doesn't tell me anything. Why wouldn't this be measured in tons of food?
Why would it not be? Because there's more to humanitarian aid than just food. There's medicine, there's clean water. So food is by far not the only thing. In fact, I would argue clean water is probably more important than food.
Then why not break it out? Why not just break it out?
Okay, sure, we can go through that. I'm actually just pulling up some sources.
Sure, we
anyway.
can. But I'm saying that right now it's highly suspect that we're measuring in truckloads and including other stuff. Why not just measure food or water?
Well, there's a whole bunch of other.
Reading the 10-year denial letter, it was concerns over the soundness of some of his evidence and arguments, plus inflammatory style and personal attacks. Yeah, I was pretty sure personal attacks was a big part of it. Yeah, right.
Other things that can
That's
be
what I
mentioned.
heard
So,
anyway.
for example,
I haven't
a
looked
senior
into
UN
it.
official warned that at least
In depth.
500,000, over 500,000 people across the Gaza Strip, 1/4 of the population face catastrophic levels of food insecurity, and 1 in 6 children under the age of 2 in the north were suffering from acute malnutrition. So there we have a fairly definitive statement from a senior UN aid official.
What was the acute malnutrition before October 7th?
Way low. I can pull it up if you want.
Sure, find it. Because I've heard all sorts of different things about what malnutrition looked like. Keep in mind, it's like a developing region. You compare these to other things in the region, right? The Gaza Strip compared to Egypt, compared to Jordan, compared to maybe not Syria because that place is fucked. But you would have to look at the acute malnutrition before and after to know if the numbers gotten worse, right?
Okay.
That would be important.
Give me a second and I'll pull it up right now.
Sure. But also, we still haven't even. It would be nice to just settle this.
Is the data that specific? On what? On the trucks? I don't know if it's tonnage of foods, but the number of food trucks I think is specific. It is specifically given. Like there is a monthly figure for how many food trucks are crossing the border, no?
Truck thing. I'm just curious of like, what did the truckloads? Why are we measuring in truckloads? We should know the amount of food and medicine going in and out. I imagine those numbers must be somewhere.
Yeah, there's just like, I'm not in charge of the measuring, but that's just how they measure it. I don't
believe you. No, wait. No, hold on. That's not how they measure it. They absolutely, hold on. Just to be clear, you're telling me that the UN or places in charge of humanitarian aid have no idea how much food is going in and out?
What's going on? Erwin, hello.
Oh, hi.
How's it going?
I'm okay. How are you?
Fine. Thanks.
I just wanted to push back on some of the stuff Vadim was saying, or at least implying. One about Benny Morris and 2 about the Nakba. With Benny Morris, I see this claim walked out all the time that Benny Morris has like fundamentally changed since the Second Intifada. And I just don't believe that's true. Like politically, probably, at least in terms of his rhetoric. But I see no difference at all in his work. His work, if anything, seems to be more scathing towards Israel. Like the revised edition of Birth, which was published in 2004, is the one that included the details about additional expulsion orders that were uncovered. He had no reason to add that if he was being intellectually dishonest or swayed by some change of heart. That's the first thing. I'm convinced also that this talking point comes from Finkelstein, and he's the one that perpetuates it, because I see this coming from like Hassan, and I don't think Hassan engages with anybody except Finkelstein on Twitter. So there's that. And then regarding the Nakba, I've been going back and reading Birth again, because I'm annoyed with something Hassan said to me in his chat a couple weeks ago. He basically said that the Nakba was a pre-planned systematic policy of expulsion that and he claimed also that Morris said as much. So I'm going through Birth. Basically, I'm trying to summarize everything that Morris said about the various parts of the expulsion or of the Nakba, and then trying to like make the case that this wasn't a systematic policy. And so looking over things, it's just not. It seems you have to be really, really selective to be able to come to that conclusion that it was this systematic replan policy, because even with Lida and Ramle, you see this like chaos that took place within the Israeli government, where Ben Gurion and higher ups in the IDF definitely had their mindset on expulsion. But in other factions of the government, they didn't know what was happening or actively tried to push back against expulsion.
Yeah.
It was never this like unified idea that was being pushed by the Israeli state. And we even see like there are so many cases of things that would just directly like contradict any attempt to cleanse the entire population. Like in July, they set up a Arab Minority Relations Ministry or something. It's some stupid name that called for like managing like healthcare, education, food, and curfews of Arab populations in occupied territories. And like there's just like all this stuff. And then you see in the Galilee there was tons of villages that were just never expelled. They weren't touched. They said they surrendered, and they're like, okay. And I don't know. It just frustrates me that people try to weave this narrative of like some situation that is incredibly complicated, and then they just smugly laugh at you when you say this isn't the case, that there is complicated things. They're like, oh, well, the Holocaust was complicated. People will say that. And it's like, no, but it's like that's just a stupid argument. It's like actually.
Yeah, when you're talking about, is that in the second version when they talk about the chaos about Lida and Ramle?
Yes.
Is that why Ben Gurion, even doing his hand wave thing, he specifically did it outside of the meeting? Like he went outside to have a cigarette.
Yes,
and then
that seems to be the case. He because he had told different things to different people as well. So he supposedly was obsessed with Lida and Ramle. He thought they were a threat to Tel Aviv. So like. The Jordanian army, was like 20 kilometers away from Tel Aviv there. So it was like a threat to the Jewish heartland. So he wanted to expel. There's no question about that. But that doesn't, I don't think you can take that and translate that into general policy elsewhere. Especially because the conduct in Lida and Ramle is way different than everywhere else. It's much harsher, more intense. And it's just, the IDF has a mission there. It's clear. Whereas elsewhere, it's just not like that at all. So, yeah, that's just. Anyways, it depended on who was in charge in different regions. There wasn't a unified policy. Different parts of the government were doing different things. Some were trying to account for Arabs. Others wanted them gone. The main goal seems to be at the time, as far as the IDF is concerned, is winning the war with the Arab states. That was their primary concern because they were being invaded by like 4 different countries at once. I don't know.
But that's why you also get when people try to compare that to the Holocaust, where at fucking Wannsee, you've got like, it's literally even in the top of the Holocaust encyclopedia, where it's like there was no debate on whether or not they should do the plan. They were just discussing how to do the plan, right? Like, comparing that to the way expulsions were carried out in 48 it's so different. Like, I don't know.
Anyways, I'm making a giant post on it. I don't know how to do it though, because it's you need so much context to be able to make an argument. Because it's so multi-causal. You need to look like, here's an example of this region, here's an example of this region. So I'm trying to just dump as much information as possible before I get into actually making an argument. But I don't know if that's even like good, because it's just like I can't just like quote snipe, because then I'm just doing what Finkelstein does. I have to.
Just no, quote sniping's fine as long as you're actually staying true to the message that the author intended, right? Like you can quote 3 words as long as they are representing in the context of what you're saying the crux of the argument.
Agree,
right?
But the problem is there's not really a good way to convey. Like I could say, hey, I don't know, the campaign in the Galilee during the 10 days was complex, and there was like disparate policy depending on who was in command. But if I say that, like Hassan is, or somebody like him is going to say, "Huh, like you're just saying that though." So then I have to say, "Okay, look at this village, and this village." So and then, or they might say they will just say I'm cherry picking what Benny Morris said. So I feel like I have an obligation to at least like say, hey, here's what Benny Morris said. Look at this paragraph, for example, and then let's work off of that. But I don't know.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Just my approach, however what it's worth, is just throw everything down and then trim the fat. Yeah, I don't know, because there'll probably be stuff in there that you don't need.
Okay. Anyways, I just wanted to say, I feel like that guy is going to make a very bad faith video based on this line of questioning. But the policy was there was not a clear policy.
Okay.
And I know that kind of bleeds into the Sunday debate, but yeah, it's just obvious if you read the material.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. All right.
Anyways, thanks.
Well, take care. Bye.
Bye.
Vosh is talking about the Finkelstein debate. Let's see.
The legal.
Where Benny.
And then the Zionism Steve.
Both sides, Wikipedia. When did he start?
Said
Finkel, Marine. I'm just looking at the chat to see where it starts. Here?
Was he alive unless he got in a car accident or something?
Doesn't look like they're talking about it
I have
here.
no idea.
All right,
really, my memory's pretty blurry. It's like fucking, it's like 13 years back now. But he's probably still alive unless he got in a car accident or something. Was he almost your age? He'd probably be a little bit older than I am now. Yeah.
Erwin is not a streamer, no. Ow.
Did you know Steven had a conversation with Jordan Peterson? If you have time, check it out. I'm halfway through listening to him and the other three, Finkelstein, talk about Israel and the Middle East. So
Only
far,
3 hours
I have to say it's relatively... Okay, this is... I feel like... Okay, I have to give praise to Steven for one thing. As much as an unhinged psychopath that he seems to have been, I don't see his stuff that much on the Israel issue. He seems to have done a pretty good job in that conversation molding his rhetoric and style of speech to something a little bit more academic. I have no idea what I'd do in a conversation like that. You know, it's been a long time since I've had to do any kind of academic work, so me sitting down there and like... I don't know. I feel like I would be ruder than Finkelstein was. I think he looked like a fool. So far, I'm 2.5 hours in, and he hasn't done or said anything that looked foolish. I know that there are some funny clips of his name getting mispronounced, which are very funny, mind you. But so far, in the first 2.5 hours, he hasn't said or done anything that was like, objectionable. Yeah, he does seem out of place, but that's not really his fault, right? Like, I don't literally believe in academic gatekeeping. Like, just because he's not a professor wearing a suit, he should dress nicer. But no, I wouldn't have said that 6 months ago. That's just my bias now.
No, that's true. Muin Rabbani was the only good one there. Mr. Borelli, Mr. Benelli. Finkelstein comes off straight up unpleasant in that debate. Finkelstein acted like kind of a lunatic. Hey, the Vosh fans. Damn.
You know, just because he's not a professor wearing a suit doesn't
Finkelstein is honestly an awful advocate.
mean that, you know, he's actually not allowed to participate. That's not the issue, right? 2.5 hours in, I think I'm trying to make like mental notes. I'm not writing it down because I'm not a fucking nerd. But so far,
he said if Israel nuked Gaza, it wouldn't be a war crime. Telephone.
I think I've heard two things that have sounded really wrong to me from both sides, like two big like loud incorrect buzzers from the Finkelstein and from the Steven side, like from both of them. But both of the wrong things weren't from Steven; they were from the other guy. They were from the Zionist academic, and one of them was really bad too, like some Hitlerite shit. And then the other two, one was from Finkelstein and one was from the guy with the brown suit, Benny Morris, yeah. So it's 2 for 2 on like extremely loud and correct buzzer stuff, you know?
What did they say? Oh, I'd be curious to see what he said that they said was wrong. What was Benny Morris's error?
Finkelstein was just objectively wrong so many times about the legal stuff. It was really bad. Yeah, like he comes across very learned, and I'm sure that he is. Like he definitely knows more.
I don't remember any Morris Hitlerite memes. I can't. If he's saying you watched the first half of the debate, I don't know what he would have said there. But near the end, was it Arab Marauders? Near the end, when Morris is like, nobody cares about international law. Nobody cares about it. Does as a fucking Westerner who like that does feel a bit strange to hear if you don't really know the context behind it. Yeah. I think you should care about international law, though. I think those standards, I think most of those standards are there for a good reason. What did Morris say? When they were talking about who attacked on October 7th, he said it was like half, like 1,000 and a half Hamas and another 1,000 plus Arab marauders, he called them, the Gazan civilians who went through the wall and took part in the chaos.
On the subject, all four of the people there know more about the history of Israel than I do. I don't really give that much of a shit. It's interesting and useful.
What is this good chunk of Sinai quote? Was he saying that Gaza needs to get a chunk of Sinai? Like a land swap with Egypt? I don't understand that. That's weird. Or do they need to go there as refugees? I don't know what the fuck that means. If someone has the clip for that, you can show me.
For like prescribing solutions, but I'm more concerned about the genocide happening now. You know, if you're having a conversation, if it's 1939 and you're saying to someone, hey, I really don't like how the Jews are being put into camps, and their response is, let's talk about 1257. Do you know why the King of England removed Jews from the land of the UK? Like, it's like, okay, hold on.
Bro,
wait.
he knows. He knows about the expulsion of Jews from medieval England. What the fuck? Vosh. That's so cool. He hasn't been watching us, has he? He hasn't been learning about Doncaster. The Doncaster Jews. I thought the expulsion from England was around that time, wasn't it? That was a bit later, though. 1290. What did he say?
Why the King of England to camps? And their response is, let's talk about 1257. Do you know?
Oh, no, he's a bit, it's 1290. Okay.
Why the King of England removed Jews from the land of the UK?
There's Edward the First who did that, by the way. Hammer the Scots. No one mentions that he also hammered the Jews out of England.
It's like, okay, hold on, wait. Why do I need to know any of that? Wait, what?
They were banned from returning all the way until Oliver Cromwell and the Roundheads decided to allow them to come back.
My moral prescriptions today going to in some way depend on So like it's useful, it's good to know the past, but I don't think it like is necessary to inform your positions the current. Of course, if I was having a conversation with all those people, I'd definitely like read the fuck up on the subject, you know. More extensively. I'd have like 16 conversations with Lonerbox. Really gird my loins.
That's me.
No, I haven't seen Steven talk to Jordan Peterson. Apparently he crushed JP, which is good because JP is actually mentally ill and like falling apart. So, you know, it's good.
10 out of 10 meme. Oh, wow. I love the time it takes Twitter to load. Maybe someone should rewrite the stack. Maybe this is the olive branch to get V and D back together. Listen, I'm not putting much faith in that. I will be the Bill Clinton, though, and more successful. You know, there was a period in the Israeli-Palestinian negotiations that actually had to get delayed because Bill Clinton had to make the time to explain to the American public that he did not, in fact, have sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky. That's a true story. There was a delay in the peace process because there was something had to get pushed back, some meeting or some summit or whatever had to get pushed back because Bill Clinton had to address the nation and insist that he did not, in fact, have sexual relations with that woman.
Finkelstein is so insanely unhinged, but he is very funny, which is like being right.
True.
Didn't JP's daughter get knocked up by a dude named Igor? JP's daughter used to fuck Andrew Tate before Andrew Tate really popped off. There's like a really weird cinematic universe going on behind the scenes there, like IRL cinematic universe.
Why is fucking X
Yeah, yeah. Before Andrew Tate really popped off. Yeah, I knew him mostly for being the like weird fitness macho guy who fucked Michaela Peterson. That's her name, right?
Oh, new viewers arriving. Nice. Get in. Do you remember the
Let's
Matt
be real here,
Hancock affair? Yeah, that was funny.
They fuck, or did Tate just ask her to look at him?
Are you saying a blowy stop peace in the Middle East? It might very well have. Especially when you consider that every week mattered, right? Like, Taba, they said they were weeks away from an agreement. So if they were, and it could have been stopped had Bill Clinton kept it in his britches. I don't know.
Well, he did reps. I mean, it could have been the latter. You know, if I was with a cute girl, and Michaela Peterson is cute, psycho, sure, but like she's cute, I would also ask them to watch me do reps. If I was fit, I'm not. I probably wouldn't want them.
Is this
to,
what I was told to watch? Just that? Or does he go on more?
Bouldering for 30 now, huh?
Stream of consciousness.
I'm not quite skinny, but I'm...
Oh, we're not talking about it anymore. All right.
Calves looked on point, okay? On point. You need to use your legs or you'll die. No.
Yeah. I remember even when him and Destiny were in the trenches, like at each other's throats, and he said that he thought Richard Wolff performed really badly in the Destiny debate that they had as well. So, yeah. Oh, this is the meme I'm supposed to watch. What's this? From Hitler Hated Christ. Okay.
Did you really message Ben? What do you mean? Yeah, of course. Ever since I started the Israel-Palestine arc, I've gotten so many connections. I've gotten like new payment processors. I get like there's a lot of people there's like a lot of organizations that kind of like send me revenue and they shoot me like talking points or whatever, or they'll like recommend me like books. They don't like control what I say on stream, of course, but they'll like suggest like, hey, you should take a look at this. And then, you know, and they also send like a decent chunk of change. I was like, well, if you're gonna pay me, you know, like 30,000 new shekels or whatever, why the fuck would I not take a look at the material that you want me to read and repeat on stream? And also part of this is connecting me to kind of like a network of, they call them the Julumni. It's like alumni, but for Jews, I guess.
Okay, good one.
That's not what I said at all. That wasn't my statement at all. What my statement actually was is that I'm not the one that's in charge of the measuring. The way I've seen people measure is in terms of trucks. And I think the reason for that, I think the best Occam's razor explanation is simply because humanitarian aid involves multiple things. It involves food, it involves water, it involves medical supplies.
You're obfuscating super hard. All of these things can be measured super easily. There's no reason ever why you would need to bundle all these things together. That's such a weird.
Am I going to be able to finish this statement, or is this just going to be like
okay, go for it,
like a Norman Finkelstein type of debate? So I'm not saying they can't be measured. I'm just saying that's the reason why I believe they're measuring it the way they do, because it includes multiple things. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't do it. I'm sure they can do it in terms of food, and I'd be happy to pull that up. But real quick, you asked me, we do got to keep it one thing at a time because I can't like research 5 different things. You asked me the acute malnutrition rate before and after October, well, the war started. So let me pull that up for you.
You guys are telling me to help Alex. I'm trying to think. I feel like whenever I have disagreements with Destiny, I either don't make them clear enough or I don't like focus them, or sometimes I have them, but then I get to them like 2 weeks later and he's already like changed to the position that I have, probably because of like more reading or whatever. Like, I don't know. Let me think. I think on this one, I think I agree with the decision to push Israel to focus more on humanitarian distribution in the north and establishing some kind of law and order in the north, as opposed to going right into Rafah. I think I agree with that prioritization. If it's the case that the IDF can't really do both at the same time, it would surprise me if they could do both at the same time because Rafah's got fucking 1.5 million people there. I think I agree with that. I think I agree with. I think it's probably the siege thing from Galant with the water. I think that is definitely to me that's a violation of IHL that lasted almost a month for 2 pipes and potentially is still ongoing for the North. I don't even fucking know. I think that's a violation of IHL. I don't know if it's a war crime because it doesn't. I don't know how war crimes are assessed in this particular way. And I also think the designating safe zones and then bombing them is. I don't know if it's a violation of IHL the way that they're saying it because I don't think you technically have to warn for every strike, but I think it's still not good at the very least. It probably is a violation of something, but what does that say about Israel's intent? Oh, it says they're genocidal, Jamie. Sorry, I missed that one. Obviously. I know safe zones aren't immune, but it does weaken their whole we call people before doing the thing because some of the again the problem is that sufficient warning is a requirement to some degree under IHL, but the problem is that there is a real issue with giving these warnings in a way that are only just performative. I think like calling a place and then 10 minutes after you give the call bombing it. But the problem is, especially in Gaza, 10 minutes is fuck all anyway, but also in an area where the reception is quite notoriously bad and it might take minutes for messages to even reach them. So we could look at that. No Holodomor yet. Nope, not yet. We got down a rabbit hole of Israeli violations or Israeli do-baddery. Okay. We'll see. You don't have a requirement to war. I need to look at the IHL for that as well. We'll double check. Precautions in attack. I think it's here. Combatants must take all feasible precautions in the choice of means and methods of attack with a view to avoiding and in any event to minimizing incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, and damage to civilian objects. Apparently, the failure to take feasible precautions to minimize harm is a violation of the law of armed conflict, but not necessarily a war crime unless it's systematic violation. I think there's also a whole thing about, for military targets, if there is doubt as to whether that target is a military target, like if there's ambiguity, which makes me wonder about the Goldstone report. If there's ambiguity, then you should treat it as not a military target. You have to, if there's any ambiguity, you shouldn't treat it as a military target. But it seems to be that in the past that Israel have attacked things based on false positives. So I don't know if it's like the false positive was enough for it to be like not in doubt at the time. But yeah, I need to look into that as well. There's a few things I want to look at. Okay, just let me explore these arguments. Fuck me. Also, I need to go bathroom. Okay, it's 6:50. I am preheating my oven. So in about 10-15 minutes, I'm going to put my food in it. What's your take on goofy Jewish names like Shlomo, Yar, or Yitzhak? Yeah, they're fine. I don't know. The Hebrew language, I don't like the sound of the Hebrew language. It sounds silly, but okay.
Yeah, so it was 3% before October 7th. So this is a 15-fold increase from the pre-war prevalence of acute malnutrition.
Link me. Let me see.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you heard me. I don't like the sound of Hebrew. I just don't like it as I just don't think it's a nice sounding language, you know? It's like, I just don't like it. Fuck. Mask off. I don't. What do you want me to say? What about the sound of Arabic? Arabic sounds cool. Maybe it's because they're just too similar. Maybe it's because Hebrew doesn't sound like it. I don't know. They sound Turkish either. They both just sound like they both just sound like bad Arabic. I don't know. What are you gonna tell me? I said it.
Let me pull this up. So here we go.
Wait, hold on. Read this paragraph.
Yes, if escalation continues, a report from London School of Hygiene, Typical Medicine, John Hopkins Center for Humanitarian Health, where just almost half the children in Gaza aged 6 months to 5 years, approximately 140,000 could suffer from acute malnutrition. By August, this would be a 15-fold increase. Okay, so this is a little bit of a future projection.
Wait. Not this is a little bit of, this was a complete projection. This has nothing to do with the current situation on the ground.
Well, how do you think they got this? Like, do you think they just made it up?
Yes.
I mean, so but the actual thing you asked me, what was the rate before this whole thing started? 3%, right? So we can just do the math ourselves. So it was 3% back then. And what did I say it was now? What did I pull up? I said it was 1 in 6 children. So 1 in 6 is something like 18%. So yeah, 3% to 18%, that's a pretty big jump.
I would have to see where both of these numbers are pulled from, because now you're getting information that's not here. But I'm just saying that.
Well, this is pretty clear. Stood at just 3%.
Well, it's not clear. I don't know where it's getting that information from, because different people define malnutrition or.
Who the fuck is this? Hello? Long hair country boy?
Yeah, what's up, man?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good.
Is there any way you can make your mic louder?
Oh, is that loud enough?
Louder? If you can push it up. That's all the gain you've got. Okay. Are you right?
Right now.
Okay.
I'll talk into the mic as much as I can.
Yeah, all good. Okay. What can
I
I do
had
for
a couple questions for you. If that's cool. First, do you when you're considering like the whole Israel Palestine or Gaza conflict, whatever it's called, do you consider, because you're talking a lot about like the rules of war, which I think is really interesting, and I'm learning a lot from like you and Destiny and Dylan Burns and whatnot, which I did not know of. Do you consider, like, because the rules of war are like for states, and like Gaza or the Palestinians don't have a state, so is that taken into consideration into this at all? Do you know?
Yeah, I think Bush tried to make this argument for Al Qaeda back in the 2000s, where he said they were in like a legal black hole. But even the U.S. Supreme Court dismissed that argument. They said that the Geneva Convention, for example, did apply to the war with Al Qaeda. The thing with Palestine, although they're not a state, they are recognized as a state by most countries, and they have their UN thing is the state of Palestine. So they are a ratified party of the Geneva Conventions. Actually, I think they're a ratified party of all of them. Israel's not. So yeah, they are held to the Geneva Conventions, like they ratified them. So
Okay.
which is
Yeah,
the
I
state of
just wasn't
Palestine,
aware
which
of
is
that,
not
yeah.
really, which would be more the PA, but Hamas is still a governing body in Gaza. So even if Israel doesn't want to sign on to certain aspects of international law, they still have to follow them if they're in Gaza because they're in an area that does ratify the conventions. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's cool. That answers that question. Which that's my main question. I do have a little bit of a larger context kind of thing I wanted to run by you if you got time.
Yeah.
Like how much do you take in the history of nationalism into your kind of like framework? Like, because I'm just doing some little light reading on this, and what I'm kind of wrapping my brain around that like a lot of nations were becoming nations like as the fall of monarchies, right, at the end of World War One, right? And then nations were being born. And I feel like the more I learn about a lot of these, and I'm going to put America in this to some degree too, that a lot of nations were becoming nations on like the idea of exclusion, like saying we're separate from others. Like even in America, we did some kind of silly things with like interning the Japanese people in internment camps. I don't think America's nearly as bad as like a lot of other nations, right? Like there's degrees of this, right? Like obviously like Germany would probably be one of the worst actors, and I put kind of like the Soviet Union in there to some, like, and I feel like even the Soviet Union would be like communist or left wing, and Nazi Germany would be right wing. I'm kind of like putting all these things in like authoritarian baskets, and like they were excluding a lot of people. Like there's pogroms in Russia, obviously, with the Jewish people. It seems like we were all doing the entire world as we were crafting nations. We're all excluding certain people. And do you take that into account into your framework when you're analyzing these things?
Probably more so than the religion thing, definitely. Probably more so than anything else. Yeah, of course it was like that's the whole thing. Like the birth of nations is to do with wanting particular ethnic majorities, transferring populations. If you do end up in situations where there are like ethnic minorities on one side of the border or the other, they can actually become quite a problem and a prerequisite for further conflict. Like say the Poles who went into Ukraine, and then they were kicked out in World War II. Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, I see it as primarily a national conflict, between two national groups over one area.
Yeah. On the religion thing, I find the the right of return a little weird from the Jewish context. That they say like Jews have a right to return, but Muslims don't have a right to return. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like it would be easier if there was like a Muslim part of the country majority and a Jewish majority part of the country, and then the Muslims wouldn't want to be in the Jewish part, and the Jews wouldn't want to be in the Muslim part. So you could do it that way. But yeah, no, I don't really ascribe to any of that. Like it's not really a religious argument though. That Jewish right of return it doesn't have to be. It's more like it's a secular one about like being indigenous, right? Because they are obviously descended from that area even though it was 2,000 years ago. They still feel like they have that like historical connection to it. So yeah,
yeah. Okay, cool, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. I just wanted to kind of get your opinion on those. Those are just some things that were rattling around in my brain. I appreciate what you guys are doing, like bringing a lot of education to like the world, and like I appreciate you. So thanks for bringing me on real quick here.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Okay.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Peace.
The reason why they feel connected to the land is religious. Not necessarily. It can be, but it's not necessarily, no. Some of them feel indigenous, like in a secular sense, and the West Bank thing is definitely a religious thing as well. Yeah. Okay. I don't think the connection to the land is religious. Like the early Zionists who were very insistent on it being Israel, like Palestine, like that area, they were mostly atheists and agnostics. So, like most of the Zionist movement from the before 48, most of them were atheists or agnostic. So, tune into Kick or Keep for 30 seconds. Okay. Why?
Potential for you to subvert the negative stereotypes and actually like end up, you know, being like more impressive, right? So like classic example, like whatever, like I guess Asian guys, there's like a shitty stereotype that they have small dicks. It's like in reality probably most of them are fucking average, and then whoa, average looks awesome, you know what I mean? Or like in my case, like as Turkey Tom said last time, like he was saying I'm Jewish, and obviously that makes him Jewish, but like and the reason he's saying that is because the stereotype.
Whatever, boring.
Or whatever, or acute malnutrition in different ways. So I just want to make sure that the numbers are coming from the same place. But also, hold on, I'm just saying, scrolling down.
Bro, that's just factually incorrect. What, that the early Zionists pre-48 were atheists or agnostic mostly? You think they were mostly religious? If you can show me something different, then feel free. I thought that was factually correct. Yeah, they were. Oh, the guy in Kick or Keep. Oh, okay, sorry.
That paragraph, that was an if. That's saying if this continues, here's a projection. So none of this is based in.
Okay, so the projection part was an if, but the statement that it was 3% before October 7th was a fact.
Well, that's what this article states, but I don't know what their definition of acute malnutrition is here. And if I'm comparing it to anything pre or post October 7th, I want to make sure I'm working with the same definition before and after.
Okay, I mean, like, yeah, we can go down the definition, I guess, rabbit hole. Give me a second.
Well, hold on, it's not a rabbit hole. It's pretty. We need to know the definitions of words we're talking about. But okay, hold on. Coming back to this.
Well, just really quick, are you disagreeing with the premise that acute malnutrition is so much higher now than before the war? You just disagree with that premise?
No, it wouldn't surprise me if it was. There's a lot of people that are moving, and my guess would be that they have worse access to food now than they did before. So acute malnutrition is probably higher. That'd be my guess. Okay. That would be my prior assumption. Would be yeah. But the question is, one, how significantly larger is it? And then two, is it because Israel's intentionally causing it, or is it just the result of having trouble delivering aid to a large amount of people and moving around?
Well, so the deliberate causing it would be a whole separate thing we need to discuss. That'd be a whole different set of evidence. We're just talking about the establishing the facts. So,
well, hold on, wait. But the facts are important, because if acute malnutrition has gone from 3% to 5%, my feeling on that, I'm going to need a really high standard of evidence to say, like, holy shit, we're going to say that Israel.
Okay, how long does it take to reheat a chicken that's already been cooked, chicken breast? In the oven, probably with some foil over it, 20 minutes. $15. It's a bit thick for 15. 30? You're insane. 8 hours. 1 second. Fuck off. I'm not a fan of this attempted efficiency. I'm supposed to, in about who's getting the best head, Alex or Destiny? Okay. I'm supposed to put my fucking potatoes in the microwave in about 10 minutes? Yeah, okay. Okay.
Intentionally causing this? I don't know. But if it went from like 3% to like 90%, like, okay, that's unbelievable. Israel is clearly failing in their obligations to take care of an enemy population, to make sure that food delivery is happening. Like that, it would be very difficult to imagine a world where there isn't some.
Have you seen? Ooh, Beast processes recent videos on civilians and genocide. I watched the civilians one the other day. I thought it was quite good. I don't agree with all of it. Actually, the thing I disagree with most about is the title. The content inside it I thought was like, most of it I thought was pretty good. That's why I kind of picked up that little bit of interest in the IHL stuff a bit more. Yeah, it was a decent video. Yeah.
Some failed obligation there, right? So the numbers do matter.
I'm not saying they don't, but I think that we have to separate the intent a little bit, because if first we need to establish the facts before we can even get into the intent.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it could all be just a weird coincidence. I don't think it is, but I'm just saying that. So let's just establish the facts before we start getting into that. So
wait, I haven't even gotten to do the truck thing yet. We haven't even figured that one thing out. We're talking about something else.
We still haven't addressed this point. Like, I don't know.
Well, this was the first point. This was the first article you linked me, and this is the fourth paragraph of this first article.
We're in truck hell, guys.
Right, but let's just get through this point and establish the numbers until you're convinced of the evidence I'm presenting.
Wait, I don't even have numbers on anything. I just want to know why we're measuring anything ever in truckloads. Like, it seems like we're already off to a really bad start if we're measuring aid.
There's an r/ask historians post on the Lex Admit Israel debate. No, not now. God, I'm one thing at a time. Fuck me. I feel like the Finkelstein Benny Morris debate is old news. Okay, we're moving forward. We're now talking about trucks and hunger and all those wonderful things,
including commercial stuff.
So do you think is your kind of explanation it's a conspiracy as a way to?
No, I'm not even. You're jumping like 25 steps ahead. I'm
But
I'm at the very fundamental information gathering stage here. And I'm asking a question about what's going on.
up.
So my first question is, why are we measuring in truckloads? Now, maybe the rest of the article, maybe it explains it, but it's really weird to me that you would measure these things in truckloads and not break it down by what's going on.
You keep saying me. I'm not in charge of the measuring. I don't work for the UN. This is just what's being measured in the articles and sources I'm reading. I'm not the one that's measuring it.
Yeah, but then my question would be, first of all, I know that for a fact that people know how much food goes in and out of that country. There's no way that that's unknown. So then my question would be, why is it always presented in truckloads? That seems to be a little bit sketchy to me.
Okay, that's a valid question, I guess. I'm still not sure what the purpose behind that question is.
Wait.
Is it just pure like devil's advocate or contrarian, or is it used legitimate? Because the only reason for asking that question is if you doubt the idea that less humanitarian aid is getting in, and you think basically all these international communities are trying to make Israel.
No. You're jumping so far ahead. I'm at a very basic, very fundamental question right now. I'm just trying to figure out why we're measuring something that should have a discrete, distinct measurement. Why are we talking about truckloads? I'm not at any conspiracy. I'm not talking about any third parties. I'm not going way down the road for any. All I'm asking is a very basic question. I don't understand why we're using truckloads when we should know the amount going in and out of the country. It's a super easy, super basic question.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have an answer to that off the top of my head. I can find it if you give me 1 minute. But my speculation for why they're doing that is probably because it's just simply easier. So truck, you see 500 trucks, that's easy. 500 trucks went in. Versus if we're doing food, water, you have to weigh the amount of each food. It's like, okay, we have 3 tons here, 2 tons here. You have to weigh the amount of water. It seems like it's a lot more complex. So
okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna do no. This everything you're saying this is all a waste of time. Okay, stop.
Are you aware that they never really move on? Is this whole debate about trucks? Are they going to talk about trucks for 2 more hours? To be fair, that's pretty autistic.
Occam's razor is that they're doing it because it's the simplest way.
Occam's blazer.
No. If you drive trucks, if you've ever worked doing semi-trucks, if you've ever talked to anybody that's humanitarian, they're not just shoving random stuff in their trucks and sending them down. There is
speculation for why they're doing that.
What the fuck?
Is probably because it's just simply easier. So truck, you see
what happened there?
500 trucks, that's easy. 500.
Okay, let's go here.
There's more than 21,000 metric tons already in the World Food Program warehouses in Port Said, but they're not able. Most of them are not able to get in. So that's just a little bit of a side point. Okay. Okay. Well, this might be the right thing.
Why are people saying this debate gets wacky? if they're just talking about
Well,
trucks.
yeah, I'm curious. Before digging so deeply into this, which is fine, we can do this. I have no problem. I want to. I'm glad we are. But like, do you even know when it says truck here? Between the trucks going in pre and post conflict, are these trucks even the same size?
Why is Why is he so? Oh no! Oh shit! I don't think it has to get. I don't think it has to get to a level of the size of the trucks. Oh no!
I don't know if they're exactly the same size, but I would assume they're the same size.
Why?
Like,
You
what
would
would be
assume
the
that
evidence for why
the platonic truck?
for why they're not the same?
Because when I go outside and I look at vehicles, they're not all the same size. There's tons of different sizes of like trailers that you can attach to
Yeah, that
semis.
has nothing. But we're talking about something very specific. We're talking about trucks that are being used by like the UN and
I
No, we're
can't.
not.
I did.
we're
Trucks.
talking about trucks that are specifically designed to deliver aid. I don't see.
Wait,
any
no, hold on,
evidence
no.
that-
On the
Wait,
article
let
you linked me?
Let me just.
Wait, no, you're not answering my question. On the article you linked me, these are not trucks for aid. On the article you linked me, these are just truckloads. That's all it says.
He sounds like a fucking Murloc. All right.
Okay, we've established that. Just give me a chance to answer your question. Then you can
Okay.
rebut it. You can disagree with it. You can do whatever the fuck you want. So the question you asked me is like, well, how do we know they're the same trucks? Well, I would have to look at photos of the trucks, but the reason that seems to be the most logical conclusion.
It's his destiny when you try to speak over him. Oh no. I've never actually heard that sound just on its own in my ears.
Conclusion is because they already haven't. So because before the war, it was about 500 trucks getting in. For these now 90 trucks getting in, why would they get totally different types of trucks unless there's some conspiracy theory going on? They were probably using the same exact trucks they were using before the war. Like, why would they get totally brand new types of trucks? It makes no sense.
Because the security situation is radically different, because the types of stuff that's going into the country might be radically different. For instance, prior to October 7th, I could imagine that some dude called like Sal's Woodworking Company might do a shipment of carpenter wood to Gaza City because they sell wood there, right? This dude in his little truck that's selling this shit, or even Steve's carpet cleaning van. Maybe I'll go to Gaza City to go clean some carpets. My truck's probably not making it into the Gaza Strip during the fucking war. It might be the case that the only trucks that go in afterwards are massive semis that are part of like massive convoys.
Are they ever going to actually get the data on these trucks? They must. They can't have this whole discussion with no one having the data on the breakdown of these trucks. Oh no. I just want to see how long it takes them.
military protection? That would be a case where I could totally understand. Yeah, the type of truck going in is going to be way different than the type of truck that would have went in prior to the conflict.
Do you have any evidence for that? The trucks are different, or is this just a speculation?
Good question.
This is a reasonable speculation that I think anybody would instantaneously agree with, and you would need a dramatic piece of evidence on the other side to say that every single truck is standardized and it goes in the exact same way before and after. I think everybody would agree with that a priori with a very high confidence. You need a lot of information to push against. There's like a standardized truck
now I have
size
to bake my potato.
in Israel.
Okay. Okay. Source?
Gaza that everything is the exact same.
Where's the source?
Okay,
got a source.
we're kind of both speculating right now.
Wait, hold on. No, wait, hold on, wait, hold on. We're not speculating. No, you've talked. Wait, no, because you've talked like 80% of the time. You've talked like 80% of the time. I've barely spoken here. Yes, you have.
That's not true at all. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the issue.
I'll pick up where I started.
You keep mistaking my issues that like I'm the one putting forth a positive argument or whatever. I'm not. I'm just attacking the idea that we're using 98 daily truckloads in February, down from a pre-conflict average of 500 to 600 truckloads. The issue is, one, we don't know what's in the trucks. Two, we don't even know if these are dedicated to humanitarian aid. No, we do know that they're not. There's commercial stuff. And three, we don't know the size of the trucks. We don't know anything about this. This is like literally the worst possible way ever to measure whether or not food and humanitarian supplies are making it in and out of the Gaza Strip when I know better measurements exist. When I see something like this, I'm very suspect about it. That's the issue.
So show me one of these better measurements.
You want me to show you a better measurement?
Yeah, you said you have better measurements, so I want to see it.
Okay. Here's a link right here. Every single thing that goes in and out of the Gaza Strip when it comes to humanitarian aid is being tracked by this. Here's a website that shows you all of the tracking on this. This will show you can break down individual elements of food.
God.
So for instance, things like apples or bananas, or you can break down categories of things. You can see, you can click here.
What's the source here? I've never heard of this website.
I think the one that I
What's the
use
source for
is
this?
being linked in this chat because that's Axial. The UCH, that's the one I use, isn't it?
This doesn't seem like any kind of like established source or anything like that.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I can tell you, but just to be clear, you were willing to accept the one sentence thing on that Guardian article that you read to resolutely confirm that 3% of Gazan children had acute malnutrition. But when I've linked you a website that's breaking down every single thing going in and out of the...
That's not the only source I have for that. It was the first one that I pulled up because you said just pull up one of the first ones that you have. Yeah, I'm not even necessarily discounting your source. I want to get clarification. Also, The Guardian is a pretty well-established source, or at least newspaper. I've never heard of this. I just want to know what it is.
Okay, my understanding is all of this information comes directly from UNRWA.
Oh, it's UNRWA.
No, some of it comes... Or for this, or for what?
For what I linked you. This
is it
website.
this one?
Okay, you're
Data / crossings.
I don't know how else you would get a detailed breakdown information like this.
Well, it could come from the IDF. It could come from...
This dashboard is currently a work in progress. For more information, or if you have any queries, please feel free to contact Jenny Baez at j.baez@unrwa.org. We are committed to ensuring the information presented here is current and accurate. As such, the database will regularly be updated as new data becomes available. Stay tuned for the latest updates and enhancements.
Okay, so I'm trying to make sense of this website. So open days 150.
Total
number of trucks into Gaza by Kareem. Can you guide me where exactly? So we see that the vast majority of the trucks contain food items. What exactly is the better measurement here? I'm confused. Because I see that if we go, we see 10, 21, 23. We have to go a little further back. So we have to go to like 10, 01, 23. So if we go further back, so...
well, this is giving me so I can see, so for instance, if I'm looking at apples, I can see the quantity of pallets that are being shipped on a given truck. So I can see there are on the 21st month? No, March 21st, I can see that a truck shipped 26 pallets of apples through the Kerem Shalom crossing into the Gaza Strip. That's giving me information on that there. I see beans, I see biscuits.
Yeah, it seems like if we just go
How big are the pallets?
The source.
Wait, how big are the pallets? Because I've seen some pretty small pallets in my life. How highly stacked are the pallets? It reminds me of what's that Scottish thing? The pallets guy. I've never understood this. I think it's supposed to be like a mock advert.
Wooden pallets! 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 sell wooden pallets? No. I'm just banter. It's all we sell. Wooden pallets. What else is there to know? Here's the shop. Here it is on a map. Here's your maw inside the shop.
So I think they are standardized, right? Because they all look exactly the same. Okay, good one.
Wooden pallet.
Oh, he's underneath the pallet in the end.
pallet.
Good one. Okay, good. Nice one.
There's definitely less shit getting in. What does PRCS stand for?
PRCS, Gaza Strip. The Palestine Red Crescent Society. Red Crescent,
Okay.
I think, is another name for like kind of
That was it's Scottish, you fucking asshole. It's not British. Stop.
Red Cross, but it's my guess is going to be is this is the division of the Red Cross or humanitarian aid distribution that works in the Gaza Strip.
Okay, so yeah, like just this source, I don't think it's really going to support what you're saying. But let me just kind of.
Well,
pull it up.
this source won't support what I'm saying because it's just giving you the post-war entries for stuff that's going into the country, and then I can link you the OCHA website.
We don't.
That's going.
If you change the date, you can actually see before the war. So I'm just going to do that.
I don't think you can.
We can start with October 1st. Okay, so.
Wait, can you?
This website is like kind of laggy. Give me a second, I'll tell you. 21, 10, 21. No, unfortunately, you can't.
Yeah, it's only post-war.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
But we've got
okay.
the OCHA that will track everything going in pre-war. Let me link.
But why do you think then, not to like detract, but why do you think that the acute starvation is a massive rise?
I don't know if acute starvation is on massive rise. It could be, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was because of how many people are moving around, because especially in North Gaza, the situation is highly precarious. My guess is it probably is. It wouldn't surprise me if it was, but we're not even at that part yet. We're not even at the measurements. We're not even at what it was like pre and post war. We're just like trying to figure out what's going in and out of the country.
Yeah, I mean, again, it seems like, okay, not to keep bringing this up, but it seems like every third-party organization is literally saying the same thing, like, hey, not enough humanitarian aid is getting in. Now, whether they're measuring it in trust.
Did they say Warsaw? I didn't hear Warsaw. I got my fucking food. Hang on.
from what I've seen largely, that is true. But they're also saying not enough humanitarian is getting in. These people are starving. There's essentially now a famine going on. So that in of itself is like, why would every single humanitarian organization lie about this?
What are we having an argument over right now?
We're having multiple arguments over multiple things. So you are trying to deep dive into exactly what is on the trucks and whether it is, whether it's less now than it was before in terms of food and the important stuff. The side point I made on that is, while it is true that that a lot of these humanitarian organizations use trucks as a form of measurement, at the same time, they're also still saying that, hey, these people are starving. Acute malnutrition is a massive rise. Half or quarter of the country is facing a famine. You see statements like that. Like, for example,
So real quick,
the World Food Program saying only 10% of necessary food is getting in. So you also have a lot of really strong statements like that. So all these organizations would need to be lying.
Okay, so if we're arguing about what do third-party humanitarian organizations say about Israel, then I would say you're 100% correct. I'll instantly concede every single point. There are organizations that are saying this. If we're asking about what are the actual conditions on the ground, or what do we think are the conditions on the ground, well, now we have to dig into why they're saying that. So for you to say that these people say that, I know they say that. I've seen what they say. The question is, why do they say that? And that's we have to dig through the manifest. You've got to dig through the data.
What's your theory for why they say that? Like, do you think they're lying, or what do you think is going on?
I mean, if you want, we can like fast forward, all the way to that part of the conversation if you want, but we haven't even gotten close to that part of the conversation yet. But yeah, I would say that there's a lot of misrepresentation going on here, because I think there are, I think that people are super bought into a really stupid narrative right now internationally that plays well with a whole bunch of different donor bases. It plays well with a whole bunch of different audiences. That when I try to like chase down concrete data for, it seems really fucking hard to support. And I think this goes all the way back to this first disagreement we have with this first article, where there is, I agree with you, The Guardian is typically a pretty reputable publication, and I agree that the UN and everybody else are typically pretty reputable. So it's very strange to me that when we're figuring out whether or not supplies are getting in enough, we're quoting truckloads of stuff. That's very strange to me. When even the source itself admits that there's commercial shipments on these trucks, we have no idea how much is going on these trucks. We don't know if any of this is standardized, if it's the same size or not. We don't know how much of this is food or medical supplies. We have no idea. So like me asking, how many calories did you eat last week? And you go, oh, I spent $400 on my Wells Fargo debit card. I would say that doesn't tell me anything.
Yeah. So I have a little bit more of a source. So the World Food Program said 141 tons of food supplies, including canned fish and sunflower oil, bad for you, have crossed into Gaza on those 74 trucks since the opening of the Rafah crossing on October.
I think another problem with the way that the humanitarian orgs work is that it's not even an indictment on all of them. It's just that the fact is that once one of them comes out with a report, the other ones will often just copy paste the arguments made by the first one, which is not inherently wrong. The problem is that what happens when the first one said something bad. It is possible that 500 trucks thing came from an organization that was interested in doing a bit of like propagandizing, or it might have even actually come in a completely good faith description of just what happened. Like these imports have stopped. The construction ones, the ones that are not for humanitarian aid, they stopped, but the food ones continued. So the number is down from 500 a day, 200 a day, 300 a day to 70, 80, 90 a day. They might have said that, but then someone else might have taken that and thought, oh shit, the food crisis is really bad right now. I don't know. It's like, there doesn't necessarily need to be a malicious party behind that 500 trucks thing spreading around the world the way it did.
October 21st.
Because when people generally invoke the 500 trucks thing, they're implying that it was 500 food trucks. And now there are less than 100 food trucks. And that means that the food intake into Gaza has been cut by 80%, which would be absolutely fucking mental. And then you would focus the problem on the crossings. You would say, who's blocking the crossings? Is it the protesters? Is it the Israeli government? Is it the Egyptian government? Is it the is the security checks too strict? Yeah, you get into that discussion, but you'd also wonder why the fuck is there so much less food getting through the crossings. But that's not what the 500 trucks a day means. It means something different. Yeah.
For aid to reach the 1.5 million Palestinians who were told by Israel to evacuate from the north of Gaza south, operations need to be scaled up with at least 40 trucks carrying food supplies into Gaza daily. So this is the World Food Program. They're saying, hey, this is how much tons are getting in,
Wait, link
and
me.
there needs to be a lot more. Sure. Give me a second. Food getting into Gaza. World Food Program. Yeah, give me 1 second. Okay, there we go.
Oh, is it this article? Food lifeline for desperate families in Gaza at risk without fuel?
No, it's not that one.
Okay.
I need to just make sure that this is the correct thing. Yeah, this is just more future projection. Let me find the horns. Okay. Okay, I think this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, so let me link you this. And let me also pull it up on the screen so people can see. Okay, World Food Program famine imminent in northern Gaza near port warns. So if you scroll down a little bit, so overall, the new report shows 1.1 million people in Gaza. Half the population have completely exhausted their food supplies and coping capacity is struggling with catastrophic hunger. IPC Phase 5. This is the highest number of people ever recorded facing catastrophic hunger by IPC system and double the number in IPC 5 just 3 months ago. So it seems like it's also getting worse. The report noted a steeply increasing trend in malnutrition across Gaza Strip, where acute malnutrition stood at less than 1% before the escalation fighting 5 months ago. In North Gaza government, latest data includes that 1 in 3 children below the age of 2 are now acutely malnourished. So here we have a pretty clear comparison. This was before the war, and this is after the war. Pace emergency, the report said famine. Okay, now let's get to the actual numbers. Okay. Layers involved 18 truckloads of food deliveries developed by World Food Program, Gaza, the convoy, second use coordinated route in Gaza City, delivered some 274 metric tons of wheat flour, food parcels, route needs to be made available, blah, blah. So this is talking about one delivery. But here's where it gets interesting. World Food Program and our partners have food supplies ready at the board in the region to feed all 2.2 billion people across Gaza. But moving food within Gaza is like trying to navigate a maze with obstacles at every turn. The complicated border controls combined with high tensions, desperation inside Gaza make it nearly possible food supplies to reach the people in need, particularly in north. This cannot be one-off. This needs to be sustained. So this is so they're talking a little bit about one-off thing they accomplish. So to provide necessary response, World Food Program and its humanitarian partners need Israel to provide more entry points into Gaza, direct access via crossing in the north, and the use of Asha port to bring food aid. So this is pretty clear. They're saying, hey, the numbers that before, like something like 1% of children face malnutrition, now it's 33%. We actually have all the food ready, but Israel's making it very difficult, best case assumption, for it to get in.
It didn't say Israel is making it very difficult. There were multiple reasons listed there. Were there not?
Right, but if you look at exactly what the recommendations are, so it says, so to provide necessary response, World Food Program and humanitarian partners need Israel to provide more entry points into Gaza, direct access via crossings in the north, and use of Ashdod port in Israel to bring food aid. So all of their recommendations are like, hey, Israel, if you want the food to get in, you have to do this, this, and this.
Wait. What is the most important recommendation they make?
Well, they give three. So they need Israel to provide more entry points into Gaza, direct access via crossings in the north, and the use of Ashdod port in Israel to bring in the food aid. There's three.
No, read the next paragraph.
Sustained road access both into Gaza and within Gaza critical because other options such as airdrops cannot live volume. Above all, ceasefires are urgently needed for a program of the humanitarian community. Well, massive. Yeah, so I don't understand.
Above all, a ceasefire is urgently needed. So it seems like the most important thing they want is a ceasefire, which makes sense because when you read their thing above, they say that moving food into and within Gaza is like trying to navigate a maze with obstacles at every turn. Now, they do say in the beginning the complicated border controls, but then they say combined with the high tensions and desperation inside Gaza, make it nearly impossible for food supplies to reach people in need, particularly in the north.
Yeah, no one's saying it's a one-sided problem. It's 100% Israel's fault, right? But there's a whole bunch of things that are Israel's faults. And
well, but this doesn't even necessarily say aid is being turned down or it's saying that Israel is at fault for anything. It's just saying that there are, like it says, complicated border controls. I imagine they are probably really complicated right now. They're literally at war. That makes sense, yeah. But I mean, we're super far.
Isn't there a ceasefire agreement right now? Well, the Security Council put one through, but I don't know if Israel's going to listen to that. But yes, the Security Council has said ceasefire, dickheads. We'll see.
Far away from anything of Israel intentionally denying humanitarian aid. It seems like there is times where they get enough aid in, because it says even in this article that you linked that like, well, 18 food trucks were able to get in on Sunday, which is like exactly how many we need or something. So.
And this also says this cannot be a one-off. So yeah, there was a one-off case where they were able to get a lot of food in, right? One-off case that's going to feed.
Did you see Ugopnik posted a video about the Destiny Finkelstein debate? Do I care? I thought we're done with all that. Was it good?
People for like 3 days. But yeah, I mean, then if you look at the actual recommendations, they're saying about, hey, these are the things that Israel can do to largely fix this problem. Again, I'm not trying to argue that Israel is 100% responsible for lack of food. I know Hamas plays a role in this, right? But it seems that there's a bunch of things that are within Israel's control that they could do. Now, next week, we would have to get into, is it intentional?
Please watch the... Who cares about the Security Council? They don't do anything material. I love that. Oh, God. Don't forget the material conditions, guys. Pay your daily homage to the, pay your daily respects to the material conditions. Don't forget that. It was the Security Council that okayed America's, NATO's bombing of Libya. And they voted down intervention in Syria. They have, I don't know. Security Council are fairly important.
Or is it just all a
The ceasefires until Ramadan's over, yes. Until April 9th, yes.
And we can get into that when we get into it.
Okay, well, here's like a question, okay? So we've heard this number over and over again. We've heard not enough trucks are getting in. We've heard that people are starving. We've heard...
No, they didn't approve Yugoslavia. That's true. But that was right at the fall of the fucking Soviet Union, where things were a bit more chaotic. It seems like people, America did want to intervene in Syria at that, and Britain did as well, but the Security Council voted it down and they didn't do it, right? Wasn't that Obama? I thought they were all gearing up to do a full fucking coalition intervention into Syria, but they didn't do it. And I think it's because Putin voted it down at the Security, or Russia did at the Security Council. Even if they did, who cares is morally important. Sorry, Amir, I didn't realize that people are never allowed to say anything about anything that's happening in the world ever, because you're just like, oh, what about the morality and the material conditions? It's such a fucking retarded contribution. We're just describing what the Security Council said because it's in the fucking news, all right? The Security Council, if people go against the wishes of the Security Council, it does actually make them look quite bad internationally. It might fuck up their international relations with other countries, especially with Israel, trying to normalize relationship with Saudi. This is one more nail in that fucking coffin. Yeah, we can talk about these things, actually. It's okay to discuss what's happening in the world. Even if it's not all things that you personally care about. Jesus.
These malnutrition.
You are not
We've heard this
important.
over and over again. I'm sure you got 50 articles saved or whatever. Does it make you uncomfortable that we have no idea, or you don't know, like, off the top of your head, like, how much food needs to go in and how much has been going in? That nobody talks about the tonnage of food. Nobody talks about the amount of food. It's always in these weird obfuscated numbers of truckloads or daily deliveries or...
No, because when I combine it with the other evidence, which is like all these organizations, and most of them which are on the ground saying like, hey, there's a famine going here, or interviews with doctors in all these hospitals are saying, yeah, like we have now way more patients who are malnourished. When you look at it, combine that with all that, it seems pretty clear that not enough food is getting in. Otherwise, I don't think the Palestinians would be eating like flowers and dog food. So if that was an alone thing, then that could raise a concern. But when you combine it with all the other evidence, no, it doesn't really concern me at all.
How long have people been saying that people are starving in Gaza?
I don't know how long that's claiming to going out for.
Decades.
I'm assuming it's been going out, but we're talking about scale. So before it was a lot better than it is now. That's the thing. It's gotten a lot worse.
Sure, but like if they've been saying this for decades,
it's from 1% to 33%.
Okay,
That's a big increase.
I don't know what
To
either.
be fair, the UNRWA guy said that this is a place that's never had hunger before October 7th, and now it is having hunger issues, like starvation or whatever. So I feel like you can just engage with what they're saying now and what's happening now. Yes, there are some people who said that Gaza's a concentration camp for the last fucking 70 years and they don't know what they're talking about, but like that's not really... If the person you're talking to isn't having that discussion, I don't know why you would, yeah.
Okay, but let's say if they've been saying this for decades, okay, do you know how many people died of starvation before October 7th? The answer is 0. So if they've been saying for decades, and then you're saying, well, people at hospitals have been saying this, sure.
They've had
and,
food
doctors
insecurity,
are important,
yeah.
We should listen, and we should definitely,
Is it still
either-
your position that Israel is not blocking aid entering Gaza? I don't know what you mean by blocking aid. I've been looking into it. It seems to be that there are some aid trucks that are getting turned down, that the inspections are taking too long. I haven't heard of them just like for no reason, just saying we just don't want aid to come in right now. I don't know if that's like been demonstrated.
their advice for sure. Doctors also said in Al-Shifa that terrorists never use that as a staging ground or never use that as a hospital, even though in 2014, Amnesty International knew that they had an interrogation center there, even though Israel just recently made a ton of arrests out of there of terrorists, and even though we've got video camera footage of hostages being taken back to that hospital, next to the same doctors that said that none of Hamas was there. So, I mean, like, yeah, there are people that say things, but at the end of the day, I should be able to, if I was debating this from your position, I should be able to say this. This is what I should be able to say. Destiny, this is how many people live in this country. You need this many tons of food per day to feed this population. Less than that, and you're going to begin to induce malnutrition and starvation. Israel, because of whatever reason, or even if it's not their fault, only this much food per day is getting in. But we don't even have a concept of those numbers. Why would that be the case? Do you think that if it was that they needed 20 tons of food per day and only 10 was getting in, you don't think people would be screaming that from the rooftops?
There's a whole bunch of people screaming about it.
No, yeah, screaming about it, but not using an exact measurement, not even using an approximate measurement, but obfuscating with things like truckloads. That doesn't tell us anything.
Okay,
I can move myself now.
Do you know how many people specifically died in the Holocaust?
Around 6 million? Or, well,
Yeah,
like for
6 million.
Jews, or?
Yeah, for Jews. Around 6 million. Yeah, that's the correct answer. But you don't know the exact number. So then how would it be fair for me to dismiss your whole argument and say, well, you don't know the exact number of people that died, so therefore your estimate is not even correct, right? That doesn't really make sense. For a lot of these situations, we don't know the exact numbers.
No, it's not about, it's about even measuring what we're talking about.
Well, yeah, trucks is a unit of measurement.
Oh, that's why I was
No,
moving.
it's not. Truck is not a unit of measure. Wait, did you really just say that? Truck is a unit of measurement? I'm the most American guy there is. I don't think truck is a unit of measurement.
For this kind of stuff, it is. Yeah, it seems like they kind of very often talk about now trucks getting in, monster trucks not getting in. It is a unit of measurement. You may not like that unit of measurement. You may think it's a BS unit of measurement. That's all well and good, but it is a unit of measurement that's being used, especially in this conflict.
Why don't they just look into the distribution of truckloads? Why don't they just look into how many trucks are for food, how many are for construction, how many are for medicine, how many are for livestock, how many are for fucking, I don't even know. Like, why don't they? Why don't they just look into that?
What if I measured like number of Jews killed in the Holocaust with like trains? Like 34 trains worth of Jews were killed.
Yeah, so that would, so the reason that doesn't work is because you would need what was happening before. So let's just assume that Hitler was like low-key killing Jews like in 1941. It was a little bit. He was shipping 1 train a day of Jews to concentration camp. And then it goes up to 40 trains a day, right? At that point, it would become a relatively valid measurement because we would say, okay, well, he went from 1 train to 40 trains, so therefore the Holocaust severely accelerated.
Okay, I don't think that trains is a legitimate measurement of people, but
you may not think it's a legitimate measurement, but it is a measurement that is used in this conflict.
I don't think it is. I don't think reputable sources use this. I think it's a propaganda talking point. That's why when you look at
the UN, Amnesty International,
no. Hold on. In publicity statements and tweets, maybe, but when you actually look at OCHA, when you actually look at UNRWA, when you actually look at COGAT, none of them are.
TMG 20 with the $5. Thanks very much. I don't know much about the Grey Zone, but they have a video of themselves with settlers blocking aid, and it's a super fucked video. No, I've seen the videos of people trying to block the aid. I don't even know if those people are settlers. They're just Israeli civilians doing that. Like, yeah, they're trying to block aid, but whether or not they've actually succeeded in producing a bottleneck between the outside and inside border of Gaza, I don't think they've managed to do that, because it seems to be that if you look at the monthly number of trucks going into Gaza, it seems like fairly steady since around November or December, actually. October, November were worse. But there are also, what the Grey Zone probably wouldn't show you is all the videos of the IDF literally beating the shit out of those protesters and getting rid of them on fucking horseback and shit. Yeah. Oh God, should we watch it again for academic purposes of what happened to these protesters for trying to block the aid trucks? Look at this guy. Look at a little tumble. Oh, there goes another one. This video makes it seem like they're super friendly. It depends on whether or not, because the problem is that there's a huge queue of trucks at the crossing anyway. So even if there are protesters just sitting there, they might not be blocking, they might not be stopping anything if those trucks are queued regardless. But if there's actually a truck trying to go in and the protesters are like getting in the way of the inspection process, or they're actually blocking a truck that has the right to go in, then this seems to be what happens, right? Like, yeah. But look at this. This person's getting fucking thrown all over the shop. Or it depends on what the protesters are doing. Like, if maybe this is happening because they've actually confronted soldiers themselves, or because they've, or it could be because they, yeah, I don't know, just that. Or it could be, in other cases, they've just been like protesting in a symbolic way, like just holding up signs and shit like that, but they're not actually stopping the protest. Yeah, it depends. There are a million different things that could be happening in these situations. But I don't think there's been any, unless someone can show me, like I saw one instance where I think at the Karm Shalom crossing, no, it wasn't even Karm Shalom, it wasn't that one. It was, fuck, where was it? Where was it where the protesters did succeed in blocking a few trucks for a couple of days, but it was between an Israeli crossing and the Rafah crossing, so it would have just gone back to the back of a queue anyway. Like, where was that one? It wasn't Karm Shalom because there's an intermediary crossing somewhere. Nitzana, was it? I think it was Nitzana. Yeah, there were some blockings at Nitzana, but the thing is here is that from Nitzana, it goes to Rafah before going into Gaza. So you can have a blockage at Nitzana, but there's a blockage of trucks that are just waiting to get to the back of a very long queue because the big queues are at Rafah, not at Nitzana. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I've seen this, like the no fuel to Hamas bullshit. But yeah. Anyway.
Saying just trucks.
Right, truckloads.
Like,
trucks.
They're giving you, that's why I gave you the website that's breaking down precisely the pallets of apples that are on these things. That's why if we go to real websites, they'll tell you like the percentage of construction materials. And I'm being a little bit facetious because I know that prior to October 7th, I think it was like 50% of the supplies going in were construction materials. All of those have been denied, obviously, because they're in war right now. They don't want construction materials going to Hamas for a variety of reasons. So a huge number of those trucks that were shipping things in initially, it was construction materials. And I'm pretty sure that the amount, I think, I have to go check this again, but I think the amount of food going in right now, when you asked me earlier, do you really think that's possible? And then you wrote it off as absurd. I think it's actually factually true that there is more food going in now than there was before on 1/5 the amount of trucks. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. The food world.
Why is there a queue? Because there are loads of trucks trying to get in because of the humanitarian situation, and there's also a queue because the inspections are going to be like fucking insane. Yeah. This was it. Was it the first few days they were successful? Yeah, this was before the IDF placed their order on the region, saying that they would arrest and like fuck up anyone who was trying to stop the trucks. But I think this would have been January. I thought it was earlier than that. No, wait, how many of this is saying is because of blockages? Blocking delivery. Plan to march to Jerusalem, bruh. What crossing was this one? Was it Nitzana or where was this one with the 120? It said in a recent press release that 123 trucks scheduled to enter, just 9 made it through. Criticism on the government rather than the protesters blocking the trucks. Oh yeah, then here they declared the area a closed military zone. Yeah, okay.
Food programs literally said that just 10% of needed food supplies have entered Gaza since the start of the war. This is pretty specific. 10%.
It's not specific at all. You don't even know what the needed food supplies are.
Food. Like, what do you mean? Like, you want me to give
What
you a
is
breakdown?
needed food? What does that mean?
Things that human can eat that will sustain them.
So only 10% of the food that has been needed has gone in for how long?
Since the start of the war.
So let's assume that an average human diet is 2,000 calories, okay? So you're telling me that only 200 calories a day is being consumed by these people for 5 months?
Oh, God.
This is what the World Food Program is.
Sure, but do you think about this? You do workout stuff. You're telling me that for 5 months at most, with perfect distribution, all of the people in this territory are eating 200 calories a day for 5 months.
That's according to the World Food Program. That seems to be the case.
I'm asking you the question.
Ray, appreciate you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, following is absolutely free.
What the fuck is this?
Subscribing is
Where's this
free.
coming
It's
from?
only $5.
What's happening?
You already know what to do, boys. You already know what to do. Johnny wants to speak with me. And you know what? The
What's
man
on?
deserves to have his voice heard.
I don't know where this is coming from.
You know what I mean? He deserves to have his voice heard. So I'll hear him out.
Oh.
Because I'm a man of the people.
He's on Kick. For some reason, I had an open Kick tab with Karantos on it, and he's what? Okay. Why did it play? What the fuck? The Somali invasion, apparently. Okay.
Does that seem, for 5 months, you think all these people are eating 200 calories a day?
Oh, he rated Q. I see.
So this is talking about entered. So I'm assuming that before the war, there was still some food supplies in Gaza. So people probably had some shit. So they're not eating solely the stuff that's getting in. But as this continues month after month, the stuff they had in their house, like for example, think about it. Like let's say there's a zombie apocalypse and I don't know, like you can't go to the
The
grocery
voice of
store.
God, true.
If you're like most people in your fridge, you'll have enough shit to sustain you for like a month, right? You have some
A
food. If
month?
you ration, yeah, a month or 2 months. Yeah, at least in my fridge, I have enough shit to last sustain me 2 months. It won't be comfortable. I'll have to severely.
Bro, I have enough in my kitchen to last me like 3 days. What the fuck? If that.
Cut down on what I'm eating.
I would kill myself if in the United States of America, if the average family of 4 had enough food to sustain all of their caloric needs for 2 months.
No, we're not talking about sustain being alive, because you don't need to completely meet your caloric threshold to be alive. You just need to eat a little bit and you won't die. You'll waste away. You will eventually suffer malnutrition, which is happening, but you're not going to die. Okay. If you just eat, I don't know, 300 calories a day, you will probably survive for a significant period of time.
You'd last a few months. That's the thing, is you would have to you'd be looking at widespread disease as a result of starvation before actual death by starvation.
So to answer your question, yes, it seems that according to the World Food Program, 10% needed food supplies are getting in, but then there was the fact that, there was already some food supplies there. Then combine that with the fact that, a lot of Gazans have resorted to eating dog food, which can't sustain you for a period of time, or eating like wildflowers or like foraging and shit like that. So I don't think they're eating just 10% of their calories because of all the things I mentioned, but they're definitely eating significantly lower percentage of the calories.
But you've already, to make that 10% number work, you're already throwing in unbelievably wild estimates that you have no basis in reality for. Like
what estimates did I throw in?
You're saying that, well, maybe they'll have enough food to survive for a month or 2 months. What if they have enough food to survive for 6 months? What are the type of?
Do you not have canned food? I have like 4 cans of tuna and 2 tins of chopped tomatoes. Yeah, that's my canned food. Yeah, maybe chickpeas. I might still have chickpeas.
What if they exclusively in the Gaza Strip just store like rice and beans, right? Like,
well,
why would you?
I'm not quoting a statistic. You kind of asked me, what do I personally think?
Well, what I'm trying to show is that
you asked me what I personally think, now what the sources are, so I gave you my personal opinion.
Okay, I don't believe that. Whatever that 10% number, I don't believe that's true. I don't think that's true.
Well, why do you think you know better than the World Food Program?
Because that just sounds unbelievable to me. 10% of the calories needed for those people to survive. Well, I'll be.
Sounds ridiculous, so
sorry,
therefore you don't believe.
I'll be a little bit more fair. My prior assumption is starting very low that number is true, but I know because I've read more that that's not true. That only 10% of the required calories are made it into that country. I don't believe that's true. Link me what you're reading. Actually, let's read about that. Link me.
Okay, I need to find this article. I don't think I have this one on hand, but I can probably find it. So, what's a better source?
Wait. Where are you reading this from if you don't have the article? Where's this quote coming from?
It's BBC. I just need to pull up the article. Hang on a second.
Oh, okay.
The BBC. Did they say that, or did they quote someone saying that? I haven't seen that one.
Okay, here it is.
Isn't it a good point to discuss by the fact that there's no agriculture now in the Gaza Strip, and this is why you need more food to enter than before the war? Yeah, for multiple reasons that people can't produce food in the same way that they could before the war started. Then yeah, you would expect the number of food trucks to increase actually a little bit more than it had. But I don't think it's increased, though. It seems like the number of food trucks making the crossing since December has just broken even with what it was before. It might be like a tiny bit higher, but not really, yeah.
I just want to make sure this is the right article.
Although I don't know how much Gazan food came from aid versus domestic production beforehand. It might have been domestic production might have been quite low. It might have been quite high. I don't know. Corantos confronted Destiny about IP stuff for like 20 minutes. Timestamp 2 hours 20. Do I want to switch over to this, or are we just going to stay on trucks? I feel like I'll gain more from learning about the trucks thing. But to be fair, I thought they were going to talk about things that I hadn't thought about before. I already know the truck thing. This has kind of been a waste of time. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's fine, but God. I should have really been reading, but I'm so tired. I don't know why I'm so... Well, actually, I know why. It's because my sleep schedule is a bit fucked. I was going to go to the gym this evening, bro. I could still do that. I would have to be quick, though. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Also, there's no way somebody could survive on 300 calories a day. I'm pretty sure you're dying at that point.
You're severely malnutrition, but yeah, you will survive for months and months.
Yeah,
There's
you
no
will last a
shot.
long time. For people
Well,
last a very long time if they're starving. Yeah.
Thing. I would imagine that even in metabolic fucking syndrome mode, you're probably
Okay, wait. Let's wait. Oh. Let's do a few things. How long does it take to starve to death? I don't need a suicide hotline, thank you. Jesus. Drinking, that's 10. That's 10. Yeah, drinking. I don't want to know about drinking. Up to 3 weeks if they stop eating, but what if they're on minimal intake? Because I'm pretty sure in the Warsaw Ghetto, the first deaths were from disease, not from starvation. But the diseases were famine related. They were related to a lack of nutrition. 30 to 50 days, die in 40 to 70 days. With war only but no food, through 2 to 3 months. It sounds like you're comparing Gaza to the Holodomor. No, I'm not. It's not a dash. It's a straight line. It's not a dash. That's a you problem. Fuck me. When did people start dying in Warsaw Ghetto? I'm pretty sure the first deaths in the Warsaw Ghetto were disease, no? And it was within a few months. Germany invades Poland. Warsaw Ghetto. Conditions. Might be this one. Let's see. People were laying on the streets and dying, begging authorities sufficient to sustain life. In 41, the average Jew in the ghetto subsisted on 1,125 calories a day. When did it come down to like 200? Children starving to death, starvation and disease. Deportations and upright. This is too much summary. Give me hunger in the ghetto, please. This is pictures. Okay. Fuck. Where did I read this? I swear I read this. I thought it was here. Because I think there's a pretty clear timeline of when people started dying en masse in the ghetto, and I think it was because of hunger plan, hunger and disease, food ration, 184 calories, bread, dry bread, flour, and potatoes, lowest quality grain, turnips, and small monthly supplement of margarine, sugar, and meat, black market economy, smuggling, illegal trade, smuggling, unemployment. During the first year and a half As many died from typhus and starvation. Stages of famine. This to do with scales? I don't know if this is to do with scales. This is just to do with how bad it is. I want to know about... famine, deaths, disease, or starvation. I don't even fucking... Watch the Q content. During a famine, huge numbers die, not necessarily from hunger. They can also die from disease because their bodies are weak. Blah, 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 blah. People forced to go without food, even mild disease can kill. Yeah, this is what I thought. I thought it was, but is there anything saying that, like, is there a particular famine where people are talking about where disease came on first and then the starvation deaths afterwards? I don't know. Fuck. All right. Let's see this Q content. Oh, fuck. What was the timestamp for this? 2:20.
Why aren't you trying to say the exact dates? You're afraid like Hamas gonna target you?
Because I make a lot of enemies online, and I don't know if giving like a yeah within the next 3 months. You should, yeah.
By the way, are you gonna keep this stream going, or are you gonna?
I'm gonna clean some house shit today, go work out, and then I'll come back tonight, and then I'll do more review shit. Yeah.
Okay. Is it actually true you're going to Israel?
I want to, and we're not trying to say the exact dates, but yeah, within the next 3 months.
Why aren't you trying to say the exact dates? You're afraid like Hamas gonna target you?
Because I make a lot of enemies online, and I don't know if giving like a precise timeline and my precise itinerary ahead of time gives people time to plan some wild shit. So.
But okay, but what's the reason? What's the reason you'd go to Israel?
I don't know. I've studied a fuck ton about it. I know more about it than probably any other topic I've looked at in the world. So seeing the places, talking to the people, doing interviews and shit on the ground, I think would be interesting.
Okay. Yeah. Am I gonna get the host this episode, or are you gonna give it to like something random?
You know, maybe I'll throw one your way. Okay.
Okay.
Is this what you confronted him about?
Yeah, at this point it kind of is, but like what the fuck? Anyways, you know what? The reason I asked you like why, like if you're actually gonna go to Israel, is because I genuinely didn't believe like you're on some payroll type shit for the longest time. But then you took this hard line. Okay, I'm pro-Israel. In the beginning, you're doing this thing where I'm pro neither. I'm just looking at the facts. I'm studying up on the case. You know, it seems to me like there's a lot of wrongdoings on both sides. You know, like I like how the fence feels on my ass type position. It was like whatever. It's kind of fair, right? I think you did it longer. You went into it longer, and then all of a sudden you're like, I'm full on pro-Israel. Yeah, Palestinians. Yeah, they fucked that up. Whatever. I was like, okay. Now people are like, oh, he's fucking getting paid by Israel. I'm like, okay, not really. But then now you're telling me you're gonna go to Israel, and like I want to talk to the people there and everything. That's out of the playbook of everybody that's paid to do Israeli propaganda. You do know that, right? Like the fucking New York comedian, what's his name, Michael Rappaport. Like.
Yeah, but I mean, it depends on who you go with, right? Like, if you get like a Haaretz-sponsored trip.
That Michael Rappaport guy is an absolute psycho. Oh, God. Is he sponsored to go there, or does he just go there? I don't actually know his story, but he's absolutely fucking mental. I just thought he was a crazy person just going there and filming himself on his fucking selfie stick.
Trip, you're probably gonna get a whole bunch of like sympathetic to Palestinian interviews and shit. You're gonna spend a lot of time in, like fucking East Jerusalem and stuff, like talking to poor dispossessed people getting kicked out of their fucking apartments and shit. But I mean, yeah, if I go and there's also a ton of like right wing orgs that have offered to, you know, send me through the most beautiful parts of fucking Tel Aviv and Jaffa and to see the beautiful seas. Blah. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on who you go with, right?
Okay, and how would you?
It's like Dave Rubin going to a Tel Aviv beach saying, "I can't see the apartheid." Like, bro. You could have had a similar experience in actual South Africa apartheid as well. Yeah, that was so funny. What are your thoughts on Beast's recent video? I liked it. I thought it was raised some interesting points. Yeah. Didn't don't think I agree with the conclusion or the title, but there was some contents in there that I thought were worth bringing up. That's why I took some notes. That's why I started my big notes on the war crimes in the IHL with regards to Hamas and Israel. Yeah.
Sure that you're actually getting the truth of what's on the ground over there. Like, who are you gonna go with? I mean, you don't need to say exactly who, but like, how could you
I think the most important thing are the places you want to go. That's the most important thing. So like in Israel, you want to go to like, if you want to talk to Arabs in Israel, you don't want to talk to, no offense to anybody, you don't want to talk to Arabs in like Tel Aviv. I want to go to like Arab, Jesus, fuck this fucking timer is so goddamn fucking loud. I'm gonna fucking kill you, motherfucker. Close this shit.
Alright, go ahead. You don't want to speak to Arabs in Israel, obviously.
No, not in Israel, like in Tel Aviv. You want to go to like,
Tel Aviv,
you want to go to like Arab majority like towns or whatever. I think like Far Qasim or like fucking Nazareth or some shit. You want to go to places with lots of Arabs in. Or if you do like West Bank stuff, you want to go to places that are hopefully safe, but places that have like huge Arab populations. Like if it's possible, I don't know how safe it is because I got to like investigate or figure out like what people think. But like going to like Hebron and talking to people, the Jews and the Arabs there would be super interesting. But yeah.
Oh, I just remembered all
Any
the names.
plans on like actually possibly speaking with Palestinians in Gaza?
No shot. What the fuck? I don't even know if you're allowed in as a civilian right now, are you?
I know there was a Scottish musician who went to Gaza, but I think he just went to the wall. I don't think he actually went into Gaza a few years ago. He thinks he's getting in Hebron. Yeah, I don't know if Hebron's on the list necessarily, but I don't know.
I mean, in 3 months' time, who knows what changes? It's because at the end of the day, if you want the real story, you're gonna get it from both sides. Not from, okay, he's a Palestinian, but he lives in Israel. No, you want it from a Palestinian that lives in Gaza.
What's wrong with Palestinians that live in the West Bank?
I mean, right now, because
Well, the ones in the West Bank are more pro-Hamas than the ones in Gaza. Are there not journalists going to Rafah, to the crossing, though, and interviewing people there? I saw there are journalists doing that, but again, that's not a fucking streamer thing to do. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? That's like big press badge, bulletproof, fucking big helmet. Like, that's what they do. Jesus.
in the beginning, when there used to be the argument of, oh, the Gaza and West Bank, they're not the same, they're different. One is controlled by Hamas, the other one doesn't have a Hamas like presence. So I feel like if you really want to get the truth, I mean, obviously the West Bank is also good, but at the same time, wouldn't it be better if you also possibly, I'm not saying like go there when the place is getting bombed, but try to go there and get their stories and make sure their voices are heard. Like, I would think that's...
I don't think I can go in right now during an active fucking war, but you know, we'll see in a few months, all right?
I mean, you're not going now. You said in 3 months. I said it depends on how the situation goes down. Like, it might change by then. Is it okay? But real question, generally.
Excuse me.
Have you? Because I really haven't seen you point out any of the negatives on the Israeli side, or at least maybe you used to do it in the past, where you'd be like, okay, there's X, Y, and Z, and 1, 2, and 3. But for the most part, right now, you just focus on the fact that, okay, I'm on full debate mode. I'm going to debate everybody that has this pro-Palestinian point of view, whatever. But when it comes to the Israeli side and all the shit that they're doing, could you strongman the arguments of the pro-Palestinians? Could you do that?
For the...
What part of Israel would you not want to go? Probably lots of different places. There are places that would just be kind of boring to me, right? Like, or... Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know if there's anywhere completely right off. Probably just these buttfuck villages that no one cares about. Like... The very religious communities in Israel sound very weird. Like signs on the walls saying to dress modestly and shit. God. Or they don't trust people who are outsiders.
For what? For the current war or for the total?
I would have wanted to see, because there are some Maronites and Lebanese people who live in, and I think there may be even some Lebanese Muslims. I know there are some Maronites who live in some of the villages up in the northern Galilee, but they're all evacuated now, or they're not safe. Yeah.
A conflict, or what do you mean?
No, the current war. The total conflict is going to be way too much of a drag to do.
The Steelman argument. So what? Like the strongest version of the Palestinian argument against the current.
Steelman, strongest. Yep.
I mean, the steel man would be that the current operations right now are resulting in a disproportionate amount of civilian casualties and a disproportionate amount of civilian infrastructure that's being destroyed. That the amount of homes, the amount of infrastructure, including energy, hospitals, schools that are being destroyed right now, the 30,000 plus dead, there's probably 10, 20, 30,000 more buried beneath the rubble, is a disproportionate response when you take into account that only 1,200 Israelis died and maybe 200 hostages were taken. That the mission to remove Hamas is not even possible, that maybe you'll kill 50% of Hamas, but that's going to come at the cost of over 100,000 Palestinian lives, that the amount of Palestinian people that you radicalize against Israel as a result of these military operations are going to mean that more of these operations are going to happen in the future, that cutting off like water and food and everything is a collective punishment towards all the Palestinian civilians there. You're causing over 1 million people to leave their homes and head south, and you haven't secured food routes for them, that Israel isn't adhering to their responsibility to deliver humanitarian aid to the Palestinians, and that's why you've got like convoys getting flooded and people being starved. I don't know, all these types of arguments, I guess.
You're planning on going to Eilat. I feel like the only reason to go to Eilat would be that it's like pretty, right? I don't know why else you would go to Eilat.
You don't believe those are good arguments, though, right? You don't believe those are good enough arguments to stop what Israel is doing currently?
Dolphins.
No.
Or you don't? Why not? Because anybody that would hear all the points that you just pointed out would be like, okay, damn, like, then why aren't you on the pro-Palestinian side, at least when it comes to the ceasefire and get the fuck out of Gaza? Like, you've already done enough damage.
Because I think I agree that Israel as a country has responsibility for taking care of the Gaza Strip during war. That's just a matter of conflict. You always have responsibility for the enemy civilian population. Even if it's the enemy, you still have a responsibility for it. But Hamas has a responsibility too, and they've neglected that entirely. Hamas does absolutely nothing to protect its civilian population. In opposition to that, they actually put their civilian population in harm's way over and over and over again. Their ability to conduct asymmetrical warfare, meaning they're a small enemy that uses guerrilla warfare tactics and human shields, shouldn't negate Israel's ability to defend itself or remove an incredibly hostile administration that's literally bordering them and has sent thousands and thousands of rockets into the country, tens of thousands of rockets over the past 15 years. That Israel does need to adhere to their obligations to feed the population, but it's also hard to tell at any given point in time how hungry is the population, because we've been told that the population of Gaza is starving for 2 decades, and before October 7th there wasn't a single death due to starvation. So it doesn't, famine conditions.
I'm wondering, how often did people say Gaza was starving? I feel like before October 7th, I felt like the complaint about Gaza was that people were going through malnutrition, which is not the same as starving, but I don't know. I mean, people called it a concentration camp and all that shit, but I don't know how often, like, just because activists were saying it, are we gonna, I don't know.
UNRWA's own admissions have never existed inside Gaza, even though we keep hearing that the place is unlivable. So, yeah, I don't know. The reporting on everything is super
And the
fucked.
UN said it was unlivable or was going to be
Most people
unlivable.
would agree with that. Yeah, I don't know.
But when you say move Hamas, wouldn't you say that, like, to you, what is removing Hamas from Gaza? Because somebody would look at, or like some people could look at what's going on already and see, holy shit, you've killed a fuck ton of people. You've destroyed damn near the entire place. What more do you want to do till you're satisfied and say, you know what? Yeah, the problem has been neutralized. Hamas is not going to be an issue. Like, to you, what is that? Because at this point, shit's crazy. Like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know what eliminate Hamas means. I don't know if that means kill enough of their leaders. I don't know if that means just remove them as administrators. I don't know if that means kill 50% of their fighters. But the end result needs to be that once the war ends, Hamas is not the administrator of the Gaza Strip. I don't know if it means the Palestinian Authority needs to be, or just like Fatah on their own need to be, or if a new administration is put in, or if Israel controls it for 12 months while they figure out what the fuck goes on. But something has to happen to where Hamas is not the administrator, because they failed. They've lost. They shouldn't have a mandate from anybody.
The biggest Maronite
completely and utterly
community in Israel is in Jish, not displaced. Jish is that's where that came under Operation Hiram, right? It was where one of the massacres was. Okay. Not the. I didn't know they were there. This is one of the massacres that I have never actually been able to read that much about. What does the wiki say about it? About 10 POWs and a number of civilians executed. Most of them expelled, but the Christian refugees from neighboring villages were returned there. How did Lebanese people end up there? If it was the Syrian battalion, was it just Lebanese irregulars who somehow stayed there, or is it or Christian refugees from across the border? Because I think there were some of those as well. Okay.
Controlling that region.
But question, if that doesn't happen before Israel completely fucking wipes Gaza off of the map and flattens it completely and either kills damn near everybody
Well,
there
they're
or
XSLA.
moves them
Yeah, I
out,
know. Yeah.
like, would you be happy with that? Would you be like, that's good enough?
No, I don't think they should blow everything up. But I mean, it seems like, I don't know, I could dig deeper into it, but like people always say that.
But yeah, you're saying there were battles in Lebanon, but does that mean if there were battles in Lebanon, that means that Christians fled south? If you're in South Lebanon and there was in 1948 and there's an Israeli attack, people fled south into Israel? I don't think that's what would happen. Huh. Or they could have gone east because that's where the Syrians were. These Maronites were there before Israel's formation. Ah, okay, that makes more sense. Okay. 2RK, thanks for the 5 Australian. Please watch the video in Discord, Loner Socks. Okay, where in Discord? I don't see it in Discord. Is it in stream suggestions or stream chat? Because otherwise I don't know why the fuck you'd link it in the Discord. What? Where'd you link it?
Like Gaza will never recover after this war. Gaza will never. They said that in 2008 after Cast Lead. They said that in 2014 after Protective Edge.
What? The one about Kahanistan? That one?
Like they've said it over and over again that like
Jesus.
the destruction and the damage is impossible to ever repair from, but then they do pretty quickly. Like they get a fuck ton of aid. They've got so much money that pours into there. Maybe if there was an administrator in that region that was doing something with the money besides building tunnels and rockets, maybe it would look a lot better. I don't know. Maybe once
But hold on. But you just said they quickly rebuild as well and everything, gets back up. So aren't they using that money? Because you just said they're not using it to rebuild the place, but at the same time you said...
I mean, they do. They use some of it to build, but a lot of it is obviously diverted to military operations as well.
All right. Another question. When you say Israel or like Hamas is using asymmetrical warfare and they don't really give a fuck about civilians, and then you morally put them on the same level as the IDF. So like you see Hamas and the IDF as equals, and the Israeli government, I should say, you see them as equals.
Well,
but one is recognized as a terrorist group. So shouldn't the government, the most moral army, the only democracy in the Middle East, be held to a different standard than Hamas, the terrorist group? Because in your mind, you're like, Hamas doesn't give a fuck about the civilians.
We can call Hamas a terrorist
IDF.
group. The reality is Hamas are the administrators
Are they
to the
not?
region. I wouldn't.
They could be that as well, but like
When you say like terrorist group, it's complicated. Usually when you say terrorist group, first of all, there is no universal definition for terrorist group. But usually when you say terrorist group, usually the definition is non-state actor. Or not definition, I'm sorry. Usually what you're implying is a non-state actor. So like, for instance, Al-Qaeda, they kind of have territory now in Yemen. I think they've got like a little itty-bitty fucking dot left for whatever hasn't been annihilated by the Houthis. But like when Al-Qaeda was a terrorist organization, they didn't really control and administer huge areas of land, right? They're like non-state actors. They kind of move around. They've got like mobile bases. They live in other countries. But Hamas is the administrator to the region. They have like population registry. They run like hospitals and schools and infrastructure. So they are the administrator. They're like the governing body.
It's like even in this kick chat, you got people saying like administrators, quotation marks, equals militant overlords. You just get the fucking reverse virtue signals. God. I think it's probably okay to call them the administrators. They're like a de facto government.
De facto, even if not.
Oh my God,
officially,
he said
they are. So in times of war, there's two obligations that exist, one on each side. The invading army is supposed to take care not to completely obliterate the civilian population on the other end. It's an important rule of war. But also the people that are defending are also supposed to do what they can to avoid their civilian population getting killed. Israel has done a lot. We can argue that they haven't done enough or it's not working or whatever, but they do a lot. And Hamas does absolutely nothing. So, I mean...
What does Israel do?
What?
You said Israel does a lot. What do they do?
I mean, before like attacks, Israel drops like millions of fucking leaflets from planes. They'll roof knock buildings where they shoot small bombs before big ones to let people flee. They've got like thousands of people that work in fucking calling centers in the IDF that try to make phone calls to buildings to contact heads of households or community leaders to get people to flee. They told people to clear out of an entire region from the north to the south before they like began heavy military operations there. Like again, it's more than any other army in the history of the world has done. We can argue that it isn't enough or some bullshit if you want, but it's more than anybody else has done. Hamas does literally nothing. With all the tunnels they've made, why no bomb shelters? Like
it's more than anybody else does.
Yeah.
Yet at the same time, you've also acknowledged the fact that there's been an incredibly high amount of civilian death.
Yeah, but nobody's also
that.
fought. Nobody's fought against an enemy that is embedded this heavily into such a densely populated civilian society. Like that's never happened before.
The U.S. did way more. Yeah. Like in the war against ISIS, especially. You can argue the circumstances there were different because people who wanted to flee had places to flee, but no, I think the U.S. was more careful in a bunch of ways. They were also more careful with their targeting. They were more careful with their raised thresholds, with their maximum thresholds for collateral damage per strike. That was a thing as well that they were very, very particular about compared to Israel. So yeah, the U.S. is the most moral army, clearly, if you want to make that argument. And I think actually European militaries have even higher thresholds, or even whatever you'd call it, lower caps. Yeah, lower caps for civilian casualties as collateral damage. Yeah. Their NCV numbers are generally lower, I think, in Europe.
So, but at this
Stricter.
point, you're saying
Sorry,
the
God.
Palestinian people are fucked on both sides. So they've got Hamas, who doesn't give a fuck about them, and they've got Israel, who doesn't give a fuck about them. In spite of all of the things that you just said,
Israel
Israel
Israel cares.
them and they tell them a bomb's about to drop on them.
To be
Clearly,
clear,
that hasn't been fucking working.
Clearly, what do you mean it has been working, right? The deaths it's a lot of deaths, but I mean, it could be.
Even if you compare it to mowing the lawn operations, like wasn't it, was it Castlet or was it Protective Edge where it was like 1,000, just over 1,000 Palestinians killed in Gaza in what, like just under a month? So obviously compared to what's happening now, even that was like that operation, like the whole objective was different though. Yeah.
It's a lot of, come on, it could be more. That's a terrible fucking argument. You know it's a terrible argument.
What do you
How
mean?
many people already died?
In a single day, what was it? Over 120,000 people were killed in Tokyo from a firebombing run in a single day, right? And that was nowhere near as densely populated as Gaza. So for Gaza, we've got 30,000, which is tragic, but over what?
When was that? When was that?
For World War II?
And we're comparing what happened in World War II to what's happening today with the Palestinians.
No, I'm
And
just
we're
saying.
comparing Japan to Gaza. They're not equal, though. You do understand that, right?
No, I agree. Gaza, the deaths would be way higher if it was treated similarly.
So at this point, you're saying what Israel is doing is the best possible thing to do.
I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't seen suggestions on what could go better, other than perhaps
maybe a ceasefire, maybe pulling out.
Hamas won't agree to any ceasefires that have them like releasing all the hostages, or that have them like I think there were some.
When you speak about these hostages, are there hostages on the Palestinian side? Like, do the Israelis also hold Palestinian hostages?
No.
Or is that only on? So Israel has no Palestinian hostages.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like any ceasefire that doesn't have all the hostages being released, like is probably Israel's not going to take it. I don't think Israel's going to want Hamas to remain as the administrators of that region either, which is also, I think, totally fair. But yeah.
Okay.
I think Hamas did say that they were willing to accept a ceasefire for all the hostages. They weren't willing to accept a ceasefire for. Hang on, let me see. Hamas ceasefire, but they weren't willing to accept a ceasefire that put them out of power, though. They wanted to keep power. Where did they say they were willing to give up all the hostages for an Israeli withdrawal, though? I want to double check that. Netanyahu calls Hamas ceasefire proposal delusional. What did he say was delusional? What did they must, that sounds like their specifics. Oh, blah, 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 blah. I got too much shit here. Fuck. Okay, that. Where's the fucking. Oh my god. Why did it disappear? Netanyahu delusional ceasefire. Okay, here we go. This was from Doha. Hamas proposed a ceasefire of 4.5 months, during which all hostages would go free. Israel withdraw its troops from Gaza, and an agreement would be reached on an end to the war. 4.5 months. Netanyahu said it was delusional. They said everyone for everyone. Did they ask for all the prisoners? Like the ones who have life sentences and shit. What? How many prisoners are there? 1,100 or 11,000? I can't remember. I think it's 1,100. Does it say that here? Where does it say that? It's a different article. First phase, women hostages, males under 19, old and sick. Second phase, remaining male hostages. They've arrested 7,000. But I thought it'd be the ones who were held in military courts, not like, unless that's all of them. Where does it say for all the prisoners?
GG.
Ah.
Okay, I love you. Be careful, buddy. Listen, if I go to Israel, you're gonna tag along?
Hell no.
Wow.
You know what? I was about to make a crazy joke, but I'm not gonna do that. Anyways, all right. Take care.
Have fun. Be
Appreciate
careful.
You. All right. Bye bye.
All right, I'm going to I'm going to go to gym and stuff, and I'll be back. I will be back tonight. Okay, I love you. Be careful. Also, start
Bro, my
tweeting
body's falling
Netanyahu,
apart.
okay? We need
What's
to chat with
this?
him as well.
Crazy.
I don't think Israel's going to want Hamas to remain as the administrators of that region either, which is also, I think, totally fair. But yeah.
Okay. GG.
Okay, I love you. Be careful, buddy. Listen, if I go to Israel, you're going to tag along?
Hell no.
Wow.
You know what? I was
Oh,
about
why
to make
not?
a crazy joke, but I'm not gonna do that. Anyways, all right. Take care.
Have fun. Be
Appreciate
careful.
You. All right. Bye bye.
All right,
Okay.
I'm going to
Whew. Sev's more shit, brother. Don't talk about him like that. God. At this point, I'm convinced if there were hundreds of trucks of butt plugs entering Gaza pre-war, humanitarian organizations would include that into the comparative figure of pre-war trucks when listing aid requirements. Okay, good one. Would you rate that compared to the PWF one? Well, at least Karantos just keeps things moving, you know? He's an engine, and he's very focused. You'll never get into a 3-hour truck discussion with Karantos, you know? You'll talk about trucks for 2 minutes, then he'll move on to something else. He gives every topic its allotted time. Its rightful amount of time. And I think that's very commendable, actually. That's why he's my hero, okay? What the fuck is this West Bank land seizure? I don't think I'm making it to the gym tonight. Whoop. Do you think you could get the Ukrainian Anna joining the stream again? She can join whenever she wants. I don't really know what she has to say for us lately. Israel's far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich announced the seizure of 10 square kilometers of Palestinian territory in the West Bank on Friday. The move marks the single biggest land seizure by the Israeli government since the 1993 Oslo Accords, according to Peace Now, a settlement watchdog group. Bro. The fuck? While there are those in Israel and the world who seek to undermine our right over the Judea and Samaria area, the country in general, Smotrich said Friday, referring the territory to its biblical name, we are promoting settlement through hard work and in a strategic manner all over the country. Holy fuck. Israeli settlements in the West Bank are considered illegal under international law. Still, Israel has used land orders like the one issued Friday to gain control over 16% of Palestinian-controlled lands in the West Bank. The newly seized area includes parcels in the Jordan Valley and between the settlements of Adumim and Kedar. Wait. Jordan Valley means that's like east side of the West Bank. Bro. Not even by the Green Line. Opposite end of the Green Line, really. Fuck. The announcement came as, look at that. The announcement came as Secretary of State Antony Blinken landed in Tel Aviv for talks with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about the future of the war in Gaza. Blinken's arrival followed meetings in Cairo with several Arab leaders and amid calls from Democratic senators for President Biden to establish a bold public framework for a two-state solution that recognizes a non-militarized Palestinian state. Yeah, I saw this. The Democrats are looking into a policy review to actually do this, to start recognizing a Palestinian state, which from an American position is pretty fucking wild. It's just insane that America takes like one step forward, a pretty reasonable step forward, and Israel takes 4 steps back in response. The Israeli right, I should say, those guys. Don't want to alienate my Jewish friends. Friday's land order is particularly problematic for the prospect of a two-state solution, experts say. If Israel confiscates land around Jerusalem all the way to the Dead Sea, there will be no future for a Palestinian capital in East Jerusalem, said Hamza Zubidat, a lands rights activist for the Ramallah-based Ma'an Development Center. This is where a Palestinian capital was supposed to be located, according to the American and European talks. The land transfer will also cut across the West Bank, dividing the north and south. Oh, there. That's not a good... Oh, God. That's just fucking fisting it in the rear. Jesus. It is all very deliberate as well. Like, the placement of these settlements. They are very, very strategically placed. Yeah. It's like a whole... Yeah. Same with the outposters as well. If the Israelis annex this area near, I don't know how to say that word, so I'll just say Adumim, it will be a catastrophe for Palestinians who live in the south. He said, Palestinian traders, especially in the south, will be cut off, and it will become impossible to have any independent Palestinian ways of life. More than 40% of the West Bank is under the control of Israeli settlers, according to the Israel-based rights group B'Tselem, and more than 500,000 Jewish residents now live in the West Bank. Israel's government has also used incentive programs to move Jewish residents into the West Bank settlements, where more than 200 settlements and unofficial outposts have fractured the Palestinian territory and displaced Palestinian residents. In recent years, the housing industry has offered subsidized apartments in the West Bank through a lottery system. Palestinians have little ability to stop the land transfers. After the '67 war, Israel issued a military order that stopped the process of land registration across the West Bank. Now, families lack the paperwork to prove that they have private ownership over the land, and tax records, the only other evidence of West Bank property rights, are not accepted by Israeli authorities. In June, the Knesset waived a long-standing legal precedent that required the Prime Minister and Defense Minister to sign off on West Bank settlement construction at every phase. Smotrich enjoys near total control over construction and planning and approvals in the West Bank, and approved a record number of settlements in 2023. Watch the last 2 minutes of the Destiny Alex debate. Okay, I'm reading this fucking article. Leave me alone. Jesus. You also want me to look at r/ask historians about the Finkelstein debate. $100 because you've asked me that like 20 times now. All right. Israel has reached the conclusion that they could get away with this huge land grab because of the lack of international action, said Sarit Micheli, international advocacy lead at B'Tselem. There have been individual economic U.S. sanctions placed on violent settlers, but the greater violence of the occupation is this colossal land theft. They also place sanctions on 2 outposts as well, like the entire communities are sanctioned. I really hope that carries on a trend, because if you're going to sanction 2 outposts and then the response is for them to approve an even larger, like the largest land seizure since 1993, you have to just, no tit for tat, just go fucking mental. Sanction all of them. My God. Smotrich, a member of Netanyahu's right-wing coalition, is a key leader in Israel's settlement development. Dalia Scheindlin, an Israeli political analyst, called the Friday land transfer announcement by Smotrich a provocation, but also the continuation of his pro-settler ideological project. He entered the government with one overriding purpose: to annex all land conquered in 1967 and extend permanent Jewish sovereignty everywhere, no matter how and when it was to happen. The timing and provocation ahead of Blinken's visit is a bonus. The Biden administration announced sanctions on 2 West Bank settler outposts earlier this month, the first use of such economic restrictions on Israeli outposts. While West Bank settlements are authorized by the Israeli government, outposts are considered illegal under Israeli law. Who cares? The settler gets the land. God, I can imagine just how fucking depressing your life is, Amir. That like everything that gets brought up here, it's always just don't care, don't care, don't care. What about won't change the material conditions? Do you know what else has no impact on the material conditions? Fucking you in this chat, just being such a sulky, fucking miserable shithead, bringing down the entire fucking mood and making everything about your particular special interest. I don't know. What do you want me to talk about? Why are you here? Lucy has an effect on material conditions. Well, you're very much needed. There we go, eh? Supply and demand. Who says capitalism doesn't work, right? All right, so what's the last 2 minutes of this debate? Why is it interesting? What's the Israeli public's response to the land grab? I don't know. I don't think that article did not say anything about that. The last 2 minutes. This.
North Gaza stuff.
The flower
Let's
massacre.
actually take a look at the
Story related to the situation is in North.
Is it here?
Wikipedia.
Tell us about it. Where did you read that? Wikipedia?
Literally the first.
Oh no, Wikipedia.
You can literally just Google flower massacre.
Oh, they're talking about flower.
What
Okay.
I read is.
Okay, here we go. I guess it starts.
Besides the Gazan Health Ministry.
People who were on the ground, people working in the hospitals who saw the.
I thought you said all the hospitals were shut down in North Gaza.
This is in South Gaza.
Wait, am I retarded? Where is? Hold on.
I believe so.
What are they talking about? It's in North or South Gaza?
Also, the point is that
Wait,
Israel
no, hold on. No, okay. Just to make sure. Okay. The whole reason why this was so fucked is because getting aid to North Gaza is so fucking difficult. And this was a convoy that was sending aid to North Gaza. That was part of the reason why this is such an exceptional thing, is because it was North Gaza.
Okay, so you're saying this happened?
Yeah, it's because there was like fuck all aid, and then a couple of aid trucks go in, and everyone started fucking running towards it. Right? Yeah. And, okay.
Happened in North Gaza?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that was part of the big reason about this particular convoy. Yeah.
Flower massacre location.
Oh, did he think it was in the south? Okay.
This is what I read is that it was near the border of the south. Can you link me where you found that it was in North Gaza?
Listen, I believe in you. You can find it. I have to go though. I gotta leave. It's 11 o'clock. I'm 2 hours late. Okay. Listen.
With all due respect, whenever I ask you for a source, you're like, yeah, man, next time.
You can literally just
Whoa.
Google
Beta.
flower massacre, probably look at the Wikipedia, and it's going to come up on literally the first picture on the thing. Or
So if you found it, why don't you just tell me?
I just did. I told you it was in North Gaza. I said that it was a big deal because this
But
convoy.
what's
That's
the
why when you
source about it? Where did you read that? Wikipedia? Where?
it's on
Is this the funny thing that we're supposed to? Okay.
Wikipedia, but it's on every single news article ever. The whole reason for this convoy, the reason why it was such a deep into their convoy, and the reason why the starving people, surrounding everything is because of how dire the situation is in North Gaza. Every part of the story is important because it's about North Gaza. Like if this was happening at one of the crossings, it wouldn't make any sense. But this is like a big story relating to like the North Gazan stuff.
Okay, let's actually take a look at the photo of where it happened. Yeah, this seems right here. It seems like it is actually South Gaza from what I'm seeing. Joint first 3 hospital entry, the event has been a massacre. Details on duration. I'm seeing South Gaza here, honestly.
Wait. This can't be. It can't be. No, you would never think Israel is Gaza. No. What's he looking at?
Link me where you see South Gaza.
I don't know how reliable the source is, but here we have one, which is where apparently it seems like it happened.
Wait, and which part did it happen?
I believe it's either south or central.
In the square, is that? Oh no.
Wait, where is it on this map or whatever?
This would be south or central. This might be like central southish. Oh, probably central.
Oh no.
Because south would be like right here, so this would be like central.
Shit.
Maybe they use different terminology. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I gotta go. I need to go. I need to go. I love you because all the restaurants are gonna be closed. I'm gonna be in big trouble. Okay.
Okay, no worries. So you're down to do tomorrow?
Sure. Why not? Yeah. But I have kicker keep from 4 to 7, I think. So it has to be like from.
Why did? Oh no.
At 2 o'clock. It might have to be Tuesday. Give you lots of time to gather sources. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow night after kicker keep, so we'll see.
Okay. Well, you gotta gather some sources too. So far, I've seen that. I don't like this source.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate you coming on, man. Appreciate you.
No, it's always fun. Have fun.
For sure.
Bye.
Have a good one, buddy.
You sent me a better clip in Twitch chat.
Hope you had fun there.
Did you see the picture of South Gaza?
Oh my god.
He was pointing to the Negev and saying this is south. Oh god. Ooh. Ooh, that's not good.
Okay, I'm leaving. I love you. We can talk tomorrow though. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Have fun. Bye. All right. I love you guys. So much fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Peace out. Bye.
So that's why I was supposed to watch that debate. Oh no. That's not good. Oh, I can't grab things from Twitch chat, Straw Screen. I'm not on Twitch right now. You have to send it in Discord. Bro, I'm freaking out. That was a bit much. I'm supposed to be doing serious content here. Oh, here. I'll look at that here. Okay. What's his Oh, Alex's POV.
I don't know how reliable the source is, but here we have one, which is where apparently it seems like it happened.
Wait, and which part did it happen?
I believe it's either south or central.
Wait, where is it on this map or whatever?
This would be south or central. This might be like central southish. Probably central.
Fuck me.
Because south would be like right here, so this would be like central.
Where does he point for south?
Because south.
Yeah, he's pointing at fucking like Eilat. He's pointing to the Negev for South Gaza. Oh god.
Like right here, so this would be like central.
Okay.
Wait till he finds out that this is the size of New Jersey.
They use different terminology. I'm not sure.
So it seems like this is where it took place. So this would be north, this would be south. So somewhere in central Gaza. So I was correct. So it seems like this is where it took place. So this would be north, this would be south. So yeah, somewhere in central Gaza.
Oh, it's. Did someone edit it with the? Because this isn't the whole map of. Oh my god. Oh shit.
I was correct. Not that it's relevant at all to the discussion. North, south, it doesn't really matter, but yeah.
Okay. Oh well. He did make an offhanded comment a little after admitting it, half-heartedly, though. Yeah, whatever. I think you probably have a right to make fun of him for that for about 2 days. And then we move on. I'm not really... What mistake did he make? It seemed like he was calling this event... He was saying that this massacre happened in South Gaza. But in order to illustrate it, he showed a map of Israel and Palestine, which showed Gaza to be, which showed the event to be in the middle somewhere. And he said, this is south, pointing to the Negev desert. Whatever. Yeah. It is what it is. We made fun of Destiny for not knowing where Gaza was a few weeks before October 7th. I thought he did know where Gaza was, because when I was arguing with him about the fucking pro-genocide bullshit before October 7th, which I don't feel like I get that much credit for. Anyway, whatever. We were talking about Area C, A, B, and C in the West Bank. And I think he pointed out that Gaza was not that, so I don't know. All right. Stop speaking fucking Hebrew in the chat. We only talking the kings here. My colonial subjects. Are you anti-Semitic, Loner Box? Depends on how many people are speaking Hebrew in my chat. Is Yiddish in chat okay? Nope. The first time I heard about you was when you came into Dustin's chat like a year ago and talked about judicial reform. Oh yeah. God, that's a blast from the past, isn't it? Remember when the biggest issue was judicial reform? Brr. Chaos. Maybe you should learn it. No. Don't think I will. I was supposed to read about the Holodomor. What about? Okay, I'm sitting on my knees. I need to get up back in my chair. I didn't fully recover from the map incident. The map massacre. The North-South map massacre of 2024. Oh, God. So I did start taking some notes from that essay that I read on the Holodomor. Not the whole time. No, not just since I fell down after the map incident, after Mapgate. So I took some notes from this essay towards a decentered history. I'm just trying to think about, I really want to start with a timeline. Once I've got timeline, I feel like everything else is just so much easier to read. Starting with this one might not even made the best idea because, like I know a little bit now about roughly like when the bad harvest started, which is like kind of 31, that it's around mid 32 when people are really starting to fucking drop. And it's around that time as well when the Central Committee clearly knows. The Smoking Gun Directive from the 22nd of January, 1933, which is when Stalin actually signed himself a directive that was preventing the peasants from leaving the villages when they were starving. And it was actually called that as well, preventing the mass exodus of peasants who were starving. Resulting in like 250,000 arrests in 6 weeks. I learned about the blacklisting system, which was a big thing, and it fell especially hard on political targets, like targets that were considered to be like kulaks or linked to counter-revolutionary actions or had opposed requisitions in the fucking 20s. I've managed to get the decree halting the payment of grain to collective farm workers until their quotas have been met. Very few collective farms were able to actually make this, and the result would be like they would forcibly take food out of people's houses. So I've kind of got a gist of things, but I feel like if I read this essay after learning the timeline first, I would have gained so much more from it. So I might have to glance at it again at some. Look at the r/ask historians in the Lex Fridman debate. $100. So do you think it's a genocide now? I haven't made up my mind yet. Chill. I'm still leaning towards no because I don't think this smoking gun is enough of a smoking gun, but I need to go through like Stalin's mindset as a whole thing as well. And there's like apparently that's because really that's the only thing that matters. The actions themselves, I don't think are disputable. The actions themselves got people killed. So really the big debate would be about Stalin's mindset towards the killing. Like that would be the thing that would show you. I think one of the counters to it that he had a specific thing about targeting Ukrainians is that death rates at certain points in the Holodomor were higher in the Volga region and also in the Central Caucasus. So yeah, that's kind of goes against it a little bit. I don't know. But apparently this is the smoking gun. Why are you so interested in the genocide question? Don't know. I'm not that massively interested. I just thought like I'm more interested in the Holodomor in general, just like what happened, how people argue about it, what was what, and the genocide thing will just kind of come along the side. But we'll see. I wonder what the next thing I want to read about it is. I could just go with the wiki, Wikipedia to get the timeline, but who knows? What is this source? Wikipedia. Ugh. Also, actually, I wonder if there's... I don't think I've ever actually seen a map of the Holodomor and the places that were worst affected. Because it tends to just show you, if you look up Holodomor map, you just get Ukraine. Which is not... Huh. Maps on the web. Fuck me. Why can't I just get this dicking picture? All right, here we go. Chernihiv, Crimea, Zaporizhia, Kharkiv. So it's around here is like the border. Oh, so actually it was, but it's also quite high here. Okay. I wonder. Let me see about this particular. Because these are just academic papers that I was recommended to read by a history person. But I don't know if I'm ready to jump to those yet, if I don't want to have the basic timeline. Where's the JSTOR? This one called grain shortages. Is it this one? Wheatcroft. What an apt name. Or I might just watch the Timothy Snyder lecture, but that seems like cheating, really. Hang on, I have to log in for this? 16 pages. Do you read Encyclopedia Britannica? Not very often. Barely ever. Should I? Is that good? Oh. Ah! Oh god, we got stats. Holy shit. Well, this will be good. Oh, this might actually be more of a timeline. This is saying Stalin was not hoarding immense grain reserves in the years of the Holodomor. Okay, this might be... Okay, God, I'm so tired. My eyes are hurting. The fuck? Well, I'm going to take a note of this source anyway. Organizing these notes is going to be an absolute pain in the dick, but let's see. Hang on. Stalin, grain, stocks, and the famine. Kuban also had a big Ukrainian population. Yeah, Kuban was, yeah, that was specifically, that was a big thorn in the side for the Soviet people because of like Ukrainian nationalism and politicization and shit. Like, yeah, okay. I know. Okay. Mate. Oh, God. I think I'm going to be too tired for all 16 pages, but let's just get a gist, see what we're reading. We'll maybe go through this tomorrow, okay? I can do this. I'm Sigma. Most Western and all Soviet studies of the Stalinist economy have ignored the role played by the stockpiling of grain in the agricultural crisis of the early 1930s. Okay, thus in his major work on Stalinist agriculture, published in 1949, Naum Jadzny frankly admitted that data were insufficient to reach a conclusion, merely noting that stocks from former years probably declined during 1932. Bykov, Dob, Volin, and Nov said nothing about grain stocks. At the time, Western commentators did pay some attention to the possibility that the stockpiling of grain exacerbated the famine. Okay, this is about debate over whether or not stockpiling. Wheatcroft and Davies wrote a whole book based. What's it called? I will not read it anytime soon. Debate over stockpiling of grain. At the time, Western commentators did pay some attention to the possibility that the stockpiling of grain exacerbated the famine. In autumn 1931, Japan invaded Manchuria, and in spring 1932, British diplomats reported that Karl Radek had told them that owing to the threat of war in the Far East, enough grain had been stored to supply the army for 1 year. In February 1933, the notorious but shrewd journalist Walter Duranty wrote in the New York Times of the unexpected additional demand for grain necessitated by the Far Eastern War danger last winter. Since the food and fodder grain consumed by the Red Army in 1 year amounted to about 800,000 tons, this would have been enough to provide a rather modest annual bread ration for several million people. A stockpile of this size was, of course, less important than the 4.9 million tons exported from the 1931 harvest, or even than the 1.61 million tons exported from the 1932 harvest. But was such a military stock accumulated in those years? It's called the industrialization of Soviet Russia, the years of hunger, Soviet agriculture. Okay. Sounds riveting. Duranty denied the famine, saying Russians hungry but not starving. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. That's why they call him shrewd but notorious. Okay. Impact of stockpiling. Okay. So let's just get the intro down. Might take down all of this. 1931, Japanese invasion of. Did Japan hold on to Manchuria from here until World War II then? Till the end of World War II? Or was there any back and forth? Because I thought the Soviets, part of the preamble to the nuking of Japan was over the Soviet involvement there was that they were going to attack Manchuria, no? '31 to 45. Okay. British diplomats report that due to the threat of war, enough grain was stored to supply the army for 1 year. So they got 1 year apparently of grain to supply the army for a year. The unexpected additional demand for grain necessitated by the Far Eastern War. Okay. So it would be roughly, the Red Army would roughly have 800,000 tons. And then in context, these numbers are going to matter. When they say export from the 1931 harvest, do they mean all over the USSR or just in Ukraine? Probably the USSR, no? Table 4. What does Table 4 say about that? Stale grain collections. This would be for the whole USSR, I'd imagine. What about drought? Amir, there wasn't a drought. There were bad harvests. It's not the same as a fucking drought. We read that last time. Unless there's sufficient counter evidence to that it was an actual drought. But oh. Hmm. Let's see. Enlightenment had to await the opening of the Russian archives. The impact on the first revelations about grain stocks had been dramatic. On the basis of a preliminary, unpublished typescript by the eminent Russian historian V.P. Danilov, Robert Conquest has announced that the archives have revealed that in the famine year of 1932-33, Stalin was holding immense grain stocks, the existence of which was previously completely unknown. Okay. Claim by... Oh, I'll put this here, maybe. Yeah, this Robert Conquest guy, I think he's on the side of that it was a genocide, so he would probably... Okay, let's see. That... Fuck! Claim from Robert Conquest that holding immense grain stocks from... Okay. He wrote in this journal there were 4.53 million tons of grain in various reserves. The Neprikozveny Fund and the special... oh God. Gosudarstvenny Fund. Neither he, Danilov points out, justified by any danger to the country and readily available to prevent the real danger, mass death by famine. Okay. All of this is kind of important. Okay. $4.53 million tons of grain in various reserves. Neither justified by any danger to the country and readily available to prevent the real danger, mass death by famine. Addressing a wider public in the Times Literary Supplement, Conquest further explained, even apart from the fact that the 1.8 million tons of grain exported would have been enough to prevent the famine, there were in addition 2 secret grain reserves between them holding 4.3 million tons more, which were not released to the starving peasantry. Grain stocks of 4.53 million tons would certainly have been enough to feed millions of peasants in 32-33. 1 ton of grain provided a good bread ration for 3 persons for a year. Okay. That's good context. Thank you, God, for the context. Context. Would be a good for 3 people for a year. So, 4.3 million tons would have provided bread for some 13 to 14 million peasants for a year. Enough for persons. Okay. In view of the importance of grain stocks to understanding the famine, we have searched Russian archives for evidence of Soviet-planned and actual grain stocks in the early 1930s. Our main sources were the Politburo protocols, including the Osobai Papki special files, the highest secrecy level, and the papers of the Agricultural Collections Committee, Komzag, of the Committee on Commodity Funds, and of Sovnarkom. The Sovnarkom records include telegrams and correspondence of V.V. Kubyshev, who was head of Gosplan, head of Komzag and the Committee on Reserves, and one of the deputies of Sovnarkom at the time. I don't know what any fucking words mean. What the fuck? Do I need to know this? Jesus. We have not obtained access to the Politburo working papers in the Presidential Archive, to the files of the Committee on Reserves, or to the relevant files in military archives, but we have found enough information to be confident that this very high figure for grain stocks is wrong, and that Stalin did not have under his control huge amounts of grain which could easily have been used to eliminate the famine. So this is all about whether or not Stalin had massive fucking grain stocks that could have stop the famine and were not necessary in an immediate sense for anything else. Okay, at least I know the debate. Okay, I don't care. I'm not going to fuck it. I'm too tired. Sorry. I can't do it. I'm tired. My ADHD meds are shit. I need new ones. I need different one. I need more advanced technology. My brain feels like there's a fucking cloud between it and my eyeballs. Brr. Counter argument is that he could have slowed the export itself. Oh, the exports. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because they were exporting. Yeah. Okay. Jesus. I want to watch this about the Security Council resolution, see if I missed anything in my reporting earlier.
Those against.
This stilling arm.
Abstention.
What could be the biggest rupture in US-Israel relations to date, as America refused to veto the first ceasefire resolution to pass in the UN Security Council since the war in Gaza began, instead abstaining.
The draft resolution has been adopted.
A vote the White House insisted was not a shift in policy, a vote Israel described as a clear retreat. Its defense minister releasing this message ahead of a meeting in DC with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan.
We have no moral right to stop the war in Gaza until we return all the hostages home. We will operate against Hamas everywhere, including in places where we have not yet been.
The non-binding resolution demands an immediate ceasefire over Ramadan and for Hamas to release its hostages. Israel says any ceasefire must be conditional on the release of all of its hostages first. More than 130 are still believed to be held. As Palestinians queued for the aid to break their fast last night in Mawassi, a cloud of black smoke billowed behind them. In Rafah, meanwhile, where more than half of Gaza's population shelters, health officials on the ground said an airstrike had killed 7, including this woman's brother and his family.
There is no safe area at all. They told them to move to the south. Here is the south. Where is the safety? Where is the safety? There is no safety. They bombed them while they were sitting there. They hadn't finished their iftar.
But it's Israel's plans for a ground invasion here in what had been designated a safe zone that they fear the most. Plans President Biden had hoped to divert this week in a meeting with an Israeli delegation. Instead, within minutes of the abstention, and as he had warned, Netanyahu cancelled the visit. And as Israel warns of moving into new territory, its second operation in Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza's north continued into its 6th day. The IDF claiming it had killed 170 militants in or around its compound and to have found these weapons inside. It's civilians in the north who shoulder the brunt of aid shortages. In the north, that the threat of starvation lurks most, with the UN warning of imminent famine. Today, Israel confirmed it would stop working with the UN's aid agency there, accusing it of perpetuating the conflict.
the decision not to allow UNRWA's convoys to go to northern Gaza, where we have a dramatic starvation situation, is totally unacceptable.
The US, Israel's top military ally, said today only diplomacy could bring about a sustainable ceasefire. But with talks over Rafah stalling and having lost Israel's ear.
Are we watching the presentation tomorrow? What? On what?
In part, that diplomacy will now be more delicate than ever.
Well, let's go to our Washington correspondent, Siobhan Kennedy, who is outside the State Department. Siobhan.
Well, this is undoubtedly another big moment in the deterioration of the relationship between Joe Biden here and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Essentially, Israel today threatened America and said, if you don't veto that Security Council resolution, we will not sit round the table with you and talk about your alternative proposals to us invading Rafah. The US didn't listen. It didn't veto that proposal.
Do you think it is fair for Israel to not work with UNRWA? I don't know why they've only chosen to do it in the north. That doesn't, like, I don't know what UNRWA were doing, or if they think UNRWA have done something, but like, I don't know. I don't know why they've done that. Right now there are two completely contradictory statements. UNRWA are saying that Israel keeps on denying them access to the north to distribute, and Israel are saying that UNRWA hasn't asked them to distribute since fucking January or some shit. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that.
Proposal. It abstained, as we just heard, and so Israel immediately pulled the delegation. The question now is, where does it go from here? Does that relationship continue to go downhill? Well, the White House is keen to downplay the seriousness of what happened this morning. The National Security spokesman, John Kirby, was speaking to the press moments ago. Let's hear how he had to characterize it.
We're kind of perplexed by this. Number one, it's a non-binding resolution, so there's no impact at all on Israel and Israel's ability to continue to go after Hamas. Number two.
Okay. Bro.
It does not represent a change at all in our policy. It's very consistent with everything that we've been saying we want to get done here.
Well, that's a sentiment that was echoed here at the press briefing I was at in the State Department. A spokesperson said he believed that there would still be lots of opportunity for America to lay out its case to Israel, not least right now at this.
Why did they abstain then? Did they just abstain for international credit points then? I don't understand. Hang on. There's a whole thing that you can look into about Security Council resolutions and which ones are binding and which ones aren't, and which ones, how to make one that's not binding. Oh, fuck, man.
Moment when the Israeli Defense Minister Gallant is due to meet with Secretary Blinken right now in this building in the next couple of moments. And that is important for two reasons, because it does in fact really show more evidence yet that America is prepared to meet with Israeli officials and sideline Netanyahu. And it is also important because we know from his own words that Gallant is coming here in his statement that he released yesterday with a focus on, and I quote, preserving our ability to obtain platforms and munitions from the United States. So will Secretary Blinken use this meeting here right now with Mr. Gallant, and will the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, who is meeting with Gallant tomorrow, will they use those meetings to condition for the first time the provision of those munitions to Israel in return for Israel reining in its activities and beginning to stop the war in Gaza?
Siobhan Kennedy. Now, we did ask to speak to a spokesperson for the Israeli government, but no one was available tonight. I am joined now by Yossi Beilin, the former Labour minister in Israel. Thank you for joining us. There are reports tonight that a member of the government, Gideon Saar, has resigned. If this is confirmed, how significant is this? Is the government in trouble?
Regretfully not. It is not in trouble. I mean, he joined the government a few months ago. He did not give it the majority. It has a majority of 64 without him, and it will continue to have this majority.
So what do you make of this resolution and Mr. Netanyahu's response?
I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. I mean, what the UN is saying is obvious, that Hamas should release all the hostages, including apparently babies of 1-year-old babies, and Israel should agree to a humanitarian pause for 2 weeks until
Look at the r/ask historians. $100. What? How many times do I have to say it? Should I double it? Fuck you.
end of the holiday. This is reasonable. There is no reason for any crisis between Israel and the United States, which abstained. I think that had I been there, I would have supported it. Of course, I would like to see some harsh words about the Hamas massacre on October the 7th, but this is not a reason for a crisis with the United States. And I'm afraid that my prime minister is just in a kind of a voyage to confrontation with the United States. God knows why, after the help that we got from the United States in the last half a year.
Well, I mean, what happens if he ignores the Security Council resolution?
It is not chapter 7, it is chapter 6, as you know. And chapter 6 is actually...
Oh no. These guys watched the Finkelstein debate. Wait, hang on. What do these actually mean? Chapter 6, 7, Security Council resolutions. I think 6 means non-binding. Is it from the UN Charter, or is that different from the Security Council? Is it this? The Security Council shall determine the existence of any threat to the peace, breach of peace, or act of aggression, shall make recommendations and decide what measures shall be taken in accordance with Articles 41, 42 to restore. Say anything about binding? Nope. Whereas Chapter 6. Chapter 6 requires states to settle their disputes by peaceful means. On the other, Chapter 7 enables the Security Council to take coercive action with respect to threats of peace. Ah. That's the... Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
A kind of a recommendation. But I mean, there is no reason why he should breach it, because if the Hamas is ready to release the hostages, Israel, I presume, will be ready to have a ceasefire for 2 weeks.
I mean, the Israeli government's objection is that the release of the hostages is not a precondition, and that remains the government's position. If it holds on to that position, does it risk a deteriorating relationship with Washington?
I hope not. I hope that there are some smart people in this government who will not allow the deterioration. I mean, the fact that Netanyahu asked the delegation that he wanted to send to President Biden not to go there is a big mistake. And really, I mean, I'm not just saying it. I really don't understand why does he need a crisis with our best friend in the world.
I mean, can you explain? I mean, from the outside, you might be forgiven for thinking that the Israeli government is in some crisis because it's got a disagreement within the cabinet, disagreement within the war cabinet. Benny Gantz is saying Prime Minister is wrong and that he should be going to Washington, let alone stopping officials from going to Washington. The defense minister is in Washington and is showing no sign of coming home. And then on the far right, people like Ben Gvir are accusing the United Nations Secretary General and the Security Council itself, which includes the United States and Britain, of being anti-Semitic.
Well, Israel has the worst government ever. And the shorter its period,
of any country.
term in power, the
Call
better
him
for all of us.
Net
I
Hitler.
am afraid that the majority of Netanyahu right now is secured, despite of what you described. But I hope that you are right, that this government will not go on for long. It doesn't have the support of the people. In all the public opinion polls, Netanyahu himself and his party are very, very low. If he goes for elections, he will lose. And maybe this is one of the reasons why he wants to talk to his own base when he is confronting the American president.
Yossi Beilin, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, tonight, Hamas, which is, of course, a proscribed organisation in this country as a terrorist organisation, released a statement saying, "We welcome today's call by the UN Security Council for an immediate ceasefire. We emphasise the necessity of reaching a permanent ceasefire, and we affirm that this should ensure withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza. And also, we are ready to engage immediately in the prisoners' swap process, where prisoners on both sides will go back and join their families. We highly appreciate the efforts of the countries who took this initiative that proved the justice of the Palestinian issue and the intense need to swift ceasefire." Well, a short time ago, I spoke to James Elder, who's a spokesperson for the United Nations.
That's one way of interpreting the... okay.
Children's Fund, UNICEF, and I began by asking him what the situation was with food and shelter where he is in Gaza.
Utterly horrendous. I'm literally just back from the very north of the Gaza Strip, Jabalia. Christian, they're going past tens of thousands of people on the street, women, children, adults who are doing that universal symbol of food, please food. Now, the convoy I was with, we had UNICEF vaccines and nutritional supplies for malnourished children and UNFPA obstetric kits. So on a loudspeaker, we informed them this is medical supplies and the immense grace. 5.5 months they've been dealing with we went through. But then in Jabalia, you know, you can see the gauntness of children. A little girl, hold my hand, just asked for a single tomato. No food aid has gone through for several days. I think UNRWA has been blocked from sending aid to the North, Christian. They send 50% of all food that gets to the North. We must be very clear on this. Israel's responsibility to allow all aid, food aid and every other sort, it's not happening. That's why we have an imminent famine.
I mean, Israel keeps saying that it is not stopping goods from crossing the border. The problem is distributing goods within Gaza. Is that true?
Let's break this down. Trucks haven't been allowed to go north with food for days. So no, truth matters here. And the truth is there are hindrances, there are obstructions, there is a desperate lack of aid. UNRWA has been blocked from giving aid to the north. Remembering that the imminent famine in the north, it's man-made. The only good news here is it can be fixed. There are 2 crossings in the north where I was today seeing people desperately pleading for food. They could have had food within 10 minutes. That's how close the crossings are in the north. We are not allowed to use those. That is the reality of what we're dealing with here. Beyond the fact that aid workers get killed trying to deliver aid, beyond the fact that our warehouses have been bombed, beyond the fact that Palestinians have been killed trying to receive aid.
And is there any reaction there yet to the passing of this?
So is his argument that they should open the Erez crossing in the north? That would be the one that's, or would also be, what's the other fucking one? It'd be either Nahal Oz or Karni, right? Because Kerem Shalom is there, Rafah's there. And this is where, I think this is where all the aid trucks are getting into Gaza. So that's why distribution to the north actually means like chugging all the way up here, doesn't it? The seaports are going to go here. They're opening a new one in the north. Which one would it be? Would it be Erez or Nahal Oz or Karni?
Security Council resolution, does it give people any hope?
Yeah, I think it will. I mean, literally, I'm back out of a convoy and I heard the news, Christian, but it's staggering how many people in Arabic or English will say ceasefire, ceasefire. I was at Kamal Adwan Hospital last week. That's where children died of malnutrition, and mothers in that ward with paper-thin babies would just I said, what do you need? Ceasefire, ceasefire. People are pleading for a ceasefire. This is Gaza's last hope. So yes, a fully implemented ceasefire, not on paper. I'm sorry I don't want to overstate it, but at 3 a.m. when you wake and your building is shaking, and I'm in a building, there are people just here in tents shaking from the force of a bombardment nearby. You lie there just feeling like you're lying in a coffin. So a ceasefire and children can go to bed knowing they will wake up alive, game changer.
James Elder, thank you very much.
The guy makes a strong case. Okay. What do you think of Elon Levy's suspension? I did not look into it, sorry. I feel like I need to fill out this page. Because somewhere in this there's going to have to be the aid discussion. The aid distribution discussion. And there's so much that's been written about that. And I haven't followed it in terms of like note taking and writing things down. I just kind of read stuff and then forgotten it and then read it and then forgot. Oh, God. But I think it's going to be the big story for a good while now. Apparently AF wants me to read an r/ask historians bit about the transfer was inevitable quote from Morris in 2004. Okay. Oh God, we've how many times have we been over that? Give us the war crime list. No. Just getting rid of all my tabs. There's so many of them. Can you not upload your Obsidian online? I think you have to pay for it, or there's like a way you do it, but I can't be fucked right now because my Obsidian notes are they're not well organized. They're there for me to remember things. I haven't really gone through any of them and actually organized them and made them into a coherent thing that any cunt can read, right? So, I mean, I could put them up anyway if you guys actually care about seeing that stuff, but if it's not going to be, if it's there just to help me, but it's not there to help anyone else who doesn't know, like, why I put them there, I don't know. I think I want to, I mean, I will upload, I'll try uploading one. I'll upload one note on the comparing Trump and Biden on Israel-Palestine because that's coming up with a video. This is coming up with a video, so you'll get this about their approaches to the peace process, to war conduct, some misc stories that are funny. Yeah, I don't know. We'll do that soon. It's also because I try to limit the amount of factual claims I just throw out there because at the end of the day, it would be good for, especially if I'm debating, if I only narrow my talking points down to a few disputed factual claims, then at least they're accessible somewhere, which might be useful. Because, I mean, I feel like you guys can trust me when I make factual claims, but you guys don't have any reason to. You probably should be checking stuff if... But that's a separate story. I'm trying to debate the ethics. I'm having an internal ethics debate over whether or not Vosh is raidable again.
What about all of the log?
We have not spoken about pier logistics? No, we haven't. You mean for the fucking aid pier? No, we haven't.
Cabins that I've built next to lakes? What about all the trailers that I live in on the quarter acre of land that I bought for $6 and a stick of dynamite? You know, like, come on.
How can you not like it? Don't. Okay. The only thing is they're saying don't raid Vosh after I stream. I don't even know if I'm ending right now. I'm just thinking about it. But there is also a smug bug to raid. That's the thing, though. We have a smug bug to bother. Please raid Vosh. Shut up. Raid Amaranth. What? No. I thought about it. No. Yeah, Smugbug does need the viewership. I'm not against raiding Vosh. He's misunderstood, okay? I will die on that hill. Raid Grace Thorpe. Oh, true. Good one. All right. Fuck. Kahanistan when? What is this thing you wanted me to watch? This is gonna... I feel like it's gonna cost a lot more than $5 to get me to watch this. What the fuck is this? It's a lecture with like 2006 vibes, aesthetics. Look at this. I love a deranged politician whose belly is literally fucking squeezing its way out of his suit. His belly is the Israeli settler movement, and these two buttons are the fucking 67 green line. What a horrible person, anyway. Now we know where the food aid's going. Wow. Wow. Belly Gavir. Okay, sure. All right. Fuck off, guys. I'm going. Thanks for the long stream. Really appreciate it. See you tomorrow, probably. Who knows? Okay. Actually, tomorrow's Tuesday. Not Tuesday. Wednesday. I think Wednesday. Let me double check. I think I have a reasonably interesting event soon. What is it? On stream. Yeah, Wednesday. I got something quite cool going on Wednesday, so stick around for that, okay? Stay tuned. All right. Can't tell you about it now, but it's happening. All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.